Ding. Welcome to the survival world of Sunluo continent. From this moment on, you will try to survive here. Everything from your past has been wiped away, and you are starting from scratch. The mechanical voice faded from my mind as I opened my eyes. Towering trees pierced the sky, their canopies so dense they blocked out the sun, allowing only fragmented rays of light to cascade down like scattered golden foil. Unfamiliar and eerie cries echoed intermittently from all directions. A sense of unease welled in my chest. But before I could fully process what was happening, that cold, detached voice spoke again. Pathetic and frail humans, cast aside your fear and face your reality. Keep these few tips in mind. 1. Choose the location for your shelter as soon as possible. Different locations result in different shelters. Your shelter is the foundation of your survival. If your shelter is destroyed, you will lose your right to survive. 2. The night is full of dangers. Do not let your fire go out, and avoid going outside if possible. 3. This world is rife with natural disasters. 4. The survival system is now bound to you. It allows communication, trade, and access to important information. 5. Everyone will awaken a unique talent. Check it yourself. And lastly, remember this. This world is hell for the weak and heaven for the strong. Strive to survive, fragile humans. The voice vanished. I stood there motionless, taking a good few minutes to reluctantly come to terms with the fact that I was no longer on Earth. Just when I had finally quit my soul-crushing job and become a forest ranger, ready to embrace a quiet life in the wilderness, I get dragged into this survival game. And now, it's back to grinding again. I let out a long sigh and muttered to myself, well, here I am. Look at me, a drop-dead gorgeous, world-class handsome dude. If surviving is just another grind, I'll nail it easy. After reassuring myself, I remembered the system mentioned earlier. Sure enough, there was something new in my consciousness. With a thought, a translucent screen appeared in front of me. Several neatly arranged tabs displayed: weather, chat, trade, insight, personal. At the very top was a glaring red prompt. Please place your shelter as soon as possible. I decided to click on Personal first. Name, Chen Guichen. Level, Tier 0. Shelter, None. Talent, Child of Nature. 1. Possess natural affinity. Can sense the emotions and intentions of nearby creatures and communicate with them. 2. Friendly and neutral creatures are drawn to and trust you, and will not attack unprovoked. 3. Can form a symbiotic bond with creatures, sharing life forces. Bonded creatures will never betray you. 4. Contain natural energy, allowing you to accelerate the growth and evolution of flora and fauna. 5. Cannot excessively harm nature, including activities such as random deforestation or hunting good and neutral creatures. I blinked at the screen, nearly shouting out loud in disbelief. This is so overpowered. Seems like the heavens do have some sense of justice. They may have dumped me in this godforsaken place, but at least they compensated me properly. As for that restriction, I didn't even bother worrying about it. With a talent like this, strong. So what if there are a few chains holding me back? I turned off the system panel, surveyed my surroundings, and started looking for a spot to set up my shelter. The system had mentioned that the location affects the shelter's effectiveness. Clearly, there was a deeper meaning to that. When in doubt, ask the hive mind. The chat system had 3 channels: World, Zone 666, and Friends. I clicked into the World channel first. The top right corner showed the number of online users, 10 billion. Same as the total population of Earth. Anyone here? Hello. I'm still in the middle of pooping. Didn't even wipe before getting dumped in this desert. What the hell is this? Mom, Dad, where are you guys? Messages flooded past so quickly I could barely make anything out. Still, I sent my own. I, an extraordinarily handsome gentleman, hereby declare, call me Daddy and I might just send you all back home. Then I switched to the Zone channel, which had about 100,000 people active. Haha, I'm Qin Shi Huang. Send me supplies, and I'll promote you to General. What's your talent, guys? I'm a lumberjack. I get a 20% boost when chopping wood. I'm Eagle Eye. I can see further than most people. But I spawned in a forest, so all I see are trees. Useless. Quick reminder. If you haven't set up your shelter yet, get on it now. It's already late afternoon. Nighttime is extremely dangerous, Those without a shelter won't survive. Nobody knows exactly what happens, but trust me, you don't want to find out. I checked the time. Sure enough, 2 p.m. But something else caught my attention. First, it seemed like everyone from Earth had been transported here. Second, there were limits on chat messages. You could send 3 per day in the World channel and 10 in the Zone channel. Closing the chat window, I quickened my pace. Currently, I was in a dense forest. Tall trees surrounded me on all sides. Building a tree house seemed like the safest option, but none of the trees around here stood out. They were tall, sure, but too ordinary. Since the system hinted that location matters, there must be a trick to it. After about 20 minutes of searching, I came to an abrupt stop. Before me stood a massive banyan tree. Its trunk was so thick that a dozen people would struggle to wrap their arms around it. Its gnarled branches were blackened and iron-hard, as if forged from metal. The whole tree stood tall and silent, not a single leaf in sight. Yet, it showed no signs of collapse or decay. Withered, but unbroken. There were no other trees or bushes immediately around it. Only a bare circle of flat ground. I stared at the tree for a few seconds, then activated insight. Name: Withered Banyan Tree. Tier 1. Description: a tree spirit that failed to advance to the next stage. It is steadily losing its life force. Failed to advance. Slowly losing its vitality. I didn't overthink it. I selected the banyan tree as the base for my shelter and confirmed the placement. A radiant beam of light descended from the void, bathing the entirety of the withered tree. When the glow faded, the result wasn't the treehouse I expected. Instead, a single wooden door was embedded into the side of the banyan's trunk. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior had been completely hollowed out, creating a space of roughly 50 square meters with a height of nearly 4 meters. The floor was perfectly flat. Wooden planks creaked slightly under my footsteps, grounding me in the moment. At the center of the room, a small fire crackled, its orange flames dancing softly. In one corner, there was a pile of supplies: a stone pickaxe, a stone axe, 2 bags of bread, and a bottle of water. I glanced at my interface. Shelter: Withered Banyan Treehouse. Level: Tier 1. Existing structures: campfire. Upgradable: workbench. Upgrade requirements: 300 wood, 100 stone. Tier 1. Most in the chat? Still stuck at Tier 0. I couldn't help the smirk tugging at my lips. A lead is still a lead, even if handed to you on a silver platter. My stomach growled, breaking the moment. I walked to the corner, tore open one of the bread bags, and ate it with a few gulps of water. The bread had a plain, compressed taste, neither sweet nor salty, much like emergency rations. The water was cold and refreshing, with a crisp clarity that felt almost too pure for a place like this. Outside, the sky was growing dim. After eating, I sat on the floor, opening up the chat interface again. The flickering fire cast my shadow against the wooden wall, swaying faintly with each movement. Have you guys built your shelters yet? Yeah, finished earlier. I figured anyone still out there without one is probably freezing their ass off already. Bro, there's something scratching at my door. What do I do? Dude, don't mess with me. Are we getting monsters on the first night? Maybe check it out. What if it's a cute girl? You could get lucky. Don't you dare open that door. I was scrolling through the chatter when the system's voice echoed in my head, clear and monotone. All surviving players have now established shelters. Starting from tonight, you will have 3 protected days as part of the novice safety period. During this time, your shelters are completely secure and immune to powerful threats. 7 days from now, you will face your first challenge. Stay alive, weak humans. The chat exploded. Even the guy worried about the scratching sound was now making jokes. I shut off the interface and lay back on the floor, staring at the wooden ceiling above me. The fire was steady, radiating just the right amount of warmth. Outside, the wind whispered through the barren branches, its muffled hum blending with the occasional sharp crackle of the fire. I went over my plans for tomorrow in my head: scout the terrain, locate a water source, search for edible plants, and test out this so-called nature affinity ability. Somewhere in the middle of those thoughts, sleep claimed me. This world doesn't ask where you came from. It only asks if you can survive another day. I woke before dawn. The fire had nearly died out, leaving only a few glowing embers in the ashes. I sat up and rummaged through the corner, pulling out the last bag of bread. Tearing it open, I ate it mechanically. It was so dry it scraped my throat, so I downed some water to wash it down. That was it. The food was gone. The water was nearly finished too. Faint gray light filtered through the cracks in the door. I got up and pushed it open. Cold air flowed in, carrying the earthy scent of soil and morning dew. The forest was still waking up, with only the occasional chirp of birds in the distance. Beyond the trees, the canopy layered itself like waves, the topmost branches gilded with the pale gold of a rising sun. With the stone axe in hand, I stepped out from the treehouse into the unknown. It's much cooler outside than indoors. I rubbed my arms and opened the weather section on my device. Today's weather, sunny. Temperature, 59 to 72 degrees Fahrenheit, 15 to 22 degrees Celsius. Daylight hours, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. 8 hours. Not a long stretch, but enough to explore the surrounding area. I came here yesterday from the south, passing through a landscape that was nothing but similar-looking trees. The north, east, and west are bound to be more interesting. I decided to head north first. I'd still have time to check another direction on my way back. Gripping my stone axe tightly, I started walking north. The forest paths weren't easy to traverse. The ground was layered with thick, soft leaves. Beneath them were hidden roots and loose rocks that made every step precarious. I advanced slowly, testing the ground with each footfall, staying alert for any unseen threats. Before long, the forest grew denser. The trees' crowns blocked most of the sunlight, dimming the ground below. That's when I heard a faint rustling to my left. I froze, gripping my axe, and turned toward the sound. It was a squirrel perched on the branch of a pine tree, a gray-brown fluff with a bushy tail curled up behind it. Its beady black eyes were fixated on me. Half of a pine cone was clutched in its mouth, puffing its cheeks out like tiny balloons. I held still. I recalled my skill called natural affinity and its sub-ability, communicate. I had thought about how to use it the night before, but the system hadn't provided any specific instructions. I tried focusing my attention on the squirrel. Nothing happened. I tried again, this time concentrating harder and mentally forming my words. Hello. The squirrel tilted its head. It spat the pine cone into its front paws and let out a quick chirp chirp. I froze in shock, because I understood it. Its tone carried a mix of curiosity and caution as it asked, "What are you? Why do you smell good?" I crouched down to make myself smaller and cautiously replied, "I'm a human, but that's not important. Do you know where I can find water nearby?" The squirrel actually seemed to understand. It set down the pine cone on the branch, swished its tail twice, and gestured ahead with one small paw. "There's water up ahead, but big things are often there." With that, it picked up the pine cone, darted up the tree's trunk in a few quick leaps, and vanished into the branches above. I stayed crouched for several moments, processing everything. I'd actually communicated with the squirrel. Standing up, I brushed the fallen leaves off my knees, unable to stop the grin on my face. This ability was more useful than I'd anticipated. From now on, I could just ask nearby animals about what was around. I continued heading north. The trees gradually thinned out, revealing a stretch of open sky. Slowing my steps, I took cover behind one of the tree trunks and peered ahead. A creek stretched across the clearing, about 10 or 12 feet wide. Its pace was slow, and I could clearly see the smooth pebbles lining the bottom. Low shrubs along the banks were sprinkled with tiny white flowers. I didn't see the big things the squirrel had warned about. I waited for a couple of minutes, scanning and listening, just to be sure. Animal activity prompted me to quickly step forward, crouching by the creek to open up the insight window. Name: creek water. Grade: common. Description: clean freshwater, safe for drinking. However, excessive direct consumption may have adverse effects. Weak humans, beware. Alright, drinkable water. That solves the problem of hydration. As for the second part of the description, what the heck was that supposed to mean? I cupped my hands, scooped a handful, and took a sip. Now, here's the issue. I don't have a proper container to store the water. The only thing I had was the empty bottle left from the system-provided starter water, way too small and not enough capacity to stockpile any real amount. I needed to find something larger. Otherwise, I'd have to make trips back and forth every day, which would waste time and increase risks. I took a few more gulps of water, then started walking back, choosing a different route this time. I avoided the soft, leafy ground, instead sticking to a path with exposed tree roots. About 5 minutes in, I noticed something shiny in the bushes up ahead on my right. I stopped in my tracks, gripping my stone axe tightly as I cautiously moved closer. Peeking out from the bushes was a corner of what appeared to be a metal surface, square, with sharp, defined edges. A treasure chest. Excited, I pushed the branches aside to reveal the whole thing. It was a black and gray box, neatly wedged between the bush roots. Roughly 30 centimeters in length, width, and height. Name, Iron Treasure Chest. Grade, Tier 1. Description, can yield 2 to 4 items ranging from common to Tier 1 quality or a single Tier 2 item. Finding a treasure chest might make you slightly stronger, but you're still a noob. Ignoring the last comment, I mentally chanted, "Please let it be good stuff," and opened the chest. Inside were 3 glowing orbs. Name, Healing Potion. Grade, Tier 1. Description, suitable for both internal and external use. Heals minor wounds. Hopefully, you won't need to rely on it anytime soon. Tier 1 Healing Potion. My eyes lit up. Starting from scratch in a new world, even something as simple as a cold could be life-threatening. This potion was essentially a life-saving talisman. Name, Flower Bed Scroll. Grade, Tier 1. Description, when used, creates a flower bed that can accelerate the growth rate of regular plants by 30% and Tier 1 plants by 10%. Another gem. With this, as long as I could get a hold of seeds, I wouldn't have to worry too much about food supplies in the future. Name, Charcoal Crafting Blueprint. Grade, Common. Description, allows you to produce charcoal from wood on a workbench. Burns longer, generates higher heat, and produces no smoke. This one was just okay. Might come in handy or could probably be traded for wood. 3 items, 2 Tier 1 plus a blueprint. Even the chest itself could now double as a water container. What a haul. I neatly stashed everything into my system inventory. Each survivalist has 5 inventory slots, with 1 slot able to hold 1 type of item. Stacks can go up to 99 units per slot. After emptying the chest, I headed back to the creek, filled it up with water, and made my way back to the shelter using the same path. Thankfully, there weren't any other incidents along the way. Stuff. By the time I pushed open the door to the treehouse, it was already noon. In this world, luck is a rare guest. But I've come to understand something. Luck never knocks on the doors of those who just sit around waiting for it. When I got back to the treehouse, the sun was directly overhead. I tossed my box and other random items inside, took a swig of water, and headed straight out, toward the east. The eastern side wasn't much different from the north, except the trees were more sparsely spread out. After walking for about half an hour, I stumbled upon a patch of wild kiwi vines. The vines were wrapped around a fallen dead tree, loaded with fruit. These kiwis were larger than my fist, their fuzzy skins dense with hair, most ripened to the point where their skins were soft and yellowish. Name, Wild Kiwi. Grade, Common. Description, juicy fruit, can be eaten directly. I plucked one and split it open. The flesh inside was green, and juice dripped down my fingertips. I took a bite sour. But after the sharp tang, a hint of sweetness lingered. Not bad. Without a bag with me, I opted to stash them into my system space one by one. There were far too many to pick them all. I specifically went for the ripened ones until I had plucked 52 in total. The rest were too high up, and climbing wasn't worth the risk. On my way back down, I spotted a chest lying beneath a tree. Rubbing my sore legs, I made my way over to it. This time it was wooden. Name, Wooden Chest. Grade, Common. Description, can hold 2 to 4 common items or 1 first-tier item. I silently muttered a command and lifted the lid. 3 glowing orbs appeared. The items were more mundane than those I'd found earlier in the day. 1 thick cotton coat, a dagger with a blade roughly 15 centimeters long and a wooden handle. It looked sharp enough. And a pack of compressed biscuits. No markings or text on the packaging, very similar to that bread I'd found in the morning. I grabbed the dagger first, testing it on the wooden chest by making a few cuts. It was good enough for basic cutting tasks. I tucked it into my belt, then shook out the heavy coat. It weighed about 2 to 3 pounds and fit nicely. After storing it all away in the system space, I checked the time. It was already after 3 p.m. I figured it was best to head back. Retracing my steps, I returned to the treehouse as nightfall approached. The panel showed 4:15 p.m., giving me about half an hour before dark. I dropped the kiwis beside the campfire grabbed my stone axe, and circled around the treehouse to gather deadwood. After roughly 20 minutes, I had amassed a decent pile. I set aside the thicker branches and stomped them into manageable lengths. Next, I went to gather some stones. Someone in the chat channel had mentioned that a certain number of small stones could be synthesized into 1 unit of stone material. The ground was littered with rocks everywhere. I picked the larger ones. It wasn't until there were only 5 minutes left before nightfall that I finally returned to my shelter. Even though it wasn't officially 6 p.m. yet, I could feel something in the dark outside watching me. A chill ran down my spine. Thankfully, the hard work had paid off. I managed to synthesize 1 unit of stone material. I threw a few thicker branches onto the fire. The flames leapt higher, bathing the room in warm light. The temperature started to rise, and that creeping chill subsided. Sitting cross-legged, I began tallying up the day's haul. Pressing onward. A pack of compressed biscuits, 52 kiwis, a case of water, a dagger, 1 unit of stone, a blueprint, a scroll, and a potion. I picked up a single kiwi, peeled it, and took a bite. Still sour, but it's way better than the bread I had this morning. One after the other, I devoured them. Full now, I pulled out the garden scroll and used it just to the right of my front door. Quickly, the ground swelled to reveal a 1 square meter plot of soil. Shame I don't have any seeds yet. I'll leave it be for now. Tomorrow's going to be another grinding day. I opened the chat channel to check on how the others were holding up. I'm dead tired. Why is this stupid wood so hard to chop? I'm starving. Does anyone have food to spare? Why don't you go find some yourself? What are you doing here begging? You think I don't want to? I woke up in a freaking desert. Same here. 1 minute I'm with my girlfriend. We just got out of the hotel, and I'm about to experience my first time, and the next, I'm stranded in some grassland. Is it possible this game's trying to tell you something? Like, maybe you've already been played. Did anyone else's shelter upgrade today? You kidding me? My tiny wood shack needs 100 units of wood and 50 units of stone. I chopped for an entire day and barely got 60 units. Lucky you. I'm on a barren mountain with hardly any trees. After smashing rocks all day, I only racked up 40 stone. My back is killing me. As the chat went on, the topics spiraled further and further away. The internet never fails to deliver peak nonsense. Next, I switched to the trading system. It was even messier than the chat. The economy had completely collapsed. People were offering a pickaxe for 3 days' worth of food, 10 milliliters of water in exchange for a single unit of wood, and even bartering clothes for a bite to eat. There were a few reasonable trades too, thankfully. I found someone swapping wood for food and clicked on their profile. Their real name and photo appeared on the screen, Zhang Shi. I messaged them, "Wild kiwis bigger than your fist." Interested, they immediately replied, "Yes. How many are you offering?" After some quick mental math, day 1, most people were busy chopping trees or mining stone and hadn't secured food yet. Prices for rations were sky high. I threw out a fair number. 1 kiwi for 3 units of wood. Deal, deal, deal. I'll take 10. Got that many? I do. Let's trade. I listed 10 kiwis and received 30 units of wood in exchange. With another 20 units, I could build a workbench. Then I'd start producing charcoal, which I could flip for even more wood. The snowball was beginning to roll. I decided to put another batch of 30 kiwis on the market, each priced at 3 units of wood. Afterward, I continued browsing. There was a lot of good stuff. Medical bandages, a tear, 1 iron sword, tear, 1 chainmail. But what really got my pulse racing were 3 tear, 1 white fragrant rice seeds being traded for food. I immediately contacted the seller. "Hi there, how much for 1 white fragrant rice seed? Are they still available? Got just 3 left. 1 seed for 2 meals. Jiaizhou. That's too expensive. No matter how precious the seeds are, they're not guaranteed to grow. How about I trade 3 seeds for 10 wild kiwis instead?" I attached a picture. Deal. I cradled the 3 seeds as if they were my own children, carefully making my way to the garden. I planted them gently, watering each spot with care. Thinking of my innate ability, I instinctively transferred a touch of energy to the seeds. Within seconds, a wave of exhaustion overwhelmed me. Clutching my waist, I staggered over to the fire pit and collapsed beside it. Just as I was catching my breath, all 30 kiwis were gone, traded in no time. Gritting my teeth, I strained to prop myself up and used 50 units of wood to craft a workbench. Name: Workbench. Level: Basic. Description: used to craft items. Requires crafting scrolls to unlock recipes. Currently able to craft basic to tier 2 items. Craftable items: charcoal, 1 unit of wood. Stone axe, 1 unit of wood plus 1 unit of stone. Stone pickaxe, 1 unit of wood plus 1 unit of stone. For now, this was all I could make. I loaded up the workbench with 30 units of wood to produce charcoal. Glancing at the time, I saw it was already 10 p.m. Feeding a few branches into the fire, I laid down to sleep. Morning came without me even realizing it. Outside the shelter, the sound of birds chirping greeted the day. I had been awake for a while, sitting cross-legged on the ground, munching on a compressed biscuit. Casually, I pulled up the weather panel. Today's weather: sunny. Temperature: 55 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit, 13 to 20 degrees Celsius. Daylight hours: 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. The temperature had dropped, and daylight hours had shortened. Was this going to change daily, or was there some hidden cause? For now, I couldn't spare the mental energy to ponder it. Getting up, I headed to the garden to the right of the shelter's entrance. The white, fragrant rice seeds I planted last night had already sprouted. They'd pushed through the soil with 2 tiny, green leaves. Between my innate skill and the accelerated growth properties of the garden, the seeds had germinated overnight. I crouched down, tempted to infuse a bit more energy into the saplings. But after a moment's hesitation, I decided against it. The memory of yesterday's extreme exhaustion was still fresh, and I needed to head out today. Walking back to the workbench, I found that the 30 units of wood had turned into charcoal. I listed 20 units for trade. Each unit of charcoal for either 2 units of wood or 1 unit of stone. I'd already worked out the pricing. Wood and stone were typically valued at a 2-to-1 ratio. Stone was harder to gather and less common. Compared to raw wood, charcoal, burned longer, produced a hotter, smokeless flame. Trading 2 wood for 1 charcoal was fair. Once the listings were up, I tucked a knife into my belt, grabbed my stone axe, and pushed the door open. Today, I planned to trek westward. Like everywhere else, the west was dominated by tall, clustered trees with dense undergrowth and a blanket of dry leaves underfoot. I moved cautiously, wary that something might emerge from the bushes or fallen leaves. After moving through a tangle of shrubs, I spotted a few low branches dotted with tiny, bright red fruit no larger than a fingernail. Name: berries. Level: basic. Description: slightly quenches thirst and satisfies hunger. Edible. I picked all the ripe ones, collecting a total of 115 berries. Just as I was about to head further into the woods, the bush beside me rustled abruptly. I froze, gripping my stone axe tightly. The tree shook slightly, and out emerged a small, shadowy black wolf. It only came up to my knees, with jet black fur covering its entire body. It limped on one of its hind legs, moving unevenly, with several bite marks marring its form. Its fur, matted with dried blood, clumped together in strands. When it spotted me, it stopped in its tracks and let out a low, pained whimper. It seemed to sense something about me, and step by step, it cautiously moved closer, like it was seeking help. I understood its intent immediately and instinctively activated my ability to assess it. Name: Nightshade Wolf. Level: Tier 1. Description: Nightshade wolves are naturally Tier 1 creatures adept at stealth and nocturnal travel. Their combat capabilities double at night. Even in their juvenile form, they can effortlessly rip apart common prey. My heart warmed slightly at the sight, but I kept a calm expression on my face. Slowly, I crouched down, placing my stone axe on the ground. Looking at it, I spoke softly. "You're hurt. Do you need my help?" "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." Its ears twitched, and it let out 2 small yips. Strangely, I understood their meaning. "I trust you. Your scent, it doesn't lie." A talent like this truly is extraordinary. I edged closer before gently reaching out to touch its head. It flinched, instinctively shrinking back. I didn't rush it, pulling my hand back instead and taking out a bottle of the healing potion I had prepared yesterday. "Your leg is wounded," I told it, shaking the potion lightly. "I have medicine for that. Stay still. Trust me." The little wolf glanced at the bottle, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and obediently laid down on the ground. I slowly applied the potion to its injured leg. The wound wasn't too deep, just a small chunk of flesh torn from the edge, with the blood already dry and crusted. Judging by the marks, it had been bitten by another wolf. After treating its leg, I dabbed the remaining potion on its other bite wounds. To my amazement, the moment the salve touched, the wounds began to heal visibly. I reached out to stroke its head again, and this time, it didn't pull away. "All done," I said gently. "Give it some time, and it'll be completely healed." It turned and licked my fingers with its slightly rough, warm tongue, then gave a low growl-like sound. "Can I follow you?" I got cast out. I can't go back. I was momentarily stunned, then let out a soft laugh. "Of course you can. My home isn't far from here. Come on, I'll take you with me." It gave my fingertips another lick before standing up. Its leg now moved without any sign of injury. I instinctively reached out to pick it up, but it playfully dodged me and took 2 steps forward. Then it turned back, calling out as if urging me to follow. Grabbing my stone axe, I trailed after it. The little wolf led the way, moving at a relaxed pace. Every now and then, it would glance back to make sure I was close. After about 10 minutes of walking through some low underbrush, it stopped in front of a fallen tree. Beneath the exposed roots of the dead wood was an iron chest, similar to the one I had found yesterday. Though it was covered in ash and grime, it had a faint black-gray sheen that glimmered through the dust. The wolf placed its front paw on the lid of the chest and barked twice. "I can't open this one. You give it a shot." Overjoyed, I gave it a playful rub on the head, and it responded by rubbing against my hand affectionately. Name: Iron Chest. Level: Tier 1. Description: can contain 2 to 4 items ranging from common to Tier 1 rarity. Items, or a second-tier item. Open the lid. 4 glowing orbs. The first, 2 pieces of meat, each weighing 1 kilogram, with a faint silvery sheen. Name: Beast Meat. Tier 1. Description: meat from a certain Tier 1 beast. Consuming it can enhance physical strength. The second, a blueprint. Name: Health Potion Crafting Blueprint. Tier 1. Description: unlocks the recipe for a basic health potion. Can heal minor injuries and works for both internal and external use. Materials needed: 50 milliliters of clean water, 10 milliliters of tree sap, and 10 milliliters of beast blood. The grade of the potion depends on the materials used. Right after finishing a potion, I find a blueprint for one. Picking up the little wolf, I gave it a big kiss on its head. "You're amazing. Stick with me, and we'll live the high life together." The third, a quilt, neatly folded. Grayish-blue fabric, weighing about 10 pounds. No more sleeping on the hard ground anymore. The fourth, an old friend. A scroll for crafting a Tier 1 flower bed. What a haul. I stored everything into my space. 2 pieces of meat, some berries, the quilt, the scroll, plus the treasure chest, making 5 items in total. I kept the blueprint for the potion firmly in hand. The little wolf was still crouched nearby, its tail lightly sweeping against the ground. I looked at it, crouched down, and patted its head. "Come on, let's head home." Standing up, I began walking with it trotting obediently at my feet. One human, one wolf, side by side heading back. By the time we reached the shelter, it was nearly noon. I stored away the haul, added 2 pieces of charcoal to the fire, and set up the beast meat to roast. The aroma slowly filled the air. The little wolf was lying on the side, its tail lazily sweeping the ground every now and then. I reached over to pat its head. "Let me give you a name." It raised its eyes to look at me, letting out a faint hum in response. "How about Xiaohe? Simple and easy to remember." It turned its head away, clearly displeased. "Your refusal is invalid." "That's settled, Xiaohe." When the meat was done, I sliced half of it with my knife and passed it to the little wolf while I ate the other half. But halfway through, a surge of warmth spread from my stomach to my limbs, filling me with energy. I was already full. Looking over at Xiaohe, it had already finished every last bit, yet its sharp eyes still looked as lively as ever, showing no signs of any unusual effects. "Want more?" I held up the remaining portion. It shook its head. I stored the leftover meat for dinner. Now came the real moment of significance. I placed my palm gently on Xiaohe's forehead, my fingertips glowing faintly with the warmth of nature's essence. Speaking softly, but with every word deliberate, I said, "Xiaohe, I want to forge a symbiotic contract with you. From now on, we'll walk this journey together. You protect me, and I'll protect you. We'll share life and never betray each other." As the words fell, a gentle green light began to form in the center of my palm. It was the power of a child of nature. I did not force. Gently, I transferred my thoughts over. Little Black trembled slightly, but didn't shy away. In its dark silver eyes, a faint glimmer of light emerged. It sensed the pure energy, void of danger, only filled with reassurance. In the next instant, a green glow seeped into its body through the center of its forehead. A nearly invisible mark flickered briefly on both my wrist and its forehead. Symbiotic pact established. A faint yet distinct connection was formed between the wolf and me. I could feel the profound sense of calm in Little Black's heart. It seemed to have suddenly understood something. It nuzzled against my palm and dropped all of its defenses. That afternoon, I took Little Black north to collect water, bringing along 3 chests and empty water bottles. I also intended to gather sap from medicinal-grade trees. Returning to the stream I found yesterday, I filled the 3 chests with fresh water and stored them in my spatial inventory before beginning the search for first-tier trees. However, aside from the ancient banyan tree I used to construct the shelter, I couldn't find any others. Without first-tier tree sap, brewing a first-tier healing potion was out of the question. I activated Insight, scanning tree by tree. Common, common, still common. Time slipped away minute by minute. By 3:05 p.m., there was just over an hour left until sundown, and I was still empty-handed. Reluctantly, I decided to call it a day. Thankfully, it wasn't a complete waste. I managed to collect 4 Qinglan flowers along the way. Qinglan flower. Tier. First. A pale blue flower with a crisp, cool fragrance. It can repel poisonous insects and miasma in the forest and purify the air. On our way back, Little Black suddenly started glancing left and right, barked twice, and darted off to the right. I hurried to catch up. It was standing under a peculiar short tree, staring at me with its head tilted back, looking rather proud of itself. I activated Insight. Jade Spirit Fruit Tree. Tier. First. A first-tier spiritual plant. Its fruit can heal minor ailments and slightly enhance physique and spirit. Joy surged in my heart. Usually, people rely on their pets for assistance, but here I am, having my pet lead the way. The tree was only about as wide as a thigh and less than 3 meters tall, with deep green leaves edged in a subtle silvery glow. 5 fist-sized pale green fruits hung from its branches, emitting a faint luminescence. I picked the 5 fruits and stored them away. Next, I emptied a bottle of ordinary tree sap, pulled out my dagger, and made a small, inconspicuous cut on the tree's trunk. Clear sap slowly oozed out, carrying the slightly bitter scent of vegetation. Carefully, I held the bottle against the cut, collecting drop by drop. When one section was done, I moved on to another. After about 20 minutes, I had extracted roughly 200 milliliters in total. Looking at the tree trunk scarred with shallow cuts, I suddenly felt a pang of guilt. By 3:40 p.m., I was sprinting back with Little Black. By the time we made it to the shelter, it was already 4:20 p.m., and sweat was soaking my back. Close call. But today's haul was abundant, all thanks to Little Black. Darkness. I patted its head and began organizing the spoils of the day. First, I spread a blanket by the fire pit. Then, I went to the workbench to unlock the healing potion recipe, set up a new flower bed to plant the azure windflower seeds, and lastly, roasted the meat. The leftovers from lunch went to Little Black. While waiting, I opened the trading system to check on the sales of charcoal. I had listed 20 units, but only 7 had sold, bringing back 10 units of wood and 2 units of stone. 13 units remained on display, completely ignored. Unread messages had piled up, though. Every single one was about the charcoal. Hey bro, can you lower the price on charcoal? How about a 1-to-1 trade? You've got so much, why not give me some for free? I didn't reply to a single one. The pricing was fair, why bother explaining myself? I flipped to the regional chat channel. Same old chatter. Chopped trees all day, my hands are full of blisters. Thought someone said there were treasure chests? Haven't seen a single one. All I found was an iron axe. Guess it chops a bit faster, that's it. Losing my mind over here. Then, something different popped up. Zhao Yu. Guys, so many people have disappeared in just 2 days. I'm planning to start a mutual aid group. Help each other out internally, trade at low prices. Here's what I've got. Tier 1 Vine Armor Blueprint. Tier 1 Iron Sword Blueprint. Tier 1 Shelter Shield Blueprint. DM me if you want to join. That's when I noticed the player count in the corner of my screen. 94,053/100,000. And in the global chat, in just 2 days, 600 million were gone. The beginner's protection period hadn't even ended. 600 million. The number was too vast, too abstract to picture. It left only a hollow chill in my chest. Survive. That's the only thing that matters now. I shut the chat window and tossed another lump of charcoal into the fire. Patting Little Black's head, I decided to use my skill to accelerate its growth. Don't move, and don't be scared. It let out a soft chirp and nodded. A green energy flowed from my palm into its body. Moments later, the familiar drained feeling hit me. I grabbed some roasted meat and started wolfing it down. Little Black, on the other hand, looked more lively than ever, its eyes glowing with energy. Strangely, I managed to eat nearly half the roasted meat this time and felt slightly better afterward. I tossed the rest to Little Black. I was just about to use the skill on those 3 seeds and then get some rest when something exploded on the world chat. A pinned message appeared, probably from some special item. Attention, everyone. The first disaster in 7 days has been confirmed. Extreme cold. Stock up on fuel and warm materials immediately. At first, no one believed it. But the message was from Qin Jinghua, the Dragon Nation leader, and was soon corroborated by other global leaders. In an instant, every chat channel erupted. Extreme cold? How cold? No idea, but enough to kill you. Guess I better. Stock up on wood like your life depends on it. How can anyone live like this? Wood upgrades, heating demands, food trading, it's madness. You're complaining? My desolate mountains just rocks. Not a single stick of wood in sight. The trade board flipped into utter chaos. Charcoal, with its high burning point and long-lasting flames, shot up in value. The handful of listings already posted were swiped clean in an instant. Prices doubled. The exchange rate climbed. 1 unit of charcoal now went for 4, even 5 units of wood. I listed my remaining 7 units of charcoal, adding to the total 20 available on the board. I didn't raise the price. Within minutes, it was all gone, traded for 10 units of stone and 20 units of wood. People were still chasing after me. Do you have more? So I set up a little production line, turning wood into charcoal, posting it for trade, selling out, and starting the process all over again. By the end, my production speed couldn't even keep up with the demand. Taking advantage of this booming trade, I started shopping too. By day 2, the board was starting to dry up. Still, I managed to snag 1 bag of regular wheat seeds, 1 basic crossbow with 20 bolts, 500 grams of salt, and 50 milliliters of standard beast blood. On a normal day, I wouldn't have been able to afford half of that. But now, a few chunks of charcoal, and it was mine, shopping satisfaction, maxed out. Then, something caught my eye. It made my heart skip a beat. A tier 1 clovine seed. With that, my shelter's defenses would be on an entirely different level. But the seller had a specific request, medicinal supplies. I messaged them immediately. I have basic healing potions. Will those work? The reply came back in seconds. Seemed they were desperate. Chenming, basic ones don't cut it. I've tried. Do you have anything stronger? I'll trade everything I have for it. I paused, considering. At this point, no one knew each other's location. There was no harm in sharing details. I can craft it, but I'm missing the ingredients. If you can get them, we've got a deal. Tier 1 healing potion recipe.jpg. Chenming, what do you need? Tell me, I'll find it. If you can make it, everything I own is yours. 10 milliliters of Tier 1 beast essence. Meanwhile, in a Tier 1 underground cave elsewhere, a burly man in his mid-30s stared intently at the screen, anguish written across his face. Beside him, a pale elderly woman lay motionless, her breathing faint. The moment he saw my reply, he gripped the old woman's hand tightly. Mom, hold on. There's hope. We're going to save you. Chenming, I have it. I do. Add me as a friend. I'll send it to you. Wait, you could gift items through the friend system? I had no idea until now. As soon as I accepted the friend request, Chenming directly sent over 50 milliliters of Tier 1 beast essence. Without wasting a second, I paused my charcoal production and switched gears to brewing healing potions. It wasn't long before I was done, with 4 additional extra bottles made just in case. It's ready. Let's trade. Ming. Awesome. Thank you so much. Sending over everything now. Keep talking. Before I could respond, a ton of supplies had been sent over. 5 units of Tier 1 beast meat, 10 units of regular beast meat, Tier 1 clawvine seeds, plus a large stash of basic resources. Seeing all this beast meat and hides, it's clear the other party's strength must far exceed mine. They could squash me like a bug without a second thought. But I didn't take everything. I only kept the clawvine seeds and all the Tier 1 beast meat. This alone was already a massive gain for me. I grew up in an orphanage, receiving kindness from countless strangers. That support continued until I graduated college. Afterwards, I became a forest ranger and decided to live alone, with no plans to start a family. Even so, I've always held on to that kindness in my heart. But kindness isn't a bottomless pit. If you're soft-hearted toward malicious people, it'll only come back to hurt you. I've learned that lesson the hard way. You don't have to send so much. Take the rest back. You need to survive too. Ming. All right, I'll take it back for now. This favor? I won't forget it. Without your potions, my mom wouldn't have made it. Your mom? Why are you and your mom together? Ming. No one explained it on your side, huh? Anyone over 70 or under 16 gets randomly bound to a relative. They also get more basic resources than people who are alone. Makes sense now. Out of everyone, you've traded me the most beast meat and hides. Could we make this a long-term thing? Ming, no problem. If you run out of meat, just say the word. I could bring you some every day. That said, a word of caution, Tier 1 beasts are already pretty strong, way beyond what normal people can handle. I only managed to take them down because of some skills and natural talent. Thanks for the heads up. Let's keep it as fair trades for now. Gotta go for now. Ming, got it. I need to tend to my mom too. I closed the chat, feeling a sense of clarity. Ming must have a combat-related talent. Only the second day, and he's hunting Tier 1 beasts. Meanwhile, I'm still far too weak. Time to step it up. I processed all the remaining wood into charcoal and put it up for trade, then planted the wheat seeds and clawvine seeds in the garden. The 10 wheat seeds were scattered evenly, while the clawvine was planted alongside the white fragrant rice. Clawvine. Grade. Tier 1. An offensive magic plant. Its main vine is as tough as a python and can attack targets within 3 meters. The end splits into 3 claw-like tips, sharp as daggers, capable of tearing, grabbing, or constricting enemies. The white fragrant rice had already grown taller. Looks like it's about to start heading. 9:45 p.m. I used my ability to channel natural energy into the white fragrant rice and the clawvine. Once done, I felt completely drained again, my lower back sore, my legs barely supporting me. I shuffled over to the fire pit, leaning heavily on my side. After stoking the fire with a few lumps of charcoal, I collapsed onto the blanket. Little Black was already fast asleep. I reached out to stroke its head before I too fell into a deep slumber. In the darkness, it opened its eyes, gave my hand a quick, gentle lick, then closed them again, resting peacefully. Before dawn, I woke up from the heat. As I opened my eyes, I found myself face to face with an enormous wolf head, inches away. My chest felt hot, and I was sprayed in the face with a gust of warm air. Startled, I pushed away forcefully and stood up abruptly. Little Black woke up too, letting out a couple of low whines, looking at me with a pitiful expression, almost as if asking why I pushed it. Only then did I realize. It was Little Black. But it wasn't this big yesterday. Overnight, it had grown to the size of a medium-sized dog. I was shocked. After just 2 meals of Tier 1 beast meat, plus my inherent ability boosting it, it grew this fast? My talent, it's definitely unusual. Little Black trotted over, licking my hand as if to signal that it was hungry. I added a few pieces of charcoal to the fire, took out some Tier 1 beast meat and salt from yesterday, and began roasting it over the flames. While waiting, I checked last night's trades. All the charcoal I put in the system before sleeping had sold out. I earned 284 units of wood and 104 units of stone. Just 16 more wood units, and I could upgrade my shelter. I quickly crafted another 50 units of charcoal and listed them in the trading system. Meanwhile, there was some progress back in the garden. Clawvines were sprouting, and the white fragrance rice had already formed seed heads. In just a few days, it would be ready to harvest. After taking care of everything, An unpleasant odor hit my nose. I hadn't bathed in 3 days. I definitely needed to rinse off at the stream today. But first, clean clothes. I opened the trading channel and searched for clothes, and dozens of pages instantly loaded. Thicker clothing was outrageously expensive. A basic cotton jacket went for 100 units of wood. I settled for 2 hoodies, 2 pairs of pants, and 2 pairs of underwear, spending just 40 units of wood. By then, the roasted meat was ready. I channeled a small amount of energy into Little Black using my talent. This time, I consciously controlled the output, and though my face turned slightly pale, I didn't become as weak as before. It seemed I was learning how to manage the flow of energy better. 1 piece of roasted meat went to Little Black, while I kept the other for myself. Since using my talent consumed energy, I ate the majority, leaving the rest for it. With its current size, 1 piece of meat wasn't nearly enough anymore. After the meal, I bit into one of the jade spirit fruits I had picked yesterday. The moment I took a bite, a gentle energy rushed down my throat. Compared to the beast meat, it felt much milder. By the time I finished it, my mind felt noticeably more clear. Morning broke. As usual, I checked the weather forecast. Today's weather, overcast. Temperature, 50 to 61 degrees Fahrenheit. Daylight hours, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The temperature was steadily dropping, and daylight hours were shrinking as well. Just as I was preparing to head out, the cold, mechanical voice echoed through my mind again. After today, the beginner protection period will end. You will face a harsher survival environment. To aid in the transition, today's treasure box spawn rate has been increased. Face the challenges ahead. Do not cling to false hope. Fight to survive, weak survivors. The voice faded. I stood still for a moment and glanced at the chat channel. Then I grabbed my new clothes, tucked a dagger into my waistband, and gripped my stone axe. In hand, I brought along Little Black. First, I needed a bath. Then I'd search for the treasure chest. I'd been to the stream to the north twice before. The path was familiar. It took just over half an hour to get there. The stream was so clear that you could count the pebbles at the bottom. I scanned the area, no other creatures in sight. Instead of wading straight in, I stripped off my clothes and crouched at the edge, using my dirty clothes as a towel to wipe myself down. Little Black splashed about in the water, flicking it on me now and then, earning a soaked face. When I was done, I changed into clean clothes. The old ones were too tattered and filthy, so I just tossed them aside. Just as I was about to leave, the bushes across the stream rustled. Little Black immediately lowered his body, staring ahead with focused intensity, a growl rumbling low in his throat. I tightened my grip on the stone axe in my hands. From within the bushes, a deer stepped out. It was larger than a typical spotted deer, with a coat of light brown fur adorned with moon-white markings that shimmered faintly under the overcast sky. Its antlers had 4 branches, each tip illuminated by a subtle white glow. It walked up to the edge of the stream, looking at me and Little Black with calm, observant eyes. Behind it, 7 more deer emerged. A herd. I focused my instincts toward the lead deer, activating insight. Name, Moon-spotted deer. Level, Tier 1. Description, a gentle, herd-dwelling species of deer. Moon-white markings emit a faint glow at night. Led by 1 stag. Its meat is edible, and its antlers have medicinal properties. I didn't move. Instead, I directed my thoughts toward the stag. I'm just here to bathe. I mean no harm. The stag's ear flicked, and suddenly, a soft, clear voice sounded in my mind. There's a strong aura of nature around you. I'm not worried about you, but rather that wolf by your side. So that's it, I thought. Patting Little Black, I said aloud. This is Little Black. He's my companion. He won't harm you. Stop baring your teeth. Sit down. Little Black shot me a hangdog look, but eventually sat obediently. I turned back to the stag. Do you know of any dangers in the area? Seeing my friendly demeanor, the stag seemed to relax slightly. In measured tones, it replied. The east belongs to the Tsonglin tigress, a pair of adults with some cubs. To the south are forest wolves. The west is the territory of the Shadow Owl clan. As for the north, there's something far stronger there. I dare not venture too deep, so I can't say for certain. My expression shifted slightly as I processed this. The stag added calmly. It's an unspoken agreement here, no fighting by the stream. You have nothing to fear while you're here. I calculated quickly in my mind. Based on Little Black's injuries, It was likely the forest wolves that got to him. But with so many predators around, it struck me as strange that I hadn't encountered a single one on my way here. Was it just luck? Or was something preventing them from reaching me? Unable to make sense of it, I reached into my system inventory and pulled out a handful of berries I'd gathered the previous day. Approaching the stag carefully, I placed the berries on the ground a short distance away. Thanks for the info. Consider these as a token of my gratitude. If you ever find yourself in trouble, I've built a tree house not far south. You can find me there. Once I'd spoken, I stepped back and began preparing to leave in search of the treasure chest. The stag bent its head to sniff at the berries before beginning to eat them. The deer glanced back and let out a call. A few fawns bounded over, crowding it for food. Thank you for your kind gesture. Its voice came from behind me. If that day ever comes, I hope you'll take in my clan. They, too, will aid you. I turned and nodded in reply. With Little Black at my side, I slowly walked away. Some encounters are destined for goodbyes. After taking a shower, I didn't head back to the shelter. Instead, I took Little Black along to search for treasure chests. With him around, my efficiency was much improved. I no longer needed to stay on high alert. Those lupin eyes of his were far keener than mine. We searched until around 3 p.m. before a tired, yet satisfied man and wolf returned to the treehouse. Today's haul, 3 treasure chests. It was the biggest bounty since the start. In the morning, we found the first wooden chest partially buried beneath a pile of pine needles under an old pine tree in the southeast. It was so well hidden it would have been nearly impossible to spot without a thorough search. In the afternoon, Little Black sniffed out another wooden chest in a fern thicket to the west and an iron chest under an upturned tree root to the northwest. Every single chest was found by Little Black. It had absolutely nothing to do with me, his supposed master. What's even more infuriating was the insight description for one of the items. It had a backhanded compliment aimed at me, which made my face twist in frustration. On the way back, the more I thought about it, the more stifled I felt. I started picking up rocks and flinging them around, furiously kicking at pebbles on the ground. Ding! A soft chime rang out. My eyes lit up as I dashed over to the source of the sound. Sure enough, hidden within the bushes was another treasure chest, an iron one this time. I triumphantly scooped up the chest and turned to Little Black. With a smug tone, I declared, "See? Finding treasure chests is easy for me. I was just testing you earlier, pretending not to do anything. Don't get cocky now." Then, holding up the chest, I addressed the air around me with mock arrogance. "Hey Blackie, say something. Don't you love barking? Look at this. Come on, bark like you mean it." I activated Insight to confirm. Name, Iron Treasure Chest. Rank, Tier 1. Description, contains 2 to 4 normal to Tier 1 items or a single Tier 2 item. To my relief, the annoying compliment from earlier was mercifully absent this time. I magnanimously waved my hand. "Glad you came to your senses." Little Black had been giving me a "you're an idiot" look the entire time, occasionally shaking his head. It was 3:30 p.m. now, with only half an hour left before nightfall. I stacked the 4 chests neatly by the fire, 2 wooden chests, 2 iron ones. Adding a couple of pieces of charcoal to the flames, I didn't rush to open the chests just yet. First, I retrieved the 50 units of charcoal I had hung out in the morning to trade. They brought back 80 units of wood and 10 units of stone. Current resources, 314 units of wood, 114 units of stone. More than enough to upgrade. I had to complete the shelter upgrade before night fell. Clicked Upgrade. Materials sufficient. Confirmed to upgrade shelter. Confirmed. A glow surrounded the treehouse. Within seconds, the newly upgraded shelter appeared before me. Its area expanded from 40 square meters to the space expanded to 60 square meters, with not much change on the surface. But the real surprise lay deeper inside, a spiral wooden staircase leading to a newly added second floor. The second floor was the same size as the first, but it was empty, somewhat dim, and eerily quiet. I decided to check the stats. Shelter, Withered Banyan Treehouse. Level, Tier 2. Area, 64 SQ meters, 2 floors. Existing facilities, campfire, workbench. Expandable facilities. Workshop, 100 wood upgrades the workbench, speeds up crafting, and allows production of higher tier items. Bathroom, 50 wood, 20 stone enables washing up and taking care of hygiene. Kitchen, 50 stone, 50 wood includes a hearth and an iron pot, perfect for cooking. Storage room, 150 wood, 50 stone offers 10 slots. Each slot can stack 9,999 identical items. Animal pen, 150 wood, 150 stone allows the raising and taming of animals, speeding up growth and increasing breeding rates. Farmland, 250 would boost crop yield and growth speed. Upgrade requirement, 2,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 500 iron. Wow, that's a whole bunch of new builds, and every single one of them seems super practical. It finally feels like survival just got a bit easier. But on the flip side, the upgrade materials have also doubled, and now there's iron in the mix. Guess upgrading before the first disaster strikes is off the table. Alright then, let's open some loot boxes. I started with the 2 wooden chests to ease into the mood. From both, I got 6 ordinary items. A 10-pound cotton blanket, a pair of thick cotton pants, a pair of snow boots, 500 grams of salt, a pack of chili seeds, 10 seeds, a basic beast taming scroll. I stared at the loot pile for a moment, speechless. I mean, starter items? They definitely felt like starter tier stuff. Oh well, the blanket and pants will help with the cold, salt and chili will spice things up, literally. And the taming scroll? Well, it's practical for taming animals, I guess. Next, I moved on to the 2 iron chests. This time, I couldn't help but yell, "Whoa, golden legendary." Here's what I pulled. Item, plant nutrient. Tier 1. Description, increases growth speed of ordinary plants within 1 SQ meter by 80%. 30% for Tier 1 plants, 10% for Tier 2. Finally, some good luck. Item, ancient tree bark armor blueprint. Tier 1. Description, can be crafted using 5 units of bark and 2 units of vines. Armor quality depends on material tier, ranging from ordinary to Tier 1. Provides enhanced defense and can be sacrificed for one-time healing upon destruction. Item, Everwarm Stone Platform. Tier 1. Description, maintains a stable temperature within a specific range, warm in winter, cool in summer. Item, Insulated Cotton Coat. Tier 1. Description, offers moderate insulation from external cold, keeping you warm. Isn't this the very box I found on my own? Seems like fate. Item, Spatial Backpack. Tier 1. Description, a backpack infused with spatial energy. Provides 5 slots, with each able to stack 99 of the same item. Pretty solid loot, huh? Name, iron. Grade, common. Quantity, 10 units. Description, alongside wood and stone, it's one of the basic materials, but more rare. Haha, I can't take this anymore. I'm really less useful than even a lousy wolf. After reading that, I clenched my teeth and muttered to myself, just let me find out who wrote this, and I swear I'll make them regret it. That said, the stuff is genuinely good. The plant nutrients will be perfect for the white fragrant rice and claw vines. I've been craving some real rice for ages. The Everwarm rock platform and insulated cotton jacket, both essential to withstand the cold. And the space backpack? A lifesaver. It solved the constant headache of my system storage running out every time I leave the base. As for the 10 units of iron, treasure chests are everywhere now, way more than I could ever need. Just a few left for water storage will suffice. I dismantled 4 iron treasure chests and got 8 units of iron back. They've already mentioned this in the chat channel. Dismantling treasure chests gives you back the corresponding materials. Make the best use of everything doesn't oppose avoiding waste. It's actually lesson 1 in the survival handbook. After finishing up, my companion, Little Black, barked at me a few times, clearly annoyed. Only then did I remember. I had promised to make it a good meal tonight, but instead, I got caught up laughing at myself and ranting out loud for half the day, completely ignoring it. Sorry, Little Black, I forgot. I quickly put on an apologetic grin. Let's get some meat roasting right now, all you can eat. It finally nodded, satisfied. I took out the remaining 3 pieces of first-tier beast meat, set them over the fire, and sprinkled a little salt. While waiting for the meat to cook, I opened the chat, and as soon as I did, I saw a message from Chun Meng, who had sent me 2 more pieces of first-tier beast meat. Chun Meng, hey little Chun, sorry for the late delivery. It's been a hectic day. I'll send stuff earlier from now on. Just let me know if you need more. The timestamp showed it was sent half an hour ago. At the time, I was busy upgrading my shelter. Me, Thanks, Brother Chun, but a deal's a deal. I can't just take it for nothing. Meng, you saved my mom. I owe you more than that. And back when you knew I was desperate for medicine, you didn't jack up the price like others were doing. You even swapped back some of my things afterward. With that kind of character, this is well-deserved. I paused and thought for a moment, then replied, fair is fair. If you've got loads of beast meat, that means you probably deal with a lot of beasts too. This might come in handy for you, but doesn't do much for me. I casually sent him a standard beast taming scroll. Meng, appreciate it. If you're ever short on food or hit with trouble, don't hesitate to reach out. A weight lifted off my chest. Me, got it. All right, back to work for me. Meng, take care. This whole interaction left me feeling like I had made a true friend in the midst of the perilous Sanluo continent. The meat was done by then. I used my ability to give Little Black a small boost of energy, then grabbed a piece and dug in. On the other side, Little Black was looking absolutely delighted as it tore through its portion like a storm. Before long, we had finished the meal, but we still weren't completely satisfied. With no better option, I reached for the beast meat that Meng had sent, sat 2 pieces on the fire, ate half a piece myself, and gave the rest to Xiaohei. It swallowed everything, then stared at me with that, I'm still starving look. 3.5 pieces, 7 pounds of meat. Are you a wolf or a bottomless pit? I can't afford you anymore. I pointed at it, totally at a loss. Xiaohei ignored my words and continued staring at me unfazed. Reluctantly, I prepared to beg Meng for more meat. But just then, a familiar mechanical voice abruptly rang out. Surviving Seekers, we trust you've adapted to the world of Sanluo. At midnight tonight, the novice period will end, and tougher challenges await. Listen carefully to the following announcements. 1. At midnight, combat power, resources, and shelter will all be comprehensively evaluated. The global top 10,000 will be placed in Tier 1, the top 1 million in Tier 2, the top 10 million in Tier 3, the top 100 million in Tier 4, the top 2 billion in Tier 5, and all others in Tier 6. Rewards will vary by tier. 2. Some Seekers have not encountered threats during the novice period. This is because the areas you inhabit are excessively dangerous, and the system has shielded you from the surroundings. After the novice period, the shields will be removed. 3. Tomorrow, mist will descend. Shelters will have areas designated as mist-free, light mist, and deep mist zones. The higher your shelter's level, the larger the safe zone. Come nightfall, all areas outside your shelter's territory will become deep mist zones. The mist conceals unknown dangers and suppresses all creatures, including Seekers. Do not venture out unless absolutely necessary. 4. High-level resources and treasure chests will refresh tomorrow. Finally, survive at all costs. Remember, this is a hell for the weak and a paradise for the strong. The announcement ended, leaving the entire Sanluo continent in silence. I quickly calculated. The first point is about rewards, and honestly, I'm curious to know where I rank among humanity right now. The second point clears up a mystery that's been rattling in my mind. I should have encountered danger in such a risky zone, but it turns out it wasn't luck. The system had been protecting me. Looks like starting tomorrow, I'd better be ready to fight. Points 3 and 2 are similar, upping the survival difficulty significantly and for everyone. Exploration becomes limited, while danger multiplies. As for point 4, that one's easiest to understand. Still, I'm really curious about these so-called higher-level treasure chests. What could they possibly look like? A thought flashed through my mind. The system isn't going to make things easy for any of us. From here on out, survival will only get tougher. The chat channel blew up immediately. What is this mist? We just caught a break, and now they're cranking up the difficulty. The extreme cold hasn't even hit yet, and now they're throwing mist at us? Guys, I might just call it quits here. I'm with you. Count me in too. Don't give up. Yeah, it's harder, but there are rewards. I'm telling you, I'm definitely in. First tier. Try to please me, and maybe I'll reward you with some treasures. Believe he's first tier, or trust me as the Qin Emperor? Long live the Emperor, long live. Why is the trade system almost empty? Who just bought everything in one go? Evaluation is coming. Everyone's pulling their good stuff off the shelves to make a last push, huh? In the global chat, leaders from various countries were hoarding wood, stone, and critical resources en masse. Clearly, everyone was aiming for the rankings. I couldn't be bothered to linger on that and instead checked how many people were left. What I saw made my chest tighten. 6 billion disappeared last time, and now it's over 20 billion gone. And in the span of just one day, another 10 billion wiped out. Are we survivors? Or are we just waiting to die? If we're survivors, then where on earth is salvation? I slapped myself hard. Whatever happens, happens. No use overthinking things. Just then, Little Black dashed up to me, giving me 2 annoyed taps. Was I forgetting something again? I hadn't forgotten. It's just that everything worthwhile in the marketplace was pulled off the shelves. All that's left now requires wood and stone to trade, and I have none of that. Asking Brother Chin again, the bit of courage I managed to muster dissipated. I'm feeling a little self-conscious here. But meeting Little Black's gaze, I clenched my teeth and opened a private chat with Chin Ming. Me. Sorry, Brother Chun, could I trade for some more Tier 1 beast meat? Regular meat would work too if there's none available. Chin Ming. Yesterday I traded you 5 pieces, and I just sent over 2 more. You already finished it all. Me. I don't eat that much. I have a pet, and it's a real heavy eater. Chin Ming. Ah, I see. I'll send over 2 more today. Tomorrow I can give you a bit extra, but with the evaluation coming up, I hope you understand. Me. No worries, I'll trade you healing potions for it. Thanks to the beast blood you gave last time, I was able to make a few more bottles. Chin Ming. I'll take the potions then, just in case my mom falls ill or something. 2 pieces seem too little. I'll give you 5. Me. No need to send extra every day. Let's stick to fair trades. In the future, I can always trade beast blood with you for potions if you need. Just let me know. Chin Ming. All right, if you insist. Sending the meat over now. Me, got it. I've sent you the potions. Let's gear up for tonight's evaluation. Chin Ming. Sounds good. Take care. With the beast meat in my inventory, I finally managed to sit back as Little Black stared at me expectantly. I lit a fire. From tomorrow onward, things are going to get even more dangerous. While roasting the meat, I glanced at it. If you keep eating like this and refuse to contribute, you're going vegetarian, got it? Little Black lifted its head, raised a paw, and patted its chest as if vowing, tomorrow, you'll see this wolf in action. Rolling my eyes, I ruffled its head. What a show-off. Acting all high and mighty. Keep it up, and you'll be asking for a beating. Here, just eat. Ignoring me, it dove into the food. At last, I'd managed to satisfy the bottomless pit. Although it devoured almost 4.5 pieces, that's 9 pounds of meat, for just one meal. Still, it wasn't even 9 o'clock yet, still too early for the evaluation. I decided to organize my resources and give it my all. First, I hauled the ever-warm stone platform up to the 2nd floor. The 1st floor had the fire pit, so the 2nd floor would officially be designated as my bedroom from now on. Next, I planted chili seeds next to the wheat crop. Afterward, I unlocked the design blueprint for ancient bark armor on the workbench. Taking a look at the required materials, I opened the trade system to search. The valuable items had long since been wiped out by others, leaving only ordinary vines and basic tree bark, both of which required food to trade for. Gritting my teeth, I exchanged the last of my berries and half a pack of compressed biscuits for 10 units of bark and 4 units of vines, just enough to craft 2 sets of standard ancient bark armor. I placed the materials into the workbench and began crafting. Item name, ancient bark armor. Tier, common. Description, lightweight and form-fitting, boosts defense and reduces damage taken. Everything was in place. All that was left was to wait until noon. Feeling bored, I opened the chat system, intending to stir things up while the activity was at its peak. 2 hours left, I can't wait. Wait for what? Acting like you'll secure a first-tier spot, huh? Guys, once I make it big, I'll carry you all. Hey dudes, anyone want to trade supplies for my used thigh-highs? For real? I'll give you a bundle of wood for them. What level's your shelter? This evaluation's probably going to be based on that too. Haven't leveled it even once. Found a wooden crate, but it didn't have anything worthwhile in it. Mine's up to Tier 1. Got a couple Tier 1 items too. I think I can make it to the first rankings. Feeling a little itchy to join in, I jumped into the conversation. Me. Listen, guys, I'm betting I'll definitely make it to the first tier. If I don't, I'll eat shit. If I do, you'll eat shit. Dude, you trolling? If you want to eat some, just say so. Bruh, get help for that brain of yours. If you're so desperate, I'll serve you up something fresh. At 11 o'clock, something suddenly hit me. I could still use my talent to speed up the plants I'd already sown. If it worked, it might actually give me an edge to raise my rank. No sooner thought than done. This time, I poured natural energy directly into the sprouting vine that had already grown a segment. Gritting my teeth, I held on longer than before, though I made sure to leave a little energy in reserve. My hard work paid off. Right before my eyes, the vine shot up to 30 centimeters, its appearance undergoing a remarkable transformation. Name: Split-leaf vine. Tier 1. Description: mutated through the infusion of natural energy. The vine develops intricate wood grain, significantly increasing its durability. Maximum attack range extends to 5 meters. Its claw fingers split into 5 sharp, bladed leaves capable of powerful cutting attacks imbued with a natural edge, delivering greater damage. It loses its ability to entangle foes, but the leaf blades can be launched to slice targets up to 30 meters away, regenerating after each shot. Excitement surged through me as I quickly formed a contract with it. The moment the contract was complete, a sharp pounding sensation filled my head. It seemed 2 Tier 1 contracts was my current limit. As I waited, time slipped by bit by bit. Finally, the clock struck 12. Amid the anticipation of all the survivors, a mechanical voice echoed right on time. Congratulations on surviving the beginner's phase. Now, a comprehensive evaluation will commence. A test to determine whether you are but a grain of sand among the multitude, or a stronger soul rising from the dust. Assessment begins now. As the voice fell, nearly 6 billion shelters across the world were enveloped in a blinding light. I lay beside the bonfire, the glow of the flames reflecting off my pale face. Yet my racing heartbeat and clenched fists betrayed my nervousness. 1 second, 1 minute, 5 minutes. Then, finally, the results arrived. My eyes widened, fixated on the transparent screen before me. I let out a long breath. The words Tier 1 were reflected in my pupils. Survivor: Chun Guichin. Evaluation Tier 1. Rewards: 1. Tier 2 Building Blueprint times 1. 2. Tier 2 Resource Scroll times 1. 3. Silver Treasure Chest times 2. 4. Chat System Name upgraded to gold color. Claim rewards. I was stunned, truly blessed. It's all Tier 2. I've never even seen a Tier 2 item before, and now there's so much at once. My heart felt like it was about to jump out of my chest. Claim. Happiness struck me so suddenly I could hardly process it. I tossed the 2 scrolls into my system inventory, then turned to Pat Xiaohei, who was giving me a look like I'd gone insane. Scram. Tonight, I'm sleeping with these treasure chests. Xiaohei glanced at the silver chests, then at me, and rolled over to the far side of the chests without hesitation. I didn't rush to open them. Instead, cradling my deep joy, I closed my eyes. I'd save the thrill of opening them for tomorrow. It wasn't just me. None of the survivors had ever encountered Tier 2 items before. During the beginner's phase, the system had sealed all Tier 2 and higher items, along with stronger creatures. At this moment, every Tier 1 survivor was likely celebrating with uncontainable excitement within their shelters. Elsewhere, in a cave lined with animal skins and bones and a floor stacked with grains, Qin Meng stared with trembling hands at the rewards he'd received. Beside him, his mother looked at him with pride. Suppressing his elation, he opened his friend list. Chun Guichin's name stood out, glimmering in gold. Qin Meng, we both hit Tier 1. That's amazing. I'm going to see what I get first. Later, I'll share the details with you. Sadly, I was already fast asleep and couldn't immediately respond to the joy he wanted to share. For some, it was a night of celebration. For others, despair. In a 10-square-meter wooden shack, a young man sprawled lazily on the floor, glaring bitterly at the wooden box in front of him. What kind of crap is this? A lousy wooden box as my reward? I was doing just fine at home, and then you drag me to this godforsaken place to suffer? And to top it off, not even letting me stay with my parents? Unbelievable. Muttering his complaints, he couldn't even bother opening the box and instead just rolled over and went to sleep. The night went on. I was jolted awake in an instant. In my dream, my 2 silver treasure chests and pair of self-selection scrolls had vanished without a trace. Heart racing, I sat up and darted a look toward the campfire. There they were, the two silver treasure chests lying neatly side by side, completely untouched. I quickly checked my system storage as well. The scrolls sat exactly where I left them. Only then did I let out a long-held breath, though my heartbeat was still unsteady. Should I open the treasure chests first or use the scrolls? I hesitated for a moment, then decided to start with the chests. The scrolls allow me to choose my reward, but treasure chests are random. There's always a thrill in taking a gamble. Silver treasure chest, Tier 2, contains 2 to 3 items of Tier 1 or Tier 2 quality. Legendary drop, let's go. I mumbled under my breath and opened both chests at once. A burst of light exploded outward. Life necklace, Tier 2, gradually restores mental energy, reduces mental attacks, and provides partial immunity to mind control. Contains a Tier 2 healing spell that can be activated manually, 24-hour cooldown. A solid item. I already have ancient bark armor for physical protection. Now, with this for mental defense and some added healing, my survival chances just skyrocketed. Moonlit Dew times 3 Tier 2. A single drop can speed up the full growth of Tier 1 plants within a 1m radius overnight and accelerate growth of Tier 2 plants by 50%. Also has curative properties to hasten recovery. Perfect for ripening crops or enhancing plant-based weapons. I'll save at least one dose as an emergency last resort. If basic medicine ever fails, this might be the thing that keeps me alive. Rapid growth banyan seed times 5, Tier 1. Grows 3 feet daily, forming shade within 3 days, with dense foliage. However, it requires fertile soil, and planting too many will deplete the land's nutrients. Banyan bark could replace ancient bark for crafting armor. But this soil dependency issue, that's critical. I'll need to figure out how to get my hands on some fertilizer. Shelter protection barrier, Tier 2, one-time use. Creates a barrier centered around your shelter, lasting 30 minutes, and capable of blocking incoming attacks. Another lifesaver. Why does it feel like I'm slowly turning into a turtle? But then again, so what if I'm a turtle? If it keeps me safe, I'll wear my shell proudly. Forest Whisper soft boots, Tier 1. Greatly increases movement speed and enhances foot protection. Beast nutritional supplement, 1 liter, Tier 2. Meets daily dietary needs and boosts growth for animals. Daily dosage, 50 milliliters for ordinary animals, 150 milliliters for Tier 1, and 500 milliliters for Tier 2 creatures. After seeing the last item, I immediately reached out to ruffle Little Black's head. At least now I don't have to worry about you eating me out of house and home. The wolf pup groggily opened its eyes to glare at me, its expression asking, "What's wrong with you now?" Next, I pulled out a Tier 2 building self-selection scroll and activated it. 6 glowing spheres appeared before me, each representing a different Tier 2 building option. Spiritual Plant Cultivation Room, Tier 2. Enhances plant growth, increases yields, and provides a chance for evolution or mutation. Stealth Detection Tower, Tier 2. Breaks stealth. Tier. Automatically scans a 500-meter radius for life forms and attacks. Stealth techniques below Tier 2 cannot evade it. Healing Sanctum, Tier 2. Stabilizes and heals both physical and mental trauma, calming the body and mind. Gravity Room, Tier 2. Adjustable to a maximum of 30x gravity, ideal for honing physical strength and pressure tolerance. Nature Cabin, Tier 2. Provides an optimal habitat for natural beings and boosts their growth. It can generate, absorb, and transform natural energy, transferring it to the creatures within the cabin, with a chance to induce mutations. Usable exclusively by those recognized by nature. Enchantment Altar, Tier 2. Grants one-time elemental enchantments, flame, frost, or lightning, on weapons or armor. Lasts for 24 hours or a specified number of attacks. These are all amazing. I sighed deeply, looking up. System bro, system godfather. Can't I just take them all instead of picking? As always, the system ignored me like I didn't exist. Left with no choice, I deliberated carefully. While the Spirit Plant Cultivation Room had its merits, the Nature Cabin aligned far better with my innate abilities, discarded. The Hidden Breaking Watchtower offered early alerts and defense, but I glanced at Little Black. This guy had innate night vision and instincts for danger, more cost-effective. A companion shouldn't just freeload, right? Discarded. Healing Sanctum? Pretty much pointless with the medicines I already have. Plus, I scored Moonlight Dew recently. It's just me and Little Black, barely a need for it. Discarded. Gravity Room and Enchantment Altar? Both incredibly powerful, sure. But ever since the day I formed contracts with Little Black and Clawvine, I've been steadfast in pursuing a single path, to become a top-tier summoner. So, I picked the option that best matched my natural talent. The Nature Cabin. The glowing orb solidified into a scroll, turning into the Nature Cabin scroll. I then brought out the final item, the Tier 2 Resource Selection Scroll. Yet another 6 glowing choices appeared. Cyanheart Bamboo Grove, Tier 2. Covers 1 acre, includes Cyanheart bamboos, bamboo shoots, and Tier 2 soil. Bamboo can be crafted into items. Bamboo shoots strengthen the body, and leaves enrich the soil. Tranquil Tea Tree, Tier 2. Produces daily tea leaves that calm the mind and spirit, aiding in enlightenment. Dark Steel or Pile Tier 2. Contains standard iron ore, Tier 1 refined iron, and Tier 2 dark steel. Produces daily minerals, but will deplete with overharvesting. Primordial Spring Tier 2. A 10 square meter, half-meter deep pool divided into 3 zones. Outer Zone, standard spring water, 1,000 liters daily. Rejuvenates the body. Middle Zone, Tier 1 spring water with trace amounts of primordial energy, 50 liters daily. Aids growth, healing, and plant nurturing. Inner Zone, Tier 2 spring water with pure primordial energy, 50 liters every 3 days. Enhances mental and physical strength and purges curses. Soothing Grass Patch, Tier 2. Calms the mind and soul and uniquely resists low-tier fog suppression. Ironwood Forest, Tier 2. Covers 1 acre, includes ironwood trees ranging from standard to Tier 2. Ironwood can function as both timber and metal, a dual-purpose material. Ironwood Forest and Dark Steel, or Pile? Too generic, rejected off the bat. Cyanheart Bamboo Grove, soil, bamboo shoots. Food and materials can all have substitutes out. But as for the remaining 3, I want them all. The calm weed is essential for exploring the fog and could bring a fortune at the market. The Serenity Tea Tree helps one reach enlightenment, essentially a cheat code. And the Primal Spring Water? Just reading its description screams its extraordinary nature. I focus intently on them, gradually calming myself. Greed leads to loss. If I must choose, it has to be the one that could save my life now. Exploring the fog is still a long way off. Aside from suppression, there are other threats within the mist. Calm weed isn't immediately useful. The Serenity Tea Tree is only Tier 2, and its path toward enlightenment feels too uncertain. That leaves me with the Primal Spring Water. Instant results, like half a life-saving measure in the early stages. I'll go with it. Rewards claimed. Life Necklace, Moondew Extract, Fast Grow Banyan Seeds, Sanctuary Shield, Forest Step Boots, Beast Nutrition Fluid, Nature Cabin, and Primal Spring Water, all secured in my inventory. After organizing all the rewards, I opened the system to check the weather, only to be greeted by a stream of messages from Chenming. Chenming, we all got first-tier rewards. It feels amazing. I opened my chest first. I'll share with you later. Chenming, Dust Brother, what did you pick? For buildings, I chose a training room. For resources, a Tier 2 bone-tempering cold pool. Oh, and I opened a Tier 2 weapon and a region explorer. Chenming, bro, you there? You didn't run into trouble, did you? Chenming, say the word if you need help. Seeing his messages one after another, I suddenly felt a warmth in my chest. There are still people in this world who care about me. I replied quickly. Chin Guichin, likewise, likewise. Nothing happened. I watched the rewards last night, then went to bed. I've been sorting things all morning and didn't catch your messages. Sorry to make you worry. Chen Guichin, I chose a nature cabin for the building, primal spring water for resources, and opened items like a life necklace and forest step boots. Chenming, as long as you're okay, you seriously gave me a scare. By the sound of it, your luck isn't bad either. I got Tier 2 arm guards and a battle axe, both offensive items. Seems like the system hands out rewards based on your particular style. Chen Guichin, that's probably the case. By the way, there's supposed to be mist today, right? What's it like? Chenming, you'll understand once you step outside. My Tier 2 shelter creates a no-fog zone with an 800-meter radius. From 800 to 1,500 meters, it's a light fog area. What the system mentions is that for Tier 0 shelters, the no-fog radius is 100 meters, Tier 1 is 300 meters, and beyond that is all light fog. Chen Guichen, got it. Chen Meng, be cautious. I ventured into the light fog briefly, ran into a few ordinary mist beasts. Didn't see anything above Tier 1, but I bet they're out there. Chen Guichen, what do mist beasts look like? Chen Meng, they're all sorts of shapes, but the one thing in common, they're made entirely of mist. Regular physical attacks won't work. The only way to kill them is by destroying their core. Chen Guichen, got it. This intel will make my exploration a lot easier. Thanks, Brother Chen. Chen Meng, don't be so formal with me. All right, got it. Back to work. I closed the private chat and glanced at the weather. Today's weather, sunny. Temperature, 10 to 13 degrees Celsius. Daylight, 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's already past 10. I need to move fast. I grabbed 2 jade spirit fruits for breakfast and poured 250 milliliters of nutrient solution for Xiaohei. Once full and satisfied, I stood up and put on my life necklace. A cool sensation spread from my chest, instantly clearing my mind. I donned the bark armor, swapped into the forest breath boots, tucked the dagger at my waist, and slung my bag over my shoulder. Glancing at Xiaohei, I said, "All right, your turn to shine." Xiaohei was already up, shaking its fur confidently, lifting its head like it was saying, "It's all on me." I pushed open the door. It was colder outside than yesterday. A pale gray mist hovered in the distance, like a wall slicing the forest in half. The ancient banyan tree stood in its usual clarity, the fog stopping precisely 800 meters away. Tier 2 shelter, fogless zone radius, 800 meters. Not an inch more, not an inch less. I didn't rush into the shallow mist right away. Instead, I decided to circle the fogless zone, just to see if anything had changed. First, I headed north. At the border, the mist stopped in front of me, gray and immovable, eerily still, no rolling, no spreading. I reached out to touch it. The chill seeped into my fingertips. Bringing Xiaohei along, I stepped inside. Visibility dropped to nothing just 10 meters in, the mist suffocating my sight. But that rumored sense of suppression? Not a hint of it on me. I turned to Xiaohei. "It doesn't feel good in here." It scrunched its nose. "Makes my whole body restless." What's going on? Am I naturally immune to the suppression? Or is my strength so low that I don't even register on the mist's radar? I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. Nah, I'm just that special. Afterward, I checked the other directions. The terrain hadn't shifted much, but the fog walls had locked in that 800-meter boundary around the shelter. Good thing I brought some primordial spring water, or fetching water would have been a nightmare. Wild jade spirit fruit trees and kiwi vines were now stuck beyond the fog. Losing the kiwis was fine, but those jade spirit fruit trees? I need a way to bring those back. However, circling the area wasn't without surprises. Frostleaf grass, Tier 1. Cold-natured leaves capable of neutralizing heat toxins. Can be ground into a paste to reduce inflammation and stop bleeding. I found 3 plants in total and stashed them into my system inventory. Withered vine, Tier 1. Parasitic vine that wraps around trees, draining nutrients and causing death. Perfect material for bark armor, though sadly there's only one. I stuffed it into my backpack. Thankfully, I brought my spatial backpack. The system inventory's almost full. It's packed with healing potions, moonlit dew, 2 scrolls, and frostleaf grass. Might have had to drag all this back otherwise. Once I finished scouting the fogless zone, I returned to the shelter to store my loot and prep for my shallow mist trek. Back at the shelter, I placed the nature cottage on the right side of my base. A flash of light. A brand new building rose from the ground. The cottage nestled between 2 spirit oaks, a 2-story structure. Its walls were made of iron birch wood, with seams packed tightly with living green moss. The roof was overgrown with intertwined live vines, with strands of light purple flowers hanging down. The door, crafted from the heartwood of spirit oak, had a withered vine basket hanging off its frame. 3 stone slabs made up the porch steps, with clumps of rush grass sprouting from the cracks. I took a look at the new house, then glanced back at the old haven of withering and flourishing. Suddenly, my attachment to the old den didn't feel so strong anymore. Then, I turned to look at the grinning little black wolf by my side. Thinking about how this divine little cottage would soon be its new home, my already complicated feelings surged further. My thoughts practically transformed into hands, aggressively ruffling the fur on its head. Little Black froze for a moment, then immediately puffed up. What did I even do? You just ruined this dashing coat of fur for no reason. It was just about to pounce on me for revenge when I interjected, from now on, at night, you're sleeping in there. I couldn't hide the envy in my tone. Its movements froze mid-pounce. Slowly, its attack morphed into a tail-wagging, hand-licking retreat as it trotted back over to me, full of flattery. Nature Cottage, Tier 2. 2 stories. First floor for cultivation, second floor for raising animals. Equipped with spatial power, it may appear to be only 10 square meters outside, but the first floor actually spans 100 square meters, capable of hosting 10 different environments and growing 100 types of plants. The same applies to the second floor. Animals entering are automatically miniaturized, allowing up to 3 environments and space for 30 animals. Generates nature force weekly, though external resources can enhance and accelerate this process. The description was far more detailed now that it was complete, and the more I read, the more tempted I became to just move in myself. Stepping into the first floor, I was greeted by an open grassland. There was no vegetation yet, just a vast expanse of green. When I climbed up to the second floor, it appeared the same. That is, until Little Black stepped inside. In an instant, one corner transformed before my eyes, turning into a dense, shadowy forest. My eyes lit up with excitement. I quickly went to the garden, bringing in the claw vine, frostleaf grass, and blue mist blooms I had planted. The crops had already sprouted a bit, but I didn't dare touch them, didn't want to mess anything up. Once that was done, Little Black and I worked together to install the primordial spring near the left side of the old haven. A flash of light later, a multi-layered, 3-colored water pool materialized. I examined it carefully. Nothing seemed out of place compared to the description. Scooping up a handful of Tier 2 spring water from the innermost layer, I took a sip. Sweet. The moment I swallowed, a gentle warmth spread through my entire body. Back pain? Gone. Joint stiffness? Non-existent. I gave Little Black a taste, too, and the darn wolf became completely hooked. It refused to leave, staring at the spring with pitiful eyes. I sighed, torn, and gave it another round of head scritches. Are you a wolf or a pig? That's enough for now. You can have more tonight. Right now, we've got work to do, I said, patting its head. But let me warn you, if you slack off in there, don't even think about getting another drop, be it Tier 2 or Tier 1 water. Time to enter the shrouded mist zone. For this outing, I finally decided to bring along the brand new crossbow I'd never actually used. There was a clear goal in mind. Head west and check on that jade spirit fruit tree. Before long, we had reached the boundary between the clear zone and the shrouded mist zone. Without breaking stride, I stepped directly into the mist, Little Black trailing closely behind. The moment we entered, a biting chill clung to my skin. The dense fog enveloped my surroundings, leaving visibility limited to just a few steps ahead. I moved cautiously, advancing step by step, marking tree bark with my dagger every few strides to avoid losing my way. I carved a mark on the tree to avoid getting lost. Walking cautiously, everything seemed safe along the way. Just as I was about to carve another mark on a tree, I suddenly noticed a small iron chest wedged between the branches. I climbed up, used my stone axe to knock it down, and stored it immediately into my system inventory. I continued heading toward my destination. The fog was so thick that I lost my way a few times. Thankfully, Little Black, my companion, scented the direction and took the lead to guide us. We were almost there when something unexpected happened. Little Black came to an abrupt halt. Its ears stood straight up, body lowered, fur bristling, and a deep, low growl rumbled from its throat. I immediately raised my crossbow, aiming in the direction it was fixated on. Through the thick fog, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. A few seconds passed, still no movement, no sound. Just as I began to let out a sigh of relief, a chilling sensation suddenly crept up my back, uncomfortably close. I had no time to turn. My mind only managed to question how it had gotten so close without detection. Just as its sharp teeth were about to sink into the back of my neck, a black shadow darted out from the side. Little Black had already clamped down on the fog beast's neck, flinging it aside. But instead of tearing at it like a regular wild animal, Little Black slammed its paws heavily onto the fog beast's chest. Crack! The core of the fog beast shattered. It let out an ear-piercing shriek before dissolving into mist, leaving behind a singular crystal-like fragment. Only after this final blow was dealt did I manage to fully turn around and see what that creature had been. Its face was split open from forehead to chin, the insides crammed with rows and rows of thin, sharp teeth. There were no eyes, no nose, just one grotesque mouth. The grayish fog cloaked its body, which had four thin legs holding it up. I crouched in front of Little Black and stroked its head. Tonight, you can drink as much second-tier spring water as you want. Little Black glanced up at me. It gave a single nod, not even bothering with its usual proud demeanor. Though it was already over, my legs were still trembling. Cold sweat had drenched my back. If Little Black hadn't been there, if it had reacted even half a second slower, even with my life-saving amulet and the armor made from ancient tree bark, I wouldn't have made it. I sat on the ground for a while to regain my strength before picking up the crystal to inspect it. Name: Fog Crystal. Tier 1. Description: a condensed energy crystal found within fog beasts. Can be used to create mist-related items. I tucked the fog crystal into my system inventory, stood up, and continued forward. I had come too close to death, but the mission wasn't over, and I wasn't about to crawl back to the shelter in fear. After 5 minutes of walking without incident, I finally spotted the jade spirit fruit tree. After inspecting it for damage, aside from a few cuts on the trunk, the tree looked healthy. One fruit had matured, so I picked it and started heading back the way I came. I had considered transplanting the tree, but I had no confidence it would survive, and without experience in such matters, I let the idea go. On the way back, we encountered two regular fog ghosts, both resembling wild animals. Little Black handled them with ease. Settling things, I dropped 2 common mist crystals. When I arrived back at the shelter, it was already past 3 p.m. I told Little Black to drink some water on its own, but it somehow sensed that I wasn't in a good state and followed me inside. I added a few pieces of charcoal to the fire, then lay down, replaying in my head the feeling of helplessness I experienced when facing that Tier 1 mist beast just moments ago. That face-to-face brush with death, it still felt like a thorn in my back. Since transmigrating here, my journey had been pretty smooth. Strong talents, a shelter that started at Tier 1, 2 treasure chests opened on the first day, contracting Little Black afterward, meeting Brother Chun, securing top-tier evaluation rankings, and raking in rewards from Tier 2. It was almost too smooth, so smooth that I had forgotten just how much the system had shielded me during the newbie phase. So smooth that I had convinced myself mist was just denser fog, and mist beasts were just slightly tougher wild animals. On the surface, I acted like I was prepared. My strength was closing in on Tier 1. But after living in the peace of my old world for so long, my awareness of danger remained far too shallow. Today, this mist beast gave me a harsh lesson. If not for Little Black, I'd be dead. But it isn't possible for it to stay by my side every single second. If I plan to follow the summoner's path, I can't rely entirely on contracted creatures. I have to grow stronger. Just as I was contemplating, a message popped up. It was from Chun Meng. Chun Meng, how's it going? Have you ventured into the shallow mist zones yet? Me, I did. Came across a Tier 1 mist beast. Barely made it out alive. There was a pause on his side. Chun Meng, good thing you're okay. Keep your mindset steady and be cautious moving forward. I believe that after this hurdle, you'll come out stronger. Me, thanks for the reassurance. I'm fine now. Chun Meng, what's the plan for tomorrow? Me, keep exploring. I've realized something. Strong people aren't made by smooth journeys. Strength comes from pushing through. Chun Meng, makes sense. Glad you figured it out. Be careful, and don't forget to pick up the beast meat I sent you. Me, I'll take it. Thanks. I'll send you something in return later. Do you have any containers? Chun Meng, looking forward to it. I've got blueprints for wooden barrels and wooden cups. If you need anything, I'll make some for you. Me, that's perfect. Can you make me 2 wooden barrels and a few extra wooden cups? I'll trade you the wood later. Chun Meng, 1 unit of wood makes 3 wooden cups. Don't worry about trading. Consider it a gift. It'll take some time to make them, though. I'll hand them over when they're ready. Me, great. Just give me whatever extras you've got for now. The rest can wait. Ming, got it. After closing the private chat, I claimed my rewards. 3 pieces of meat, 1 wooden barrel, and 11 wooden cups. Evening was approaching. I skewered the meat and roasted it over the fire, then went outside to fill the wooden barrel with Tier 2 spring water. I also used a treasure chest to gather Tier 1 spring water. Little Black had already had beast nutrient earlier this morning, so it wasn't hungry. After sipping some Tier 2 spring water and seeing that I'd bounced back, it returned to its small natural dwelling. The house was quiet, now just me inside. I ate the roasted meat and drank some Tier 2 spring water. Satisfied, I was just about to send something back to Ming. Sent some spring water over, and in return, he sent me a wooden barrel and 20 wooden cups. The barrel holds about 30 liters. I've already drunk a bit, and there's still over 20 liters left. I poured out half and gave it to Ming. Then, I posted the same message 3 times in both the regional and global channels. Me. At 6 p.m. tonight, I'll be listing a batch of Tier 1 spring water in the market. The price isn't high, so feel free to buy if you're interested. From now on, it'll be available at this fixed time every 3 days. Time for ordinary grade batches will be random. Spring water image. The moment I posted, both channels erupted into chaos. Global channel. Whoa, a big shot with a golden username. Please let me join your crew. Is this for real? Is it really that good? How much is there? Is it expensive? I'm calling BS. Let me buy some first, and I'll let you know if it's legit. No need, y'all. If anyone's gonna risk this, it might as well be me. I've endured plenty of misery already. What's a bit more? This sounds crazy valuable. Bet the quantity is low, and the price isn't gonna be friendly. Doesn't seem like I'll get to enjoy it. Regional channel. Wait, isn't that the golden username guy who said he'd eat crap last time? Did he really level up to a big shot? I'm in, let me join too. Eating's fine by me as well. Such generosity from the boss, sharing something so good with us. Need a sidekick, big shot? Pick me. Shouldn't stuff like this be shared for free? Yeah, someone as strong as you should help out us weaker ones. Help? Are you serious? How do clowns like you even survive? Go chow down on some crap. Wait, no, you're not worthy of sharing the boss's interests. Better get buried already. I couldn't help myself and left a message too. Me. The amount will stay relatively consistent each day, and the price will be very fair. Oh, and don't forget our bet. Remember to eat, alright? Wait, is this big shot kind of? Kind of what? Say it. Stop stalling. If you've got guts, just spit it out. Fine, I'll say it. He's kinda explosively cool. LOL, nice one. And the chat somehow derailed from there. Ming sent me a private message, probably because he received the batch of Tier 2 spring water I sent over. Ming. Bro, this is way too much, isn't it? Tier 2 spring water and over a dozen liters of it. I just sent you some wooden barrels, cups, and a few chunks of meat. This is me. No worries, I've got plenty of spring water. Take it. Worst case, if I hit rock bottom one day, you can, take me in. Ming. Deal. Rest assured, if you ever need anything, just ask me. I'll always have your back. That said, I'm not gonna let that be an excuse to take advantage of you. I saw your post. Seems like you're pretty set for now. I'll go work on a few more jobs and try to put something together. Good stuff. Just wait and see. Me, really? Alright, I'll be waiting. Ming, you'll be satisfied, I promise. You must be pretty busy now, so let's leave it here for today. Me, alright. I closed the chat system. It was still some time before 6 o'clock. I pulled out the iron treasure chest I found today and opened it. Inside were just 2 glowing orbs. Name, small ally contract. Grade, special. Description, allows you to form an alliance with another person. Both parties cannot harm each other or their respective properties, nor have malicious intent toward each other. Once per day, with the other person's consent, you can teleport to their shelter and stay for up to 12 hours. Name, teleportation scroll. Grade, special. Description, with the other person's consent, allows you to teleport to their shelter and stay for up to 6 hours. I thought my luck was bad, but these turned out to be 2 special items. If I could open these, it means others might, too. The appearance of such items could signify that the system is encouraging survivors to band together and support each other to survive. It seems the road ahead will only get tougher. At exactly 6 o'clock, I prepared around 80 liters of Tier 1 spring water and listed them incrementally. 50 milliliters, 600 portions, 10 units of wood or 8 units of stone, container not provided. 100 milliliters, 200 portions, 20 units of wood or 16 units of stone, container not provided. 200 milliliters, 100 portions, 40 units of wood or 32 units of stone. This batch utilized the 80 wooden cups Chun Ming later gave me, so containers were included. As soon as the listings went live, everything was instantly sold out. People were even messaging me, asking if there was more. None of this surprised me. When I built the Origin Spring, I had already thought about whether to sell at high prices or low. Back on Blue Planet, I had received much help from others, but had also endured bullying. These ordinary survivors in front of me, aren't they just like the old me? By selling ordinary and Tier 1 spring water at low prices, I could lend a hand to those struggling. At the same time, by supplying in volume, I could accumulate resources and build a reputation. Why not do it? As for Tier 2 spring water, that's reserved for trading with top-tier survivors who are ahead in the game. I wouldn't sell it cheaply. After all, I, too, need to keep moving forward. The sheer number of private messages was overwhelming, so I didn't reply to everyone. I only responded to a few survivors with unique trade proposals. The first person was Qinjingwa, one of the significant leaders of Long Nation. Qinjingwa, I appreciate that you're willing to sell such an important resource at affordable prices to help others. On behalf of the people of Long Nation, I thank you. I wonder if you have any additional spring water or possibly higher tier water available. I'd like to trade with you personally. Me, as a member of Long Nation, it's the right thing to do. I'll be listing more ordinary and Tier 1 spring water tomorrow. As for Tier 2, I do have some on hand. What type of trade are you proposing, Mr. Qin? Image of Tier 2 spring water attached. Qinjingwa, don't worry, young man. This is a personal trade offer, and I won't use morals or national interests to pressure you. Instead, take a look at this. How about this? Name, Jade Heart Bamboo Shoot. Grade, Tier 2. Description, refreshing and sweet. It enhances physical strength and mental clarity. Isn't this the Jade Heart Bamboo Grove I had shortlisted as one of my resource picks back then? Looks like even the officials thought this was a top-tier choice. As for why it's not Qinjingwa himself who showed up, it's because his name displays in purple. Me. Sounds good. What's the trade ratio you're offering? Qinjingwa. No haggling. 1 shoot for 3 liters of Tier 2 spring water. How about that? Me. Deal. How many are you looking to trade? Qinjingwa. I've only got 2 for now. If I get more later, I'll swing by again. Me. No problem. As long as you're interested, feel free to reach out. Qinjingwa. Let's add each other as friends. You must be busy with tons of trade requests right now. Me. Sure thing. It's a bit nerve-wracking to chat with someone so high-profile, someone I've only ever seen on TV before. But fortunately, Mr. Qin is very kind and approachable. The next person in line was a foreigner, his name displayed in gold. Viren Gracehill. Friend, since we're both Tier 1 survivors, I trust you have some Tier 2 spring water. Would you consider trading it for this? Name, Shadow Crystal. Grade, Tier 2. Description, a rare dark element mineral, ideal for crafting dark element gear and tools. It can also be consumed by dark element creatures to enhance their shadow power. The reason I got back to him right after finishing up with Mr. Qin was simple. Shadow crystals could help Little Black grow stronger. Me. I do have spring water, but shadow crystal is quite niche in its use. My spring water is far more practical. Image of Tier 2 spring water. Viren Gracehill. Fair point. Let's make it 1 unit of shadow crystal for 1 liter of spring water. Deal? Me. Reasonable. Deal. How many units are you offering? Viren Gracehill. 3 units of shadow crystal for 3 liters of spring water. Me. All right, let's trade now. Viren Gracehill, you're a good guy. I like dealing with you. Let's add each other as friends and keep in touch. I used the remaining liters of Tier 2 spring water to trade for some blueprints, tools, and even set up a few trade appointments with other Golden Name survivors for tomorrow. By the end of the night, here's my total haul. 8,800 units of wood, 4,160 units of stone, 3 units of shadow crystal, 2 jade heart bamboo shoots, blueprints, iron axe, iron pickaxe, wooden barrel, Tier 1 gear, flame fong blade, poison-coated dagger, wine's print leg guards. 5 seeds for tier, 2 crystal radish. 3 tier, 1 flower beds. A couple of new friends. Looking at the huge pile of gear and the mountain of materials stored in my trading system, I couldn't help but grin. Tomorrow, I'll need to prioritize building a warehouse. No way these materials won't overrun my space. Also, got to work on expanding my facilities, exploring the misty borderline areas, and of course, fetching water. So busy. I glanced at the clock. It was already past 8 p.m. First things first, I needed to sort out the new flower beds and seeds. The white fragrant rice was almost ready for harvest, with 3 plants completely occupying their 1 square meter plot. Thankfully, I had already moved the claw vine into the nature cabin earlier. The wheat and chili peppers had grown quite a bit as well. I transplanted the frost leaf herbs and azure orchid flowers into the 3rd flower bed and planted crystal radishes in the 4th. I poured some plant nutrients into the 2nd flower bed, added a single drop of lunar nectar into the 4th, and finally used my innate ability to channel a bit of natural energy into the 1st, 2nd, and 4th plots. Putting a hand on my back, I tossed 2 pieces of charcoal into the fire pit, grabbed my blanket, laid down, and gradually fell asleep. Today's weather, moderate rain. Temperature, 46 to 54 degrees Fahrenheit, 8 to 12 degrees Celsius. Daylight hours, 10 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. First thing when waking up, check the weather. It was raining. Well, there goes the plan to explore outside. Fine. Time to tidy up the shelter instead. I pushed open the wooden door. Cold wind mixed with raindrops hit my face. The forest was shrouded in a hazy rain curtain, all blurry and indistinct. Little Black dashed out of the nature cabin into the rain, charging straight at me. It shook off the water the moment it got close, soaking my face in the process, and then gave me a smug, cheeky look. Smack! I swung my foot on reflex. But this rascal was already ready for it, and dodged with ease. My face darkened. I pulled out a bottle of beast nutrient solution and shook it. You want some? Keep dreaming. Immediately, it started groveling, its tail wagging like a propeller. Dogs. Really no dignity. I poured 250 milliliters for it. In just 2 days, it had bulked up again. Before making breakfast for myself, I did my usual, infused it with a thread of natural energy using my ability. As for me, I only roasted a single piece of meat. Didn't fill me up though. Looks like my body's strengthening, and I might not be far from reaching the 1st tier evolution. Too lazy to roast more food. I just ate the last 2 jade spirit fruits I had left. The wood and stone I traded for yesterday were still sitting in the trading system. I opened the shelter's construction panel and selected Build Warehouse, positioning it to the right, snug against the trunk of the withered banyan tree. A beam of light rose from the clearing, consuming 150 units of wood and 50 units of stone. The light solidified, and soon, a 10 square meter rectangular building of wood and stone emerged. Warehouse, Tier 1. Contains 10 storage slots. Each slot can stack up to 9,999 of the same item. Food stored inside decays at a slower rate. I went inside despite the rain. The space was empty, but to my surprise, I could move items into it with just a thought. I stuffed all my wood and stone inside, taking up 2 slots in total. Back inside the shelter, I went to the workbench and upgraded it. 100 units of wood were deducted. The bench itself didn't seem to change much, but a new 20 square meter room materialized around it. An extended wooden workspace, along with neatly arranged saws, hammers, chisels, and rulers, filled the space. Workshop Tier 1. Production speed plus 30%. Can craft items up to Tier 3 and below. Next up is the bathroom and kitchen. The bathroom is placed on the left rear side of the 1st floor, covering 10 square meters. It's equipped for both toilet use and showering, similar to those on Earth, except the water needs to be manually stored. The kitchen is located on the right rear of the 1st floor, covering 15 square meters, featuring a stone-built stove topped with a cast iron pot, alongside a stone countertop for prep work and chopping ingredients. Standing in the kitchen, I ran my hand over the iron pot. It's been 6 days since I arrived in this world, and finally, I don't have to roast meat directly over an open flame anymore. The 3 rooms are separated by wooden walls, each with a door. Next on the list are the beast pen and vegetable garden. The beast pen won't be built for now. I've got a natural talent for communicating with animals, so I don't really need it for domestication or rearing. I'll keep the space for later. The vegetable garden is set up in front of the primal spring for easy irrigation. It covers 9 square meters of soil, fenced around with a wooden gate at the front. Vegetable garden, Tier 1. Speeds up crop growth, plus 50% for common crops, plus 20% for Tier 1 crops. The shelter from 6 days ago has now transformed entirely. Outside, to the left is a 3-colored pond. In front is the vegetable garden. The natural hut sits to the front right, and the warehouse is directly to the right. Inside, the kitchen, bathroom, workshop, and flower bed occupy the 4 corners. Withered banyan tree shelter, Tier 2. Size, 64 square meters, 2 stories. Current facilities, bonfire, workshop, bathroom, kitchen, warehouse, vegetable garden. Expandable, beast pen. Upgrade requirements, 2,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 500 iron. I glanced at my stocks, 8,230 wood and 4,010 stone. Plenty to upgrade to Tier 3, only short on iron. I'll check out the trading system later today. Once the work was done, the rain still hadn't stopped. Better sort through some supplies in the meantime. Let's start with the flower bed. The white scent rice had ripened. The wheat was heading. The chili peppers had grown quite a bit, and the jade white radishes were starting to sprout their leaves. I harvested the white scent rice, netting almost 500 grams of rice, enough for a few meals. I picked out the best-looking grains and replanted 3 seeds per square meter in the vegetable garden. Next up was the natural hut. The longest split-leaf claw vine had reached 50 centimeters. However, the green mist petals and frost-leaf grass hadn't shown much change. I placed a drop of lunar dew into the soil of the claw vine. "Grow faster," I murmured. A wave of joy and dependence radiated back from the vine. Now, onto item planning. Primary weapon, flaming fong battle blade. Secondary weapon, poison dagger. Armor, wind stalker leg guards. Goodbye, stone axe and old dagger. You've served well. Flaming fong battle blade, Tier 1. Forged from the fangs and bones of flame beasts. On hit, it unleashes scorching heat, dealing fire damage. Poison dagger, Tier 1. Contains lethal venom. You can try licking it, if you're curious. Wind stalker leg guards, Tier 1. Boosts defense and increases movement speed. Remaining supplies included 2 bamboo shoots and 3 shadow crystals. I'll eat 1 bamboo shoot tonight and save the shadow crystals for Little Black, whose eyes are already sparkling with anticipation. It can handle them on its own. Tiny cabin, absorbing the moment. It was still raining outside, and since I had nothing better to do, I decided to treat myself. I opened up the trading system, a Tier 1 vine bed, 10 auto-dimming fluorite lamps, some spices, vegetable seeds, 1 table, 3 chairs, a bunch of bowls and chopsticks, and 50 units of iron, altogether costing me over 1,000 units of wood. I began arranging things. I moved the quilt by the fire up to the 2nd floor and spread it out over the new bed. The fluorite lamps went in various spots, brightening up the 2nd floor. The table and chairs got placed right outside the kitchen. After all, life should have some semblance of decency. As the sky shifted from light to dark, I stepped into the kitchen, lit up the clay stove, and pulled out a piece of Tier 1 beast meat, slicing it into thin strips. From my ring, I fished out a verdant bamboo shoot, peeled it, and cut it into fine strips. Hot oil sizzled in the pan. As soon as the meat hit the oil, a sharp sizzle rang out, and the aroma wafted up. I stirred it until the color changed, tossed in the bamboo strips, sprinkled some salt, and pinched a bit of spice over the dish. The bamboo strips glistened as they soaked up the oil, mixing and tumbling with the meat slices in the pan. Plated it, washed the pan, added water, rinsed the rice, and started cooking. I watched as steam seeped out from the gap in the lid of the pot. 6 days. This was the first proper meal I'd made in 6 days. As the fragrance of rice began filling the air, a private chat message popped up. "Chinmeng. Yo, are you there, bro? Check this out." Alliance scroll. I wiped my hands and clicked it open. It was identical to the one I had found earlier. I sent a picture of mine back to him. "Me? I found one too." Alliance scroll. "Chinmeng, what a coincidence. The system clearly wants us to ally. Out of everyone I know, you're the most reliable. Of course, it's up to you. No pressure. Even if you say no, it won't affect how we get along. I didn't overthink it. Having an ally beats going solo any day, and from our interactions these past few days, his character seemed solid. Even if he was being fake, once we allied, he couldn't harm me. Me, sure. System notification, Survivor Chun Ming has invited you to form an alliance. Do you accept? Accept. A light glided into my body. Alliance established. Daily travels between allies are permitted with mutual consent for up to 12 hours. Allies cannot harm each other physically or financially, nor harbor malicious intent. Chun Ming, it's getting late. I've got some time now, my mom's napping. I'll head over, and we'll talk in person. Me? All right. Ally Chun Ming requests to teleport to your location. Accept. Accept. The space before me twisted, and a hulking figure materialized behind the door. He was taller than I imagined, nearly 6'3", broad-shouldered and burly, wearing a beast-hide vest that barely covered his muscly arms. In one hand, he carried a hide-wrapped bundle. With a build like his, one punch could probably send me flying. He gave me a quick once-over, then grinned broadly. Not bad, kid. Quite handsome, just a little on the skinny side. Thick-skinned, I replied. I'm all right, nothing special. You're looking good, though. Brother Chun, you're even tougher than I imagined. Honestly, your name couldn't suit you better. He grinned, about to respond, but suddenly sniffed the air and turned his head toward the kitchen. The stove was billowing with steam, and the rich aroma of rice and meat filled the entire room. He froze for a couple of seconds. Then his eyes landed on the freshly cooked dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork on the table. His voice shot up. Whoa, look at you living the high life. Rice and stir-fry. How about you join me? I'll steam another pot of rice. Before I could do anything, he clapped me hard on the shoulder. All right, but it better be your treat. Don't you dare take it back. And don't worry, I didn't come empty-handed. With that, he tossed me a package. I placed it aside without opening it and headed to the kitchen to prepare more rice. Brother Chun, take a seat. It'll be ready in no time. No rush. Take your time. When the rice was ready, I brought out 2 bowls and called him over. Dig in. He took a bowl, glanced at the rice, then the dish, and finally sat down. He picked up a bamboo shoot and pork slice with his chopsticks, popped it into his mouth, and chewed. Quiet. He went in for another bite, then another scoop of rice. Damn, this is actually delicious, way better than what I can cook. But these bamboo shoots, these are top tier, aren't they? Second tier, from the Jade Heart Bamboo. Wait, isn't your second tier resource spring water? Traded it. Made a deal with someone you know? Qin Jinghua, old man Qin. You're kidding. The old Qin? You're impressive, managing to hook up with him. Guess I'll have to eat a bit more then. Even as he said that, he kept a steady pace, eating quickly but not excessively. Half a bowl of rice and only a few pieces of the dish. Then he began stacking the remaining food onto his own bowl instead of eating more. Noticing my puzzlement, he explained, Hope you don't mind. I want to save the rest for my mom. She's been roughing it with me these past few days. At least this way, she can have a taste of something good. I opened my mouth to say something, but stopped halfway. In the end, I just nodded and continued eating quietly. He thought I was upset and hurried to make amends. Don't be mad, Dust. It's my bad. I'll just finish it myself if you. I waved my hand quickly. That's not what I meant. There's nothing wrong with showing love to your mom. It reminded me of my mom, is all. He froze for a moment. Then, sorry, didn't mean to bring up anything painful. We fell into silence after that, both focusing on eating without another word between us. It wasn't until I finished cleaning up that I broke the quiet. Brother Chun, you said you had something to discuss earlier? Yeah. Beast dens tend to have treasure chests inside. The stronger the beast, the better the loot. I've already cleared out all the beasts outside the deep fog zone near my sanctuary. Figured I'd swing by and give you a hand cleaning up near yours. You cleared them all already? He reached into his system storage space and pulled out a palm-sized circular device, its surface etched with intricate patterns and a pale blue crystal embedded in the center. A second-tier exploration scanner. Scans a 5-kilometer radius for life forms and marks out their levels and numbers. I took it and examined it. The device's display lit up, showing countless light dots, most of them white. Nearby, there were about a dozen green dots, and further away, a few blue ones. White represents ordinary beasts, green for Tier 1, blue for Tier 2, yellow for Tier 3. Anything Tier 4 or above can't be detected, he explained, pointing. Outside the deep fog zone of your shelter, there are 12 Tier 1 beasts and no Tier 2 ones. I handed the scanner back to him and added, since we're allies, I'll be honest, I can't just hunt animals recklessly. Since you've put it that way, I'll lay my cards on the table. Here's my innate ability. He casually sent me a screenshot. Innate ability, weapon mastery. 1. Proficient in all weapon types. 2. Can imbue different weapons with special effects. For example, enhancing the sharpness and cutting ability of blades and swords, improving penetration for spears and guns. 3. When actively triggered, temporarily boosts physical abilities massively, though it leads to weakness afterward. Wow, that's powerful. Haha, it's alright. Plus, I've already advanced past Tier 1. That fast. Alright, I'll share my ability too. Come on, you really have the nerve to call me strong? Yours is way better than mine. Let's cut the modesty, there's no one else here. I decided. When it's time to head to the Tier 1 Beast Cave, here's the plan. I'll try talking to them first. If we can get the treasure chest without a fight, that'd be ideal. If not, it's all you. I'll have Blackie assist you. He's not here now, but I'll introduce you tomorrow. Sounds good. Alright then. We'll open the chest on site, and whoever it suits gets it. Fair enough. If it suits both of us, or neither, then it's yours, since it's your territory. Thanks for that, Brother Chun. Let's lay everything on the table. I'll start, he said with a grin. My Tier 2 building is a training hall, and my Tier 2 resource is the bone-chilling cold pool. Training hall Tier 2. Training inside becomes far more efficient. You can summon phantom opponents, up to Tier 2 strength, for sparring, gaining combat experience. Bone-chilling cold pool Tier 2. It can temper weapons, increasing their durability and adding frost effects. It can also enhance the body, improving resistance to cold. Now it was my turn. Mine is, after parting ways with Chen Ming, I put today's ordinary spring water up for sale. 600 portions of 500 milliliters each, priced at 20 units of wood, 16 units of stone, or 2 units of iron per portion. Next, I fulfilled yesterday's trade agreement. 20 liters of Tier 2 spring water in exchange for 2 Tier 2 dark nether fruits, 1 bottle of Tier 2 plant nutrient serum, 1 bottle of Tier 2 beast nutrient serum, 1 piece of Tier 2 garden plot, and 3 units of Tier 2 scarlet iron Oregon. The nether fruits and beast nutrient serum were for Blackie. From now on, that guy better put in some serious work for me. Today's weather, overcast. Temperature, 0 to 2 degrees Celsius. Daylight hours, 10 to 1500 hours. As I opened the door, a gust of cold wind swept in, making me shiver uncontrollably. I quickly shut the door and threw on my Tier 1 insulated jacket and cotton pants. There's only 5 hours of daylight. I had agreed with Chun Ming to head out at 11, so we had to hustle. First, I made breakfast, grilled meat, yesterday's stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots, and the last yuling fruit. After finishing, I realized I still hadn't seen Xiaohei, so I headed over to the nature cabin. As soon as I got to the second floor, I froze. There, lying on the floor, was a black wolf the size of a Siberian tiger, radiating intense energy. Name, Shadow Night Wolf. Tier 1. Description: after absorbing shadow crystals, the Shadow Night Wolf, already adept at concealing its presence, has further mastered the ability to slip into shadows and move within them. In just one single night, Xiaohei had grown into this form, almost reaching the verge of Tier 2. My jaw nearly hit the floor, but the next second, I broke into a goofy grin. Such a huge wolf. Does that mean I can ride it now? Xiaohei, still adjusting to its new form, opened its eyes and caught me in the middle of my ridiculous expression. I ignored the look it gave me and tossed it a dark nether fruit while pouring some beast nutritional supplement. If you're awake, get ready to head out with me. We're going out soon. Those 2 dark nether fruits are for you to eat tonight. Right at 11, Chun Ming teleported in. The first thing he saw was me perched on Xiaohei's back, grinning like an idiot. It took him a moment longer to even notice the enormous wolf beneath me and the way it was staring at me. Goei Chun, what the? Brother Chun, you're here. I slid off Xiaohei's back, quickly schooling my expression to something more normal, and gave the wolf a playful kick. This is Xiaohei. He's coming with us today. Ming finally processed the situation and sucked in a sharp breath. That's Xiaohei. I've activated my talent, and even I'd be dead if it slapped me. You're calling this thing Xiaohei? You wow. What's wrong with Xiaohei? It's catchy and easy to say. When we first made the pact, it was small. Oh, but if you think Xiaohei is too plain, how about a formal name? Something cool, like Dark Sky Emperor? The wolf frantically shook its head. Ming buried his face in his hands. Please, just stick with Xiaohei. Let's go already. Fine. I sighed, a little disappointed. Where to first? Ming pulled out a regional scanner and pointed to the screen. Head south, 1.2 kilometers. Largest group in the area, 4 Tier 1 beasts, over 20 regular ones. Then southwest, 3 Tier 1 beasts. After that, west, 2 Tier 1 beasts, 2 regular ones. Finally, northwest. That's the biggest swarm. 3 Tier 1s, with heaps of regulars and numbers too many to count. We'll save that for last. Sounds good. Lead the way. I hopped onto Xiaohei and followed, riding it while Ming led the way with a dark expression on his face. I could tell he was thinking, man, I wish I had something to ride. Before long, Ming slowed down and lowered his voice. Up ahead, that stone cave should be their nest. I followed his gaze and spotted the dome. A few wolves paced back and forth, keeping watch. It was the forest wolf pack. Lowering my head, I asked Blackie, were these the ones that hurt you before? Blackie shook his head, speaking slowly about his past. No. It was a group of foul-smelling wolves that invaded our territory. A fight broke out. Mom and Dad threw me out, and I ran here. Now I can't go back, and I don't know how they're doing. So I had guessed wrong. Sensing his sadness, I comforted him softly. It's okay. I'll be here for you from now on. One day, I'll take you back to visit. Your parents must be safe. I turned to Ming and said, Brother Chen, I'll go ahead with Blackie and talk. You stay outside and be on standby. Got it. Holler if you need me. The moment I stepped out of the bushes, the forest wolves near the den entrance immediately spotted us and let out a piercing howl. Within moments, the entire wolf pack poured out of the den. A massive forest wolf stepped forward, its fur a mix of gray and white, with a missing notch in one ear and amber eyes. It stared at me and said, Nature's ward, what brings you to our domain? I'm here looking for something, which I believe might be in your den. Could you give it to me? What is it? If we have it, I can retrieve it for you. But you must promise not to harm my pack. I promise. I pulled a wooden box out of my spatial storage. It looks like this, though the color may differ. The Wolf King glanced at it, then turned and gave some orders. A few wolves darted back into the den. I've sent my packmates to look for it. If we don't have what you're seeking, I'll ask that you leave. Fair enough. Not long after, a wolf nudged a metal treasure chest out of the den. The Wolf King pushed the chest toward me. Is this what you're seeking? It is. Thank you, Wolf King. To repay your kindness, I'll share some valuable information. A strong cold front will hit in 2 days. I'm not sure exactly how low the temperature will drop, but please be prepared. Thank you for this news. May nature always guide and protect you. One more thing. I wanted to ask you about something. Not far from here, I've sensed the presence of 3 first-tier beasts. What are they? As soon as I spoke, the Wolf King's aura shifted dramatically, becoming low and suppressed. His voice carried a heavy tone. 3 first-tier creatures, dark scourge wolves. They're destroyers of the forest. Their presence taints the land, and they delight in sadistically slaughtering prey, only for the sake of killing. They've murdered 2 of my packmates, but even a single one of them is beyond my power. I can't avenge my kin. If you intend to hunt them, I would be willing to lead my pack to assist you. Destroyers of the forest. I wasn't sure if my abilities would work against them, but from the Wolf King's emotions, I could tell. He wasn't lying. Relying solely on Blackie and Brother Chun might still be a bit risky. After thinking for a moment, I agreed. I happen to be planning to deal with them anyway. That's great. I'll gather my pack right away. No need. That's too many. Bringing 3 tier 1 members of your clan will suffice, I said, finishing my thought as I summoned Ming. The Wolf King gave Xiaohei and Ming a glance, then nodded, following my instructions. I went ahead and filled Ming in on what had just transpired. Incredible. We basically got 4 tier 1 henchman for free, he said with a grin. The Wolf King led the 3 tier 1 forest wolves at the front, clearing the path, while we followed close behind. The journey this time was swift. We arrived in no time. Ahead of us lay a rocky slope, littered with darkened beast bones, their surfaces riddled with tiny, porous holes. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. On the slope rested 3 dark blight wolves. They were smaller than forest wolves by a size, their fur a dry, drab brown like withered grass. Their eyes were a cloudy gray-white, exuding a presence completely unlike ordinary wild beasts, chaotic and violent. For the first time, I didn't feel the usual calm I usually had when encountering living creatures. All I had was one thought: they had to be eliminated. It seemed the Wolf King wasn't exaggerating. The moment Xiaohei caught sight of them, its eyes changed, and its fur bristled as though on edge. I picked up on it immediately. "Are these the ones who attacked your pack?" I asked. Xiaohei's response was clear and affirmative. No need for further words. I signaled Chen Ming, the Wolf King, and the others to strike while the wolves were still resting. In an instant, Chen Ming, the Wolf King, the 3 forest wolves, and Xiaohei each sprang toward a different dark blight wolf. The enemy wolves were alarmingly fast, yet they didn't flee. Instead, they rushed headfirst into the attack. With a low growl from the Wolf King, the 3 forest wolves lunged together. One dark blight wolf twisted sidelong to evade the bites, then whirled on the Wolf King, throwing itself into a vicious grapple with him. But soon enough, the other 3 wolves rounded back to trap it, pinning it down for relentless tearing. Chen Ming's tear, 2 battle axe came slicing down, a move as forceful as splitting mountains. The dark blight wolf dodged swiftly, and the axe blade smashed into the broken stones instead, scattering sparks everywhere. Seizing the opening, the wolf lunged straight for Chen Ming's throat. Chen Ming let go of the axe without hesitation. He reached into his dimensional space mid-motion, pulling out a blade and slicing the lunging wolf cleanly in half in one deadly sweep. Xiaohei's battle was even swifter. Charging halfway forward, Xiaohei's form suddenly vanished, only to reappear from within the wolf's shadow. It latched onto the wolf's throat in one decisive bite. A sharp crack echoed. Done. 3 dark blight wolves. All eliminated. Breaking them down yielded 12 units of tear, 1 beast meat, poisonous, not edible, 30 milliliters of tear, 1 essence blood, 3 beast teeth, and 3 units of wolf hide. I collected everything into storage. The Wolf King had gained 2 new bite wounds. Sitting back, it quietly licked at them to clean the injuries. When it noticed me coming closer, it rose to its feet and inclined its head slightly in gratitude. "Thank you for letting me avenge my pack. If you ever need me, don't hesitate to call. For now, I'll take my clan and head back." Understood. Chen Ming and I entered the lair of the dark blight wolves. The space wasn't large, and the stench of rot was overwhelming. In a corner lay a heap of decayed and heavily corroded beast bones. Beside them stood 2 iron treasure chests, which I placed into storage without hesitation. Deeper inside the cave was a small hollowed alcove stuffed with a few darkened metal ores. I picked one up to inspect it. Name: darkened iron ore. Grade: Tier 1. Description: iron ore corroded by the dark mist of the shadow wolves over time, containing trace amounts of corrosiveness. It can be used for forging equipment. 3 pieces in total, stored in the inventory. Chen Ming slung the battle axe over his shoulder and grinned. "Man, your skill is ridiculously handy. Without those free helpers, sure, we'd have won, but definitely not this easily." Of course, onto the next spot. I patted Xiaohei, Little Black, refraining from asking further questions. To the west lay a family of black-armored wild boars. As usual, I initiated the conversation. It went surprisingly smoothly, though they were startled when they first spotted Xiaohei and Chen Ming. We easily secured an iron loot chest, and I took the chance to inform them that extreme cold was approaching. The final spot was northwest. Chen Ming glanced at the detector, 3 Tier 1 monsters, and a load of regular ones everywhere. Likely rats, snakes, ants, or stuff like that. The terrain to the northwest changed. The trees grew denser, the ground damp, and the air reeked of a cold, metallic stench. The nest was hidden beneath the roots of a dead, ancient tree. Its snarled roots exposed a dark, gaping opening surrounded by a carpet of branches, leaves, and dirt. As usual, I approached with Xiaohei. As we got close, a Tier 1 giant python slithered out to confront us. Name: Giant Python. Level: Tier 1. Description: a common serpent in the forest. Cold-blooded. Can grow up to 15 meters long, with hard scales, immense strength, and expertise in constricting its prey. Their power typically remains at an ordinary level due to lack of respect for nature. Very few reach Tier 1, and none achieve Tier 2. I was about to try and communicate, but the python spoke first. Dogs of nature, get off our turf. I turned to Chen Ming and shrugged. Can't be reasoned with. Let's get this done, it's getting late. Chen Ming put down his battle axe. Fine by me, let's fight. He didn't waste a second and slammed his axe down on the python. His speed was incredible, and with the snake focused on me and Xiao He, it didn't even realize what was happening until it was split in two. This triggered the rest of the pythons to pour out from the nest, dozens, possibly hundreds of them. Xiao He and I joined the fight. Xiao He was a one-wolf demolition crew, tearing through the swarm. One bite here, one swipe there. It even casually swatted away the Tier 1 python, as if it were nothing more than weeds by the roadside. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, like a god of war, rampaged through the horde. Before long, only the last Tier 1 python managed to hold him back briefly. It wasn't nearly as terrifying as Xiao He, but still couldn't match Chen Ming's strength and ferocity. As for me, dressed in high-quality gear and armed with the flame Fong blade, I slashed through them one by one. My technique? Well, let's just say it was utter chaos, like a wild flurry of knife swings chopping up melons. Chen Ming soon dealt the finishing blow to the last Tier 1 python. The remaining ones all fled back into the nest. The entrance to the nest was too small for us to get through, but our target, a treasure chest, was inside. Without hesitation, the three of us became makeshift excavators on the spot. Xiao He was especially hilarious, digging furiously like a husky on caffeine. Once the entrance was big enough, we jumped inside. It was far larger and more intricate down here than we'd anticipated. As we moved forward, we continued hunting down the remaining. The giant python was busy rummaging through the treasure chest. Perseverance paid off. The moment we laid eyes on the treasure chest, the only thing we could think was, bring on more of these moments. We won't complain about being exhausted. Because in front of a silver treasure chest, all fatigue becomes insignificant. After securing the silver chest, we moved on to disassembling the giant python. Thankfully, we both had space storage items. Otherwise, we'd never have been able to carry everything back. Here's what we ended up with. 15 units of Tier 1 python meat, 30 pieces of Tier 1 snake scales, 30 milliliters of Tier 1 python blood, over 1,000 units of regular python meat, more than 2,000 regular snake scales, and around 600 units of regular python blood. Finally done. Let's head back, Brother Chun. Let's go. I climbed onto Little Black's back and retraced our steps with Chen Ming. By the time we got back to the shelter, the sky was already set in the colors of dusk. I took out 4 iron treasure chests and 1 silver chest, lining them up neatly by the campfire. Time for the unboxing. Brother Chun, how about we each open 2 iron chests, and whoever has the better luck gets to open the silver one? Sounds good. All right, I'm going first. Don't get too envious of my luck. Chen Ming waved his hands, and with a crisp snap, 2 iron treasure chests popped open simultaneously, releasing 5 glowing orbs. Powerful Fertilizer X3, Tier 1. Accelerates plant growth, provides nutrients for Tier 1 crops for a week, and is eco-friendly to the soil. Wolfbone Amulet, Tier 1. Enhances nighttime vision and provides mental resistance when worn. Tough Leather Armor Blueprint, Tier 1. Unlocks the crafting method for tough leather armor. Beast Aphrodisiac Blueprint, Tier 1. Unlocks the formula for a beast attraction potion, effective only on animals. Upgrade Scroll, Tier 2. Can upgrade a Tier 1 item to Tier 2. See that? Chen Ming smirked, tilting his chin up confidently. 2 simple chests for Tier 1 items and a Tier 2 scroll. Envious yet? I gave him a long look, feeling a strong urge to punch him squarely in the face. Unfortunately, I couldn't take down Little Black, and he definitely couldn't take me down either. I swallowed my irritation instead. All right, my turn. As I gestured to open my pair of iron chests, they creaked open in response. Stalactite Essence X2, Tier 2. Rare essence that greatly improves physical attributes, enhances potential, and brims with immense energy. The last orb revealed yet another upgrade scroll. A grin slowly tugged at the corners of my lips. My smile doesn't exactly disappear. It simply takes a new form. "Oh, Ming," I said with an exaggerated sigh, shaking my head. "Haven't I told you? Don't celebrate too early." Ming's face darkened to the shade of a burnt pot, and with a grimace, he shoved the silver treasure chest into my arms. I gladly accepted it, cracking it open on the spot. The chest released 3 glowing orbs. Living Vine's Wall Scroll, Special. Converts existing shelter walls into living vine walls, fortified with enhanced protection. Small Salt Mine Resource Scroll, Tier 1. Generates a salt mine that replenishes daily. Supplies enough salt for 100 people, including common salt and Tier 1 crystal salt. Spirit Enhancing Oil X1L, Tier 2. Designed for the care and maintenance of spiritual weapons. Sharpness Enhancement, Durability Protection. "All right, let's split the goods," Ming interrupted quickly, as if afraid I'd start pulling another stunt. "Easy to divide," I said, counting on my fingers. "The strong fertilizer is mine since you don't do farming. The wolf bone amulet goes to you. I already have a Tier 2 life necklace. The blueprint for toughened leather armor is yours. I've got the ancient bark armor blueprint. We'll take 1 upgrade scroll each. The living vine barrier pairs well with my talent, so it's mine. The spirit protecting oil complements your talent, so it's yours. Stalactite elixir, 1 drop each. The salt mine map and the aphrodisiac recipe can be split, however, and shared later." "Deal. Let's go with that. I'll take the aphrodisiac recipe. It fits better. You handle farming. I do livestock, and I've already pinned 2 wild boars in the animal pen." "Settled. Tomorrow's the last day, Big Brother Chin. What's your plan?" "Organize the shelter, handle the harvest. The surroundings are fully explored, so I'm thinking of selling off scrap to trade for useful items and gathering resources for upgrades." "What about you?" "I'm upgrading the shelter tomorrow. All I'm missing is iron. The spring will refill tomorrow, so I'll use the trading system to buy the iron I need. I refuse to believe we can't scrape together 500 units of iron with the amount of people here. You're short on wood and stone. I've got extra, so I'll lend you some." "Much appreciated. I'll head back now. See you tomorrow." "All right." After Ming left, I patted Xiaohei. "Here's some nature energy for you. Go rest in the nature hut. That fruit from this morning is yours too." Xiaohei darted off in a flash. I took out the last bamboo shoot, stir-fried it with some beast meat, and then threw more meat chunks into a pot to stew with cabbage and mushrooms. Once it was done, I set aside half a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat to bring to Ming. After eating my fill, I thought about petting Xiaohei, only to realize it wasn't around. Oh well. I then put 450 units of regular beast meat up for sale, keeping only around 60 units for myself to trade for supplies. The 600 portions of spring water I had listed earlier in the day had sold out completely, netting me 92 units of iron along with a pile of wood and stone. While browsing the trading system, I got a notification from a friend. "Qingjinghua, young man, are you the one who posted that batch of regular beast meat?" "Chen Guichen, that was me." "Why?" "Qingjinghua, I'd like to buy all 450 units at once. Could you give me a better price?" "Chen Guichen, what do you need so much meat for?" "Qingjinghua, more teleport scrolls are appearing, and the officials have started connecting with survivors. An organization has been established, and they're beginning rescue and relief efforts. The meat is for them. I'd also like to formally invite you to join us. If you come, I can promise great benefits and status." "Chen Guichen, I can reduce the price. But as for joining the organization, I'm not considering it at the moment." "Apologies, Mr. Qin." "Qingjinghua, no problem at all. How much of a discount can you offer?" "Chen Guichen, if you've got iron, I'll let the 450 units of meat go for just 500 units of iron." "Qingjinghua, truly generous of you, young man. On behalf of those in need, I thank you." "Chen Guichen, I'll take it down from the system and transfer it to you right away." "Qingjinghua, sure. Here's the translation with an American tone and natural expression. I'll add another 50 units of iron as a personal gesture of gratitude. Hope it's not too little." "Chen Guichen, no need, Elder Qin. You focusing on your own development will allow you to help more people down the line." "Qingjinghua, that's where you're mistaken. If I hoard resources all for myself, I'd actually save fewer lives. The only way to help more people is to support capable individuals like you to grow stronger. Take it. It's just my way of gifting something to you youngsters. Chin. Well, thank you then. I've already sent the meat over. If you're offering me a gift, I should show respect to you as an elder. Chinjingwa. Good. And thank you too. Somewhere in the vast lands of Sanluo continent, in a two-story shelter, a man in his 50s held 2 bottles of low-grade healing potion in his hand, smiling with heartfelt contentment. If only there were more people like him, that would really be something. I dismantled the remaining iron crates. With 720 units of iron in my stock now, I had more than enough to upgrade my shelter tomorrow. But first, I needed to focus on boosting my own strength. I retrieved a bottle of stalactite essence, delicate and jade-like in appearance. Popping the cork, I noticed a drop of milky white liquid resting silently inside, releasing a faint, fresh fragrance. Without hesitation, I tilted my head back and swallowed it. A cool sensation passed through my throat before transforming into a warm, gentle energy that surged through my body. First came my bones. A faint cracking sound echoed as they stretched and realigned comfortably. Then, the energy nourished my organs, restoring vitality. Finally, my muscles and tissues churned, my body heating up as if I were in a steamy sauna. The energy flowed in several cycles before a sticky, blackish liquid seeped from my pores, carrying a putrid smell. Unbothered, I stood up feeling an unprecedented lightness throughout my body. My fists clenched, brimming with strength, while my innate sense of my surroundings had sharpened noticeably. Looking down at the sticky substance covering me, I murmured, "So, this is the impurities leaving my body? Feels like a complete rebirth." But the smell was unbearable. Without delay, I headed to the bathroom and took a shower. Afterwards, I dried off and went upstairs to lie on my bed, casually browsing through the chat channels. The extreme cold's coming tomorrow. Any idea what's in store? Who knows? At least we got a heads up that it's going to be a freeze. Just hope it won't be too bad. If it's not cold, then it wouldn't be a survival challenge, would it? You guys fully stocked on food and winter clothes? 7 days of harsh cold. You probably won't even be able to step outside. Stock my ass. I'm already barely scraping by each day chopping wood and mining stone just to trade for food. Bruh, at least make the act believable. Your username's highlighted blue. You're in tier 3 and you're gonna sit here crying broke? Get out of here. Holy crap, I didn't even notice that until you pointed it out. Here I was, ready to console him, only to find out the real clown here is me. Any cute guys want to hang out and do something exciting? I can teleport anywhere, image attached. No way for real. Don't scam me now. Dragonborn don't rip off Dragonborn, right? I'm interested. How much are we talking, Missy? Are you guys seriously thinking with your pants? Even if she hands you a teleport scroll, how do you know where she'll send you? Are you here for profit or to take a life? Didn't someone cry for help on the channel before they got attacked? And people still fall for it. No wonder scams like the honey trap keep working like a charm. Today's weather, sunny. Temperature, -2 degrees Celsius to 0 degrees Celsius. Daylight hours, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. First thing I do after waking up is check the weather. The temperature has finally crawled above freezing, but the daylight hours remain the same. Looks like it'll stay this way for the foreseeable future. Last night, I broke through my first tier. This morning, I upgraded my tier 3 shelter. With my spirits high, I casually grilled 2 pieces of tier 1 beast meat and paired it with tier 2 spring water. Life was blissful. At exactly 10 a.m., I initiated the upgrade. 2,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 500 units of iron vanished into thin air as my storage adjusted itself for the upgrade. My shelter was enveloped in white light. A few minutes later, the process was complete. Standing inside the new space, I could feel the substantial expansion. Shelter, withered banyan treehouse. Level, tier 3. Area, 150 square meters, 2 floors. Current facilities, fire pit, workshop, storage, bathroom, kitchen, garden. Expandable structures, beast pen, defensive wall, storage upgrade, garden upgrade. Upgrade requirements, to be disclosed after the first calamity ends. This time around, the only new addition is the option to build defensive walls. What's more troublesome is the vague upgrade requirements to be disclosed after the calamity's conclusion. It looks like these upgrade conditions will only get exponentially harder from here on out. Not in a rush to upgrade any further, I headed outside to assess the surroundings. Phew. Thank God the system knows what it's doing. I was worried the expansion might overlap with other structures, but apparently, I underestimated the system's design. Once I confirmed there were no issues, I proceeded to upgrade the garden and storage. Now the garden can handle Tier 2 crops, and the storage capacity expanded to 20 slots. Next, I took out a living vine-twined wall scroll to replace my current wall. Living vine-twined wall. Each piece requires 20 units of wood and a single vine, with its effectiveness dependent on the type of vine used. It's a significant improvement over the original wall, but unfortunately, I only had one withered vine left. Initially, I planned to use Tier 1 bark to craft some elder bark armor, but I'd been too preoccupied to get around to it. The withered vine isn't suitable for wall construction. It'd collapse under its own weight long before any enemy could breach it. With no choice but to turn to the trading system for resources, I made a mental note of the task before heading off to check on Little Black. Hopefully, it'd still be adapting, or, with some luck, maybe breaking through. Otherwise, as I stepped into the natural cabin, a surge of potent energy hit me like a wave. No way, it couldn't be breaking through already, could it? I raced upstairs to the second floor, cautiously hopeful, only to have my optimism crumble before my very eyes. Name: Nyx Wolf. Level: Tier 2. Are you kidding me? I just broke into Tier 1, and now it's already at Tier 2? I started to console myself. Little Black is my contracted companion. Its strength is my strength, right? Doesn't this just mean I've done a great job raising it? After a moment, Little Black finished adapting and hopped over to lick my face, howling excitedly as if to say, I've gotten stronger again. Just wait. I'll carry us both to the top. And just as I was starting to feel better, my vision blurred from sheer exhaustion. A dark shadow. I tossed it half a bottle of animal nutrient solution and couldn't be bothered anymore. Instead, I opened the private chat and contacted Chen Meng. Chen Guichen. Brother Chun, how's the iron coming along? Chen Meng. Almost there. Tomorrow's extreme cold will make food even more expensive, but I'll have it sorted before dark. How about you? Chen Guichen. Upgrades done. Traded food for it. Chen Meng. That quick? All right. Can't chat now. I need to step it up. Knowing he's about to upgrade too, I started preparing for the extreme cold. First, I checked the garden. The white fragrant rice has sprouted, but it's bound to take damage from the frost tomorrow. I'll need some makeshift greenhouse-like device. Otherwise, I'll have to transplant them by hand. As for the shelter, no major concerns for now. I still have an upgrade scroll, so I'll use it tonight to improve the Everwarm stone platform. The spring water might also be affected, though I can still collect one batch today. During the 7 days of extreme cold, first-tier spring water can only be sold once. For food, I have several dozen portions of first-tier and regular beast meat left. Meanwhile, water crystal radishes and wheat will ripen during the cold snap, but if Xiao He, the shadow beast, breaks through during this time, it might not be enough for him. After taking stock, I realized I'm missing 4 things: food, tools to protect the garden and the spring, vines, and bark. Taking Xiao He along, we dropped by the jade spirit fruit tree, tidying up other trees along the way, and refined all beast blood into healing potions. At present, I have 7 first-tier healing potions and 200 regular healing potions in hand. This is my capital for negotiations tonight. With my needs identified and transaction items prepped, I paused to decide on my next move: official channels first. With their numbers, they must have some special goods stocked. I messaged Qin Jingua. Old Qin, sorry to bother you. Are you free? Little brother, what do you need? I was wondering, do you have anything like a greenhouse or similar to keep the temperature up? Check this out. A picture popped up. Name: Warm Gathering Tent. Level: Tier 1. Description: maintains interior temperature and shields against cold air outside. Effective range: 20 square meters. It's Tier 1, so I'm not sure if it can withstand the extreme cold. Do you have anything higher tier? No, but you can pair it with this. Another image appeared. Name: Warm Stone. Level: Tier 1. Description: a peculiar stone that continuously radiates heat. One stone lasts for 3 days and can be reheated to recharge. Perfect. I'd like to trade for 2 warm gathering tents and 50 warm stones. Would this work for you? I sent over an image of regular healing potions. Deal. 1 tent for 10 potion bottles, 3 stones for 1 bottle, and I'll throw in 5 extra stones. 37 bottles total. That work for you? Agreed. After receiving the items, I immediately placed the 2 tents over the garden and the primordial spring, inserting 5 warm stones into each. Now, all that's left to secure is food. In a stone-sheltered refuge, a burly middle-aged man was chatting with someone through a system panel, his face flushed red, almost as if he was too shy to handle it. Outside a small wooden cabin, a young boy chopped at a tree with a grim expression. His legs trembled violently, but he refused to pause, determined to keep swinging the axe. Every extra log added a glimmer of hope for survival. In a sprawling oasis shrouded with yellow sand, beautiful music floated from a 2-story wooden house, where 2 feverish figures intertwined passionately. Meanwhile, in the 2nd story of another wooden cabin, a group of 10 or so sharp-eyed middle-aged individuals gathered around a wooden table, deeply engaged in a discussion about surviving an extreme cold spell. Qin Jinghua's expression grew heavy as he addressed the group. Old Shun, how are we doing on cold weather preparations? A rugged-looking man across from him responded firmly. We've done everything we can, but whether it'll hold up against the extreme cold remains uncertain. Qin Jinghua turned toward another individual. Can your precognition ability give us any idea just how harsh it'll get? For now, I can't measure the exact level, the man admitted. But I can confirm this. It'll absolutely drop below -20 degrees Celsius. This isn't Blue Star. We don't have access to advanced tech here. -20 degrees is fatal when there's a lack of resources. Old Shun, think harder. We need to reinforce things further. Understood. Old Huang, how many people have you rounded up outside of the official group? Qin continued. Not many, Old Huang replied. Only 17 in the 2nd tier and none in the 1st tier. Though I've made contact with a few willing collaborators. Keep at it. The more people we have, the firmer our position. One day, we'll be able to. I traded all the remaining standard medical supplies I had for food. It was thanks to Zhao Yu. I hadn't expected Zhao Yu, the first in our zone to establish an alliance, to suddenly approach me about joining his group. His reason? His organization was short on top-tier talents, so it wasn't giving him the support he needed. But it was still his brainchild, and he couldn't bring himself to dissolve it. That's why he sought someone like me, who had been developing relatively well, to help expand the flow of advanced resources. I turned him down. Instead, I just added him as a friend. I didn't need to join his group. We could still trade and network without that. These medicines I swapped for food, after all, came from that arrangement. Deep inside an underground cave, 2 men and 1 woman sat around a stone table. One of them was Zhao Yu. After wrapping up his conversation with me, Zhao Yu sighed ruefully. As expected, he turned me down. Makes sense, though. Lately, our group can't even hold on to someone like me, a 2nd-tier talent, much less attract 1st-tier ones. The good news is, he's still willing to trade with us. A man with a raspy voice nodded. That's good enough. The medical supplies we got today were a huge help. As for the food we traded for them, well, all 3 of us have resource-gathering abilities, so we're hardly lacking. Honestly, I'm already looking forward to our next exchange. Lastly, the woman spoke, her unexpectedly deep and resonant voice wholly mismatched with her stunningly beautiful appearance. It's definitely something to look forward to. Such a large batch of standard potions, he definitely has a tier 1 healing potion on him. He might even have a tier 2 if we're not underestimating him. What we need to worry about now is whether we'll even be able to barter for anything in the future. 8 p.m. After finishing up my tasks for the day, I leaned against Little Black by the campfire, scrolling through chats. Tomorrow marks the arrival of the extreme cold. I decided not to send Little Black back to the natural cabin this time, and planned to keep him with me for the duration of this disaster. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations on surviving the past 7 days. Now the official announcement. The disaster this time is extreme cold, beginning at midnight tonight. And here's a little friendly reminder. Stay indoors during the disaster. Otherwise, you might encounter some unexpected surprises. To give you all a little morale boost, I'm gifting each of you a set of cotton clothes. Hang in there. As the voice faded, a plain set of cotton clothing appeared right in front of me. Looking at it, for a moment, I almost felt like the system wasn't being completely heartless after all. I didn't dwell on it. I private messaged Chinming, asking if he'd managed to upgrade his shelter yet. Earlier this afternoon, I'd been considering borrowing some basic materials from him, but he turned me down, so I let it go. It's upgraded. The space is a lot bigger now, much more comfortable to live in. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't be able to manage the upgrade. Let's not talk about that. Did you notice it started snowing right after the system's announcement? Snowing? I hadn't even noticed. The snowfall's likely going to get heavy. Most people's shelters are wooden cabins. If they don't clear the snow in time, the roofs will collapse. But the temperature is so low, you can't exactly go clean it up easily. Honestly, I wonder how many people will still be alive after this disaster ends. My heart sank. He's absolutely right. Just as the system gives you a helpful set of cotton clothes, it delivers a brutal sucker punch right after. This so-called kindness is often the sharpest weapon. Now that you mention it, I was just giving the system credit for handing out those cotton clothes, but I take it all back. Let's talk later. I think I need to prepare more. Feels like the system's up to something else. All right. After ending the private chat, I passed on Chun Ming's message, word for word, to Qingjinghua. But it didn't take long for me to realize that I'd underestimated people's resourcefulness. Outside, the snow fell silently. Inside, the fire burned brightly, completely shielding us from the howling winds beyond. Day one of the extreme cold. When I woke up hazily, I glanced at the system clock. It was already past noon. Wait a second, why did I sleep so long? I clearly remember laying down at 11 last night. After gathering my thoughts, I went downstairs as usual and threw a few chunks of charcoal into the fire. Little Black was already waiting nearby, looking up at me with an expression that was equal parts helpless and pitiful. Huh, all right, here's your meal. I took out a Tier 2 Beast Nutrition Potion and poured out half for him. Among the food I traded for last night, there were 5 bottles of Tier 1 Beast Nutrition Potions. They weren't as good as Tier 2, but still far better than raw beast meat. If we didn't stretch the Tier 2 supply, it'd be used up by tomorrow, and I'd have no choice but to cook some meat for Little Black again. What a tough start. After feeding Little Black, I started grilling up some meat for myself. That's when it hit me. I was fully awake. Wait a second, isn't today supposed to be freezing cold? Why don't I feel a thing? I pulled up the weather system. Today's weather, snow. Temperature, -12 degrees Celsius to -7 degrees Celsius, 10 degrees Fahrenheit to 19 degrees Fahrenheit. Daylight hours, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Well, damn. -10 degrees Celsius on the first day? Back on Blue Planet. As a southerner, I'd be bundled up in heavy winter coats, huddled around a heater the moment it even grazed 0 degrees. But at this point, if you don't have a high-level shelter, proper thermal clothing, or enough firewood, good thing my upgraded Tier 2 Everwarm Stone platform is doing its job. That thing's solid. Name, Everwarm Stone Platform. Tier level, 2. Description, maintains an optimal living temperature within a defined area. After layering up, I pushed open the shelter door. The cold wind hit me square in the face, but thanks to both my upgraded clothing and my recent Tier 1 breakthrough, I barely felt it. Everything outside was blanketed in white. Snow was still falling, and the ground was covered in a thick layer. I went to check on the garden and the spring first. Everything seemed fine for now. Next, I visited the natural hut to check on the split-leaf claw vine. It's already grown to about a meter tall and looks like it's starting to develop some combat capabilities. I patted its vines lightly. Grow up strong. When you mature, I'll give you a proper name. The oblivious split-leaf claw vine, unaware of its pending christening, swayed happily in response. Heading back inside the shelter, I glanced at my flower garden. The wheat and peppers were ready to harvest. The wheat yield was insane. Just 10 plants brought in over 400 grams of grain. The peppers? A big handful. I replanted new wheat and vegetable seeds immediately. As for the crystal radishes, they were thriving and looked like they'd be ready to eat soon. After making my rounds and taking stock of my bounty, meat, veggies, peppers, spices, I made a quick decision. Tonight's menu is hot pot. I invited Chen Ming, who eagerly agreed and even said he'd bring some extra meat. After putting up another batch of spring water and charcoal in the trade system, I finally had some time to relax, so I opened up the chat. Community chat buzz. Why is it so cold? It's only the first day. If you want to kill us, just say so. Quit torturing us slowly. I've been sleeping by the fire under a blanket all day. Blue Planet's cold was nothing compared to this. A fire helps for now, but just wait. When it drops to minus 30 degrees Celsius or minus 40 degrees Celsius in a few days, then it's going to be hell. At this rate, I don't even know how we're going to survive. How to survive? Lie down. Sleep it off if you can't deal. Day 1 of missing central heating, heated floors, and electric blankets. +1, +2, +3. Hey, there's spring water back in the trading system. I managed to grab one. Wait, when did it go up? I didn't even notice. It's gone already. Chun, could you give us a heads up when you're listing stuff? I've only managed to snag some once. Speaking of which, huge thanks to the big guy for selling cheap spring water. If not, a cold or fever would have already. And so it went on. It could really cost us our lives. +1, the price for spring water is a fraction of what medicine costs. +2, but there's so little of it, and it's too hard to get. I typed, from now on, normal spring water will also be restocked on time. Same schedule as Tier 1, every evening at 6 p.m. But these next few days, the cold snap might affect it, so it won't necessarily be available daily, and the supply is limited. Then I added, oh, and one more thing. Did you guys eat the SHD you owe me yet? Whoa, the big boss is alive. Such generosity from the boss. But, what does that last part mean? Clearly, you weren't paying attention to the chat earlier. The boss made a one-sided bet a while back. If he made it to Tier 1, we'd have to eat SHD as punishment. If he didn't, we'd be rewarded with SHD. Abstract, generous, and alive, the perfect boss. I'm in love. I was just thinking of steering the conversation back on track when someone else had me. Go Yun, Big Boss Chin, reply when you see this. I've got an item that can help our zone, and I want to pass it on to you. Another boss shows up. Bro, you're Tier 1 too. Why are you calling someone else Big Boss like the rest of us? Everybody chill. Let the bosses talk. I replied, what item? Go Yun, Big Boss, I sent you a private message. I checked my DMs. Usually, I ignore messages from strangers since I get so much junk. But this time, I accepted his friend request. Goyin sent over an image. Name, Regional Trade Center Construction Scroll. Grade, Special. Description, a peculiar item left behind by survivalists from a long time ago. It was thought to have disappeared, yet somehow has resurfaced. This scroll bypasses the system's trading marketplace and establishes an independent trade center for an entire region, supporting up to 100,000 participants with built-in rules that are immune to system interference. The user has the authority to invite or expel others. The words survivalists from a long time ago and thought to have disappeared hit me like a punch to the gut. Survivalists from the past? Wiped out. So, we're not the first ones to step foot into this twisted game. There's something buried deeper in this world's rules than I had ever imagined. Me? How did you come across this? Go Yun, found it thanks to my talent. I believe in you, Big Boss. That's what my talent is for. Talent, Fortunate Treasure Hunter. Effect, 1. Enhanced by Supreme Good Luck. 2. Can sense the exact location of high-tier resources or special items within a certain range every day. The range increases with level. After reading that, all I could think was, if this guy isn't the protagonist, who is? Me. Thank you for trusting me. What do you want in exchange for this? Go Yun. Nothing. It's a gift. I just know you'll use it wisely. Right after, a prompt appeared. Do you want to accept the item Go Yun has gifted you? I didn't click on it immediately. Instead, I glanced at his profile picture. It showed someone very young, probably still a kid. Not an adult yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have trusted people so easily. Me, how old are you? And why do you trust me? Kindness can be faked, you know. Also, we're both in the same tier, so no need to call me Big Shot. You're younger than me, so just call me by my name or Big Bro. Go Yun. Sure, Brother Chun. I'm 17. You sell spring water at a low price and are down to earth in our chats. But most importantly, my gut tells me you can achieve even more. Me. Thanks for trusting me. I'll make good use of the gift you gave me, and you're welcome to keep an eye on how I use it. Go Yun. That's awesome. As long as you're okay with it. No need for me to supervise. I trust you. Me. People change. Supervision is necessary. And don't worry, I won't harm you. Let's make it official by signing this. I shared a picture of an ally contract. Go Yun. Big bro, you want to ally with me? Really? Me, of course. As long as you're willing. Go Yun. I'm willing. I'm totally in. On a floating island suspended in the air, a two-story wooden cabin was shielded under a protective barrier. Snowflakes evaporated the moment they touched the barrier, leaving the entire island snow-free. Inside the cabin, a teenage boy hopped around with joy, so giddy he couldn't contain himself. I actually formed an alliance with Brother Chun. This is amazing. The prophecy scroll was right. I had to follow Brother Chun. I can't believe it was so easy. Oh, and there's hot pot tonight. I should prepare a gift. He dove into a chest, rummaging through his belongings. This won't do, too little. This one's no good either, too plain. This one might work, but let me check the others first. This one, and this one. The agreed time arrived. Hot pot was ready, and the ingredients were all laid out. I leaned against Xiaohei, waiting for my two guests. The first to arrive was Chun Ming. His voice thundered in before he even stepped through the door. Brother Gue-chun, I'm here. I brought all the hot pot goodies. Oh, and you can't have hot pot without some drinks. This is sparkling fruit tea. It's kind of like soda. Not exactly alcohol. But hey, we make do in this weird place. Thanks, Brother Chun. Take a seat and wait for a bit. I've invited someone else tonight. You can meet them when they arrive. Oh, the person you invited. Are they male or female? Male. Not an adult yet. First tier evaluation. Ah, guy? HM. Seriously, what goes on in your head? Never mind, not going to debate with you. There's an important matter to discuss later. It was rare for me to put on a serious expression, and Chun Ming instantly realized it wasn't a joke. He noticed something unusual right away. Xiaohei, did it break through? Yes, this morning. Just then, I got a notification that Go Yun wanted to teleport over. I approved it, and a fresh-faced young man appeared at the sanctuary's entrance. Around 5 feet 7 inches, he carried the energy of youth on his face. Yet that, the lowered head, the cautious glances darting around, and those hands unsure of where to rest. All of it screamed 2 words. Introverted. Go Yun, over here. He looked up, saw me waving at him, and excitedly jogged over. Brother Chun, hello? It's nice to meet you. Here's a gift for you and some ingredients I brought along. As he spoke, he handed me a ring along with a bag. A gift? The ingredients I'll take, but you should keep the gift. You call me brother, yet I didn't prepare anything for you. How can I accept something from you? No worries, Brother Chun, just take it. Next time, you can prepare something for me instead. Fine, I'll accept it then. Next time, I'll make sure to give you a big red envelope. Oh, by the way, this is Chun Ming, and that's Xiaohei. They're like brothers to me as well. I pointed in the 2 directions, then turned to Chun Ming. This is the guy I mentioned, Go Yun. Go Yun clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture toward Chun Ming. Hello, Uncle Ming. I'm Go Yun. The word uncle had barely left his mouth before I burst into laughter. Uncle. Haha. I can't take it. Chun Ming's fists visibly tightened, but he still managed to address Go Yun calmly. Hello, I'm Chun Ming. Don't mind him. That's just how he is. You'll get used to it. That laugh was enough to ease the awkward tension between the 3 of us. As the hot pot bubbled and boiled, we ate and chatted, with Xiaohei sneaking bites of food here and there. We opened up the ingredients Go Yun had brought, and both Chun Ming and I fell silent at the sight of them. Every single item was Tier 2, the cloud vein radish, silver whisk lettuce, crisp yellow cucumbers, sweetheart baby cabbage. I spoke up first. Go Yun, are you serious with these ingredients? Startled, he immediately began to explain. Huh? Are they not good enough? I'm sorry, I'll bring better ones next time. Chun Ming couldn't hold it in anymore and punched me lightly. Can you stop being unclear for once? Go Yun, don't get the wrong idea. What we mean is, why are you bringing such expensive stuff? Only then did Go Yun breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, it's no problem. I still have more at home. My vegetable garden is full of them. If you want, Brother Chun, I can send over more later. My willpower shattered into tiny pieces right then and there. Who's really the chosen child of nature at this table? No, that won't be necessary. We just didn't want you overspending. Anyway, you don't need to look so panicked. Weren't you saying you had something to discuss? I pulled out the regional marketplace blueprint scroll that Go Yun had given me and handed it to Chun Ming. Here, you'll understand once you see this. Chun Ming read through it, and immediately tensed up. What's your plan? I'm thinking of basing it on this area. There are about 70,000 people left here right now. Let's bring them all into the fold. As for the remaining spots, well, according to the details, the trading system may disappear in the future. If we bring in officials and some top-tier players now, it'll definitely be advantageous later on. I think that's solid. Me too. All right, it's settled then. That's one problem solved. I paused for a moment. Now let's talk about what was mentioned in the introduction. Those survivors from long ago. You can't make much out from it, honestly. But a few things are clear. First, we aren't the first ones to arrive in this world. Second, the previous batch of survivors was incredibly strong. This scroll alone is resistant to the system's influence and carries the power of rules. But even such strong individuals eventually perished. And one more thing, I stared at the scroll. This item had actually been destroyed by the system before. Yet here it is, still intact. Chen Ming frowned. How do you know that? Special methods. Hard to explain. So, the system itself clearly has some major flaws too. Go Yun suddenly chimed in, his voice soft. I feel like discussing this now isn't going to help us much. If we don't know the answers, it's because we're too weak. Once we get stronger, the answers will reveal themselves. Chun Ming and I shared a look, then spoke in unison. You're right. Let's eat first. After finishing the meal, I made the decision. You two add each other as friends, then bind yourselves with the ally scroll. It'll be safer that way. Got it. Your call, Brother Chun. All right, I'll first make an announcement in the region channel, then coordinate with the officials. After that, I'll use the scroll and invite you both when it's time. We'll head out now. Bye, Brother Chun. Bye, Uncle Ming. Bye, Little Head. Once they left, I threw a portion of the scroll details into the region channel with a short message. Shin Guichin, take a look at this. You'll all receive an invitation shortly. You're free to reject it if you don't want in. After sending it, I ignored their discussions and privately forwarded the same information to Qin Jinghua and a few of my closest Tier 1 friends. Qin Jinghua, where did you get this item? How many slots are left? How many are you willing to give me? And what's your asking price? Qin Guichin, found it by sheer luck. There are about 30,000 slots left. I'm willing to give them all to you, old Qin, no strings attached. Just please bring as many strong individuals as you can. Qin Jinghua, understood. Thank you, young friend. You've truly impressed me this time. I'll start getting in touch with people now. If you ever need anything, just say the word. As expected, all my other friends also agreed without hesitation. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for Qin Jinghua's side. I selected Area 666 as the base. Everyone within the region received an invitation, though there were still a small handful who doubted my intentions and outright rejected it. In the end, 68,532 people joined. After the framework was complete, I sent invites to Chun Ming, Go Yun, and my other Tier 1 friends. Now, all that was left was Qin Jinghua's group to finalize everything. Today's weather, snow. Temperature, minus 15 degrees Celsius to minus 20 degrees Celsius, 5 degrees Fahrenheit to minus 4 degrees Fahrenheit. Daylight hours, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. The first thing I do when I wake up, as usual, is check the weather. The temperature has dropped again. At this rate, the 7th day's low might hit as low as negative 50 degrees Celsius. Last night, the regional mall hit its capacity of 100,000 people. Honestly, props to the officials for their efficiency. They gathered the crowd in under an hour. Among them were some first-tier evaluators and representatives from other nations. Soon, the mall's inventory should be packed with options. Once I made sure both Xiao He and I were set with food, I finally remembered the ring Go Yin delivered yesterday. I'd been too busy to even take a look at it. I sent my consciousness into it. Name, Spatial Ring. Tier, Level 2. Description, contains 20 slots, each capable of holding up to 99 items of the same type. Just the ring itself is valuable enough. But surprisingly, there was more inside. Name, Ordinary or ×5. Tier, Level 2. Description, an extremely rare Level 2 ore. Can substitute for any Level 2 material in crafting weapons, armor, etc., though with slightly reduced effectiveness. The moment I saw it, I was dumbfounded. Ordinary. Who came up with that name? You gotta understand, in the trading system, Half the weapon blueprints are stuck behind the requirement of specific attribute ores that are so niche no one even bothers trying. This stuff? It solves all those problems. Name: Evolution Serum. Tier: Level 2. Description: a miraculous serum. Due to its potency, it maxes out at level 2 and can only be consumed once in a lifetime. Allows the user to evolve without condition, though the direction of the evolution varies per individual. But it probably won't do much for you. Name: Mental Enhancement Serum. Tier: Level 2. Description: boosts the user's mental strength. Why would something like this show up so early? After reading through the last two items, I couldn't help but look up at the ceiling and sigh. Isn't this just a cheat code? Any one of these three items would cause an absolute frenzy if word got out. And here they were, given to me as a gift by someone I'd only met once. But why? If I were in their shoes, would I be capable of such generosity? Honestly, probably not. Since I've already accepted them, I need to pay back Go Yun with a gift just as fitting next time. The Mental Enhancement Serum is definitely for me. But the Evolution Serum, should I keep it or give it to Xiaohei? I better ask Go Yun about it. He's probably used one himself. Chen Guichun. Go Yun, thank you for the gift. It's way too generous. I'll make sure to prepare an amazing gift for you next time. Go Yun, no need to thank me, Brother Chun. It's what I should do. Chen Guichun. About the Evolution Serum you sent, have you taken one yourself? Go Yun. Yeah, I've used one. Honestly, it doesn't make much of a noticeable difference. After sleeping, my physical and mental stats improved a bit, but it's not as impactful as the mental serum or the physical enhancement serum. There's only one bottle of the physical enhancement serum, and I've already used it, so I couldn't gift that to you. Sorry about that, Brother Chen. Chen Guichun. No need to apologize. You're your own person. Whether we're allied or partners, you should always look after yourself first. Thanks for the explanation. Now go take care of your things. Go Yun. All right, Brother Chun, see you later. Got it. Since the drug isn't particularly useful to me, I'll hand it over to Xiaohei. After these two interactions, I think I've figured out where Go Yun's careful demeanor stems from. Either he's been bullied in school, or he grew up as a left-behind child. That's why he's so cautious, always afraid of displeasing others. In the future, I'll have to figure out a way to heal the scars in his heart. I walked over, gently patted Xiaohei, and placed the serum in front of him. An evolution serum. Drink it. Let's see what you'll become. Without hesitation, Xiaohei flicked out his tongue, swallowing both the serum and the bottle in one go. Then he crouched down, motionless, starting the absorption process. Looks like it'll be a while. I took out a mental enhancement potion and drank it in one gulp. At first, I didn't feel much of anything. But as time passed, that tight mental strain, caused by my contracts with both Xiaohei and the split-leaf claw vine, began to slowly unwind. My awareness surged, growing sharper by the second. The heat wafting from the fire inside, the sound of the wind and snow howling outside. It all became vividly clear, as if it were happening right next to me. I exhaled deeply and opened my eyes, taking a moment to adjust. Comfortable. It felt so incredibly comfortable. Xiaohei was still absorbing. I absent-mindedly browsed through the regional marketplace. As expected, a whole slew of Tier 2 items had shown up, mostly minerals and foodstuffs. Using the leftover Tier 2 spring water I had, I traded for some Tier 2 food, then posted a few more portions of spring water for sale. In the notes, I added, looking to buy Tier 1 and Tier 2 vines. PM me with prices. Night fell, and Xiaohei was finally nearing the end of his absorption. A terrifying aura surged around him. I even felt that, if not for our contract, I might have been overwhelmed with the urge to lay on the ground in submission. His size hadn't changed much. His coat was still pitch black, but now, faint dark silver moonlit patterns began to surface along his fur. A single shadowy horn emerged at the center of his forehead. Behind him, misty darkness unfurled, forming an ethereal, majestic pair of wings. His eyes opened, deep purple like an abyss. The pressure radiating from him spread through the room, faint black mist coiling around his body. Name: Nethermoon Wolf. Tier: Tier 2. Description: evolved from a dusk wolf. This creature harnesses both darkness and moonlight powers. In addition to mastering corresponding abilities, it gains temporary low-level flight. Undefeated within its tier, It has an absolute suppression effect on beings with inferior bloodlines. The ultimate ruler of the dark and an indomitable force even during daylight. Watching Xiao He awaken, I couldn't contain my excitement. I rushed forward and wrapped him in a hug. Holy crap, you're so powerful and so cool looking. This is incredible. As I scrambled all over him, stroking his fur and examining him in awe, Xiao He folded his wings and obediently lay down, letting me do as I pleased. But just as I was fully indulging in my glee, he suddenly let out a sharp "awoo" at me. Hungry. I didn't take it seriously. Refueling after evolution is natural, a law of nature. So, I casually tossed over a bottle of first-tier beast nutrient solution. It drank it, still not full. For bottles later, Little Black finally lay down, satisfied and ready for a nap. Normal. Totally normal. Normal my ass. It had already wiped out my stock of second-tier nutrients this morning and now destroyed 4 first-tier bottles tonight. That's enough to feed a regular second-tier beast for 5 days. I can't afford this. Really, I can't. Once this extreme cold is over, I'll have to ramp up the pace of exploring the forest. If not, this little ancestor of mine is going to eat me into poverty. Technically, I could head out now. The low temperatures aren't too much of a problem, and I can handle the thick snow. But there's that warning hanging over my head from the system. I don't dare to take the risk. What I don't dare, there's always someone who will. A grade 1 survivor mentioned in the channel that he ventured out to explore, and before even stepping into the mist zone, fog beasts started appearing out of thin air around him. The mist zone itself, he claimed, was a living hell. The second he set foot there, a swarm of fog beasts came rushing at him like a tide. If it weren't for a life-saving card he had on him, he wouldn't have made it back alive. The next bunch who didn't believe him met the same fate. Some survived to tell the tale, others were never heard from again. Afterwards, the officials issued a notice: no going out during the extreme cold period. So, I stayed put in my shelter, obediently passing the time by scrolling through the chat, browsing the marketplace, and petting Little Black. In times of extreme cold, strength isn't the most valued trait. It's knowing when to hold your ground and wait. This harsh weather brought an unexpected sense of peace to my days. I'd zone out to the chatter of strangers, browse the virtual shop, play with Little Black, then crash into bed. Time slipped by quietly like this. By the 5th day, temperatures had dropped to minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit. The snow hadn't stopped falling, and it was now half a meter deep outside. Every day, I had to step out to clear the snow off the greenhouse and storage areas myself. The number of survivors had dropped to 3.5 billion. Most people didn't freeze to death. It was sheer laziness that killed them. They didn't clear the snow, their wooden houses collapsed under the weight, and they were buried inside. In this world, laziness is a death sentence. Today, the system upped the ante. At noon, snow monsters would spawn outside shelters. The stronger you are, the angrier and more numerous they'll get. Leave them alone, and they'll start smashing doors. I'd already geared up for this. Full equipment, from first tier to second tier, armed to the teeth. I gripped my wind-piercer crossbow loaded with armor-piercing bolts and had a poison dagger hanging at my waist. Little Black lay next to me, staring out at the snow, lost in thought. 12 o'clock sharp. Dark spots appeared out of nowhere on the flat, snowy expanse. About 2 meters tall, covered in pure white fur, they looked like giant gorillas, snow monsters. The 5 leaders were second tier, with dozens of first tier and regular ones trailing behind them. Name: Snow Monster. Level: Tier 2. Description: low-level monsters composed of snow. No consciousness, acting only according to their set target. Little Black, go. Little Black charged out. Go. A deafening roar echoed. The sheer might of my bloodline erupted alongside the sound waves, paralyzing the ordinary Yetis on the spot. Even the Tier 2 ones hesitated for a brief moment. This was my chance. Dark energy began to coalesce on its forehead horn, culminating in a beam of black light that pierced straight through a Tier 2 Yeti. From behind, I pulled back my bowstring, aimed, and loosed another arrow, bringing down 2 more. After a few days of practice, while I couldn't call my aim flawless, I could reliably hit at least 7 out of every 10 shots. Little Black spread its wings wide, and a fierce gale swept through the battlefield, throwing the Yeti's formation into chaos. Diving straight into the heart of their ranks, it wreaked havoc. slapping aside ordinary Yetis with ease, crushing the Tier 1s with a single bite, and giving Tier 2s a couple of extra hits to finish the job. It was essentially like mowing down civilians with a machine gun. From the back, I sent a few more arrows flying. And just like that, the fight was over, quick and clean. The fallen Yetis left behind several crystalline objects, faintly glowing with an eerie light. I bent down to examine one. Ice crystal continuously emits a freezing aura. Once its energy is depleted, it turns into ordinary ice and melts away. Useless. I tossed it straight into storage. The system promptly sent out kill rewards. 10 tier, 2 warm stones, a batch of tier, 2 fire sunflower seeds, for fire stump seeds, and 4 pea shooter seeds. All valuable loot. I planted everything in my nature hut. After wrapping things up, I checked in with Chun Ming and Go Yun. Chun Ming reported his results. 5 tier 1s and 10 ordinary Yetis showed up. Dealt with them. How about you? He asked. Same, I said. But when it came to Go Yun, things took a bizarre turn. Go Yun, no big deal. The Yetis couldn't touch me. I just picked them off one by one from the air. Me what? Go Yun. Oh, right. I forgot to tell Brother Chun. I hit the jackpot early on and found a floating stone mine. My shelter is on a sky island. Me. Legendary. At this moment, countless survivors were locked in brutal life and death struggles out in the icy wasteland, blood staining the snow all around. Meanwhile, on a floating island in the sky, a young man stood leisurely at the edge, calmly shooting arrows down below. The Yetis, a nightmare for others, were no better than sitting ducks at his feet, just waiting to die. Sometimes, where you stand determines the challenges you face. Day 6. -42 degrees Fahrenheit. A pack of forest wolves and a herd of moonmarked deer arrived at my shelter, seeking refuge. I let them in but gave them one condition: no fighting on my land. They agreed without hesitation. The energy of the nature hut had fully accumulated back on day 4, most of which was absorbed by the razor-leaf vine. It had fully matured into a formidable force. I assigned it the task of keeping an eye on these new guests. Day 7. -48 degrees Fahrenheit. It didn't hit the anticipated -50 degrees. The snowfall had stopped. On this final day of the frozen week, I met up with Chun Ming and Go Yun again. We had a meal together and discussed our plans for the future. The three of us agreed. We'd go our separate ways until the snow thawed. Once it did, I'd help clear out the wild beasts near their shelters. At 8 p.m., just as night truly settled in, the system's voice rang out once again. Congratulations on surviving your first natural disaster. The following announcement is now released. 1. The next natural disaster will commence 7 days after the extreme cold ends. 2. The system store will open at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Items can be purchased using Sinla coins. Sinla coins can be obtained through resource exchange or treasure chest rewards. 3. The requirements for upgrading to a Tier 4 shelter have been published. Please check them yourself. 4. A 7-day leaderboard event begins. Resource leaderboard, combat power leaderboard, and shelter leaderboard. Top 10 will be featured on each board. First place receives 2 golden treasure chests. Second and third place get 1 each, and the rest receive 2 silver treasure chests. Additional special rewards will be given to those who make the leaderboard. Keep surviving, humanity. I immediately pulled up the shelter panel. Shelter, Withered Banyan Treehouse, Tier 3. Upgrade requirements. 1. 10,000 Sinla coins. 2. Reach Tier 2 strength. 3. Possess 3 Tier 2 buildings. I'm still figuring out the whole Sinla coins thing. I just advanced to Tier 1 not too long ago, and I'm still 1 Tier 2 building short. Getting everything together before the next disaster? Hard to say. I opened the leaderboards. Resource leaderboard. First place, Go Yun. Combat power leaderboard. First place, Chun Goe Chun. Shelter leaderboard. First place, Go Yun. I glanced at Little Black by my side, saying nothing. Go Yun's dominating 2 leaderboards. Brother Chun is barely holding on to 10th place on combat power. As for me claiming first place on that leaderboard, well, we both know why. Still, I'm pretty broke. Starting tomorrow, I've got to hustle. Weather report for today, clear. Temperature, 32 degrees Fahrenheit to 46 degrees Fahrenheit, 0 degrees Celsius to 8 degrees Celsius. Daylight hours, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. This world makes zero sense. Yesterday was negative 58 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 50 degrees Celsius, with only 5 hours of daylight. Now it's practically spring. Ridiculous. I ate while grumbling to myself, then opened the system store. The items were plentiful, but pretty basic. 1 unit of wood, 1 Sinlu coin. 1 unit of iron, 3 Sinlu coins. Random common weapon, 30 Sinlu coins. Teleport scroll, 100 Sinlu coins. Random tier 1 weapon, 100 Sinlu coins. Random tier 2 item, 800 Sinlu coins, weekly limit, 1. Next, I check the exchange rates. 10 units of wood equals 1 Sinlu coin. Highway robbery. Absolute scam. You pay 1 Sinlu coin for a single unit of wood, but it takes 10 units of wood to get just 1 coin in return? This system ought to be strung up. Still, I begrudgingly exchanged all my excess wood and stone, keeping only 1,000 units of each. After some bartering, I ended up with about 20,000 Sinlu coins, just enough to upgrade my shelter. Unfortunately, I'm still stuck with the other requirements. I spent 800 coins on the random tier 2 item, bought 100 tier 1 seeds, and snagged 40 teleport scrolls before stopping myself. The tier 2 item turned out to be a potion. Plant enhancement potion improves 1 beneficial trait of a plant or eliminates 1 negative trait. My first instinct was to feed it to the fast-growing fig tree. But it's only a tier 1 tree. It feels like a waste. I'll save it for something better. Then I looked at the 100 tier 1 seeds and immediately felt the urge to string the system up on a lamppost. The randomness here is practically criminal. Over 40 of them are bizarre plants, grass that sways without wind, flowers more fragrant than usual, trees that grow no taller than half a meter. About 30 seeds are vegetables, at least they're edible. The only truly useful seeds? 18. 5 fast-growing fig trees, 3 calming flowers, 9 explosive fruit trees, and 1 aromatic tea tree. By the time I had everything sorted, dawn had arrived. I pushed open the shelter door to find forest wolves and moon-spotted deer lined up on either side, quietly waiting. Their leaders, the wolf king and the deer chief, stepped forward together, signaling that the extreme cold had passed. They told me they'd be leaving now, thanking me for hosting them for the past couple of days. I didn't stop them. Instead, I said, help me keep an eye out for unusual plants around the area when you return. Report the locations to me directly. Don't worry, I'll make it worth your while. They agreed and led their groups away. I turned back to focus on my tasks. I planted 13 special seeds in the nature cabin and then headed to the vegetable garden. With the greenhouse protection and heat-retaining stones on the ground, the seeds had all matured. I harvested 27 rice plants and replaced them with new seeds. Even Little Black wasn't spared from labor. Under my pressure, the creature begrudgingly resigned itself to clearing snow. By the time I'd finished working all morning, my shelter stood out like a sore thumb amidst the endless white landscape. To reward both of us, I made a pot of meat stew with crystal radish for lunch. In the afternoon, the plan was to go exploring. Now that I'd reached Tier 3, my fog-free radius had expanded to 1,500 meters, and the light fog zone now spanned up to 5,000 meters. I had even borrowed Chenmeng's area scanner. But, of course, plans never go as expected. Qingjinghua suddenly contacted me. Qingjinghua, Brother Guichin, I'd like to invite you to an official meeting this afternoon at 2 p.m. It's extremely important. Besides yourself, other top-ranked individuals from the Dragon Nation and some elite evaluators have been invited as well. Key information will be revealed, and we'll provide teleportation scrolls. I sincerely hope you can make it. Me. Let me think about it and confirm with you before 2 p.m. Qingjinghua. Understood. I'll be waiting for your reply. After hearing that other people were invited, I immediately reached out to Chunmeng and Go Yun. They'd both received the same invitation. The three of us decided to discuss it in person. Before long, they arrived at my shelter one after the other. I spoke first. What's your take on this? Is the official group genuinely trying to share information, or do they have ulterior motives? Chinmeng, I tend to think they're serious. The teleportation scrolls allow instant return. Even if the officials wanted to pull something, trying to trap this many people who've developed well would be overreaching. Plus, if this sort of thing becomes known, they'd become enemies of the entire world, and they still wouldn't get the resources they want. The risks outweigh the benefits. Go Yin, I think so too. And I have something that could help us determine. Even if something goes wrong, we can get out unscathed. He pulled out a special item. Shell of the Mystic Tortoise, single-use item. Creates a protective shield with a 3-meter radius around the user, capable of withstanding any attack below Tier 3 for 1 hour. That's pretty strong, though the duration is a bit short. Not an issue. I have 3 of them. Oh, my bad. Shouldn't have doubted the weight of the world's top resource rankings. Yeah, you really shouldn't have. Brother Chun, Uncle Chin Ming, let's not do this. I chuckled and cut the banter short. All right, let's keep it serious. We'll go together, but let's not reveal that we're allies. Act like we don't know each other when the time comes. I'll bring Little Black along. Bringing Little Black might draw too much attention. That's your trump card. It's fine. It can hide in my shadow. Then that settles it. Let's get ready separately. Brother Chun, Uncle Chun Ming, Little Black, see you all later. After the meeting ended, I contacted Qin Jinghua. Me. Old Qin, I've made up my mind. I'll go. Qin Jinghua. That's great news. Thank you for trusting me. I'll send you the scroll right away. The meeting point is at Zhou Jiaming's shelter. Trust is the most valuable currency in this world. Every ounce of mine is weighed and measured before it's given. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Chen Ming, Go Yun, and I individually tore open the teleportation scrolls. Little Black silently slipped into my shadow. Before our eyes stood a 2-story wooden cabin. Its interior was so modest it bordered on sparse, not the swarming crowd I'd anticipated. Before I could take in the details, 4 people stepped out to greet us. The leader addressed us politely. You 3 must be Chen Guichen, Chen Ming, and Go Yun? I'm Zhou Jiaming. Old Qin asked us to await your arrival. I nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Ming silently scanned the surroundings, saying nothing. Go Yun muttered a quiet response and took an unintentional half-step backward. Zhou Jiaming smiled. The meeting starts in half an hour. Per Old Qin's instructions, feel free to look around the shelter if you'd like. I still need to welcome others, so these 3 will assist you. They're official personnel and will make sure you're well taken care of. We had no objections. It was their turf, after all. After Zhou Jiaming departed, the lead among the 3 stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. I'm Zhang Yong, but just call me Xiao Zhang. Do you 3 want to check things out together or separately? Let's stick together, I said. Might as well get to know you all better. Chen Ming grinned. I, for one, am curious to see what top combatant on the rankings actually means. Go Yun nodded. Then I'll stick with you guys. All right. There's not much to see on the first floor, and Mr. Zhou's bedroom is on the second. What you really want to check out is outside. As he tilted his head toward the window, I followed his gaze. The clearing outside was lined with a dozen or so neat wooden cabins. People bustled about, elders and children basking in the sun near their doorsteps, while armed young adults patrolled the perimeter. These are survivors we brought here using teleportation scrolls, Zhang Yong explained. Their shelters were destroyed. Most of them are elderly, women, and children, though there are some young adults who are unable to fend for themselves. We arranged a meeting today, but to avoid disturbing you all or any unforeseen incidents, we gathered them into one area under special supervision. Chen Ming clicked his tongue. Impressive. I thought everyone would just hoard their supplies and hide in their own nests. Didn't expect you guys to take in so many people. I stayed silent, simply gazing at the wooden cabins. In a chaotic world like this, creating shelter for strangers to shield them from the wind and rain shows a rare kind of compassion, something far more valuable than any spot on a leaderboard. No wonder they've earned the trust of so many people in such a short time. But still, are there more individuals like Elder Qin among the officials? After exchanging some casual remarks, it was nearing the time for the meeting. Zhang Yong led us back to the cabins and opened a hidden door in the corner of the ground floor, revealing a staircase leading downward. At the bottom was a 300-square-meter underground room with 5 rows of tables and chairs. Quite a few people were already seated and talking in low voices. As soon as we stepped through the door, the chatter abruptly quieted. Every pair of eyes turned toward us, curious, probing, wary. Zhou Jiaming guided us straight to the front row. The seating's already been arranged. Mr. Chun, you'll be at seat number 4. Mr. Go, seat 7. Mr. Chun Ming, seat 10. The 10 seats in the front row were labeled 1 through 10. We took our assigned seats, while the remaining 7 were still empty. Behind us, The people seated in the other 4 rows continued to sneak glances at us. It wasn't surprising. After all, one of us ranked first globally in combat strength, another held the top spots in both resources and shelter rankings, and the third was ranked 10th in combat strength. We represented some of the most elite survivors of today. 2 minutes later, footsteps echoed from the stairs. Qin Jinghua entered with 6 middle-aged men dressed in combat gear and a young man, followed by a dozen security personnel. They took their seats in the first row, except for one person who stepped to the very front. The air suddenly felt heavy. The man spoke. "Hello, everyone. I'm Huang Jingmin. All of you here are among the leading survivors of humanity, so I won't waste time. I'll get straight to sharing the information we've discovered. Please refrain from interruptions. We'll discuss everything after I've finished. We've uncovered a ruin and obtained several key pieces of intel. First, we are not the first survivors in this world. There have been many groups before us, but they were all wiped out. Second, the system's functions may begin to disappear in the future, likely retaining only shelter upgrades and notifications. Third, upon reaching the 3rd tier of strength, individuals undergo a dramatic transformation, though the specific details remain unclear. Fourth, the space we currently occupy is just a tiny fraction of the vast continent of Sunluo. Fifth, the fog is very likely our ultimate enemy. Sixth, the next disaster, extreme heat. That's all. Please keep this to yourselves and avoid causing unnecessary panic. You may discuss among yourselves for now. Mr. Qin will have more to say shortly." I ran through everything in my mind. The first point I already knew. Points 3, 4, and 5 weren't surprising either. What really made my heart sink was the second point. No system. That meant no way for survivors across regions to communicate. We'd have to disassemble resources ourselves, and insight would be useless. How would anyone survive? As I mulled it over, a shadow fell over my face. A young man blocked my path, narrowing his eyes at me with a blatantly provocative smirk. "You're the number 1 on the combat rankings? You don't look like much. Honestly, I doubt you could even give me a decent fight." The murmurs around us stopped instantly. Inwardly, I sighed. I hadn't provoked him or anyone else, but if I didn't make a stand now, the challengers would just keep coming. I cast him a disinterested glance and said flatly, "So, you're so strong that the system rankings didn't dare put your name on the list, huh? Well, yeah, if that's the case, then I guess I really don't have what it takes to entertain you." As soon as the words left my mouth, thud, the young man's knees buckled, and he collapsed straight onto the ground. His face turned crimson, and his body trembled like a leaf in the wind, unable to even lift a single finger. I looked down at him, leisurely jabbing at his pride. "Whoa there, mister. Never fully satisfied. My bad for not meeting your expectations, but is kneeling and begging really necessary? Hate to break it to you, but begging won't help. I'm honestly scared of how strong you are." With that, I grabbed him by the collar, casually tossing him aside like a piece of garbage to the edge of the corridor. Then I turned back to the stunned crowd, offering a slight nod. "Apologies, everyone. Just ran into some idiot who kneels at people for no reason. Didn't mean to disturb you all. Please, carry on as you were." Dead silence filled the room. No one had seen exactly how I made my move. All they knew was that one moment, the previously arrogant young man had been full of swagger, and the next, he was on his knees with no semblance of resistance. Everyone's minds came to the same conclusion. This Qin Guichen wasn't as easy to mess with as he might initially appear. What no one realized was that from start to finish, it wasn't actually me who struck. The real hand and strength belonged to the little shadow concealed in my own. The silence lasted only a few fleeting moments before it was broken. Qin Jinghua, having watched everything unfold, simply shook his head and heaved a resigned sigh. Standing slowly, he drew the attention of the entire room. The mere flicker of his gaze caused anyone who dared steal a second glance to hastily avert their eyes. Even in a world where rules had all but collapsed, the commanding aura of this elder demanded their respect and obedience. He walked to the front of the room, giving a small nod as he began to speak, his voice steady and laced with an apologetic tone. "Everyone, I must apologize. It seems our preparation was lacking, and we've made a poor impression." His gaze briefly hovered on the young man still trembling in the corridor, his brows knitting ever so slightly. Behind him, members of the security team moved swiftly, dragging the humiliated challenger out with practiced efficiency. Comrade Huang Zhengmin has just disclosed information critical to the survival of all humanity. I implore every single one of you to remain tight-lipped and under no circumstances reveal what you've learned here today. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle, his keen eyes passing over every individual in the room. Here's the text translated into English, adapted to reflect expressions more common in the USA. You know, everyone here today is a top-tier survivor. Each of you carved your way out of a world of billions to be here, to stand where you are now. You've all got your own way of surviving. But today, I want to share a few heartfelt words with you, not as someone preaching from above, but as someone who's been through it. He raised a hand and pointed upward, his tone growing heavy. Some of you might have seen earlier, outside, the people we've taken in, mostly the elderly, women, and children. 7 days of extreme cold, and the global population plummeted from over 10 billion to less than 3 billion. The next heat wave? It's going to be even worse. We've gained intel through special channels. Before the second disaster strikes, the system is going to unlock what it calls the vassalage mechanism. The room fell deathly silent at those words. All eyes locked on him, and even the sound of breathing seemed to quiet. Qin Jinghua met everyone's gaze and spoke slowly, emphasizing every word. Vassalage means that a survivor can voluntarily forfeit their survival qualifications and pledge allegiance to someone else. Once confirmed, the vassal loses all independent status. The system shuts down all support for them. No shelter, no resources. Their lives, their survival. Everything is handed over to the person they've pledged loyalty to. In other words, they're putting their lives entirely in someone else's hands. A ripple of murmurs swept through the room, impossible to suppress. What did this mean? If someone was willing to become a vassal, it meant their life, resources, labor, everything, could legally be transferred to their master. For those at the top of the food chain, this was practically a no-cost transaction, a deal too good to pass up. I know what many of you are thinking. This is a huge opportunity. Qin Jinghua's voice cut sharply through the whispers. But I beg you to think about this for a moment. The majority of these people who would rather give up their own survival rights, who would choose vassalage, they're not opportunists. They're desperate, ordinary people. They're our fellow humans, no different from the rest of us. His tone softened but carried weight. I'm not asking any of you to go broke or act like the government and take everyone in. All I ask is this: when this mechanism is activated, and when someone turns to you, seeking you as their last hope, give them a chance to live. What you do with them afterward is entirely your choice. But I'm asking, just asking, let them live. Even if it's just a scrap of food, just a roof to shield them from the elements. Humanity didn't make it this far on infighting alone. We survived because we helped each other. When his speech ended, the room was enveloped in silence. Some looked moved, others averted their gaze or exchanged glances, while a few wore faint smirks of disdain. But no one dared openly oppose him. After a long pause, Qin Jinghua sighed softly and dipped his head slightly, as if to mark the end. That's all I wanted to say. This meeting is adjourned. For those who wish to stay and build alliances, we've prepared tea and food. For those who'd prefer to leave, you're free to go. Thank you all for coming today. With that, he stepped off the stage and returned to his seat. Almost the instant he sat down, I stood up. I nodded slightly in his direction, keeping my demeanor calm and composed. The meaning of stay. Chun Meng and Go Yun gave polite nods to the people attempting to make connections with them after seeing me leave, and then they made their own excuses to leave as well. Once my figure disappeared from view, a few shadows in the corner of the basement slowly began to gather. The young man who had just been tossed out sneaked back in, his face twisted with resentment. He stood by the side of a middle-aged man in a combat outfit, gritting his teeth as he hissed quietly. "Uncle Wang, you saw that, right? That guy doesn't care about the authorities at all. He's on our turf, and he's still acting that arrogant." The man, named Wang Heshong, was one of the key officials accompanying Qin Jinghua. His face was dark as he gazed in the direction I disappeared, wariness flickering in his eyes. Finally, he murmured coldly, "Shut up. You're the one without any skill, yet you went and provoked him. I told you to talk to him, and that's how you talk? You embarrass yourself and still have the nerve to complain?" The young man shrank back slightly, though his resentment hadn't entirely faded as he muttered, I just wasn't prepared. If I had been ready, he might not have been able to beat me. And anyway, with how arrogant he is now, it's only a matter of time before he steps all over us. Another man standing nearby sneered, a rookie fresh out of the gates, who lucked into landing first place. And now he thinks he can step all over us? What a joke. He's not wrong, though. You really don't use your head. Enough squabbling. Wang Heshong raised his hand to cut off their argument, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes. There'll be plenty of chances later. He's just a naive kid. He won't be able to stir up any real trouble. Let him have his moment in the spotlight. When the system disappears and it stops propping him up, I want to see whether he can keep up this arrogance on his own. He cast a warning glance at the young man. For now, you're to behave yourself. If you cause any more trouble, I'll take care of you before anyone else does. The young man quickly nodded, but as he stared in the direction I'd left, the venom in his eyes hadn't diminished at all. The transmission light faded, and I, Chen Meng, and Go Yun returned to the first floor of the withered banyan treehouse. Xiaohei emerged from my shadow, shaking off the black mist around it. With a satisfied wag of its head, it nudged my hand, a soft rumbling sound in its throat as if asking for praise. Nicely done. I smiled and ruffled its head. Goei-chun, that move just now was amazing. Chen Ming flopped into a chair, laughing heartily. When that guy hit his knees, everyone's eyes just about popped out of their sockets. I thought you had made the move, but it was actually Xiaohei. That was incredible, Chun. Go Yun chimed in to flatter. Let's keep a low profile. Let's keep it low, I said, though I couldn't quite suppress the grin tugging at the corners of my mouth. I walked over to the table and poured each of them a glass of Tier 2 spring water. All right, let's get down to business. What do you guys think about the intel from the meeting earlier? Chen Meng took a big gulp of water, his smile fading as he spoke with a serious tone. The updates from Huang Zhengmin. None of it was surprising. We're not the first wave of survivors. No shock there. The Sunluo continent being even larger than we imagined? Makes sense too, with billions of people spread out everywhere. Breaking through the third tier would bring significant changes. It's inevitable, just a matter of time. The next disaster will be extreme heat. Knowing this ahead of time gives us the chance to prepare. He raised 2 fingers. There are only 2 things you need to know. First, the fog is our ultimate enemy. Second, most of the system's functionalities will disappear in the future. I responded, the fog? We're only at the first tier. It's too early to dwell on that. What really worries me is losing the system's functionalities. We don't even know when that'll happen. Goyin nodded slightly, lowering his voice. If trading, chat, insight, and decomposition all go away, we'll be completely cut off from the outside world. And we won't be able to rely on the system to identify or break down resources anymore. Those powerful survivors from before, they all perished. So, how are we supposed to make it? The atmosphere in the room became heavy. We had only just survived the extreme cold disaster, but all of us were fully aware. Our survival had largely depended on trading through the system, exchanging resources, and gathering information via the chat channels. Even with these tools at our disposal, countless people still didn't make it. If those functions were taken from us, for regular survivors, it would be game over. And then there's the vassalage system, Chen Meng said, slamming the table. They say it's about letting us shelter ordinary people so we can survive together. But let's be real. It's just a way for top-tier survivors to exploit the lower tiers and speed up their own development. How many people actually treat others sincerely? You're not wrong, I said. But if others are doing it, and we don't, we'll fall behind eventually. Chen Meng frowned. So you're saying we should exploit others too? Of course not. I shook my head. The system introduced the vassalage mechanism and now plans to take away functionalities, forcing everyone to transition from surviving independently to banding together and fighting. It's a way of artificially creating conflict, like raising goo insects. Just the 3 of us alone won't be enough. We can't craft every tool ourselves, and we can't break down every resource on our own. So, we recruit some people to handle the smaller things. Meanwhile, the 3 of us focus on the bigger picture. Exactly, I said, raising my eyes to look at them with resolve in my tone. First, the 3 of us are allies. Our success is shared, and so is failure. Second, We only recruit two kinds of people, those with skills, whether it's farming, technology, or medicine, and those with unique talents. But we can't take in too many, or we'll overburden ourselves and face management issues. I wasn't like Qin Jinghua, who had devoted everything to sheltering millions. After experiencing the extreme cold, it was clear those who survived already had their own ways of living. What I could do was protect myself and my partners first, and only then provide a feasible chance at survival to others. Go Yun's eyes lit up. Big Brother Chen, I'm totally on board with this. My floating island shelter is spacious and secure. Even if there's extreme heat, I can figure out a way to cool it down. There's plenty of room for people. Plus, I'm not short on food or supplies. Chen Ming nodded as well. I got no problem with it either. My shelter's defenses are rock solid, and my mom's always telling me, help out if you can. Besides, this battle axe of mine works just as great cutting down beasts as it does protecting people. Seeing the two of them agree so readily, a faint smile crept up on my face. In this unpredictable world, having two allies you can trust with your back is more valuable than being ranked number one on any leaderboard. There are three things we need to prepare for ahead of time, I said, letting the smile fade. First, starting tomorrow, the three of us need to share everything we have. Blueprints, recipes, you name it. Stock up on everything we can build and all the basic supplies we can gather. Second, the next disaster is going to be extreme heat. It could be worse than the freezing cold. Water will evaporate, plants will wither, wildfires are possible, and we might even face monsters like the snow beasts again. We'll need to quickly find tools for cooling, water storage, and fire prevention. Third, we're picking up the pace. Tomorrow, I'll clear out the wild animals near my shelter. The day after, we'll do Qin Ming's. The day after that, Go Yun's. Then we'll each have 3 days to explore our surroundings, gather useful materials, and prep for the heat wave. Chen Ming and Go Yun both nodded firmly, as if carving my words into their minds. Outside, the sky darkened. A chilly breeze rustled through the branches, whistling softly. The campfire crackled brightly, its glow highlighting our faces filled with unwavering determination for the future. Day's summary. Weather, clear. Temperature, 46 to 59 degrees Fahrenheit, 8 to 15 degrees Celsius. Daylight hours, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. I woke up early and prepared all of my exploration gear: life necklace, ancient bark armor, wind-swift leg guards, forset light boots, a poison dagger, flamefang blade, and whirlwind crossbow. I activated the regional scanner I borrowed from Chen Ming, spreading a soft blue holographic screen displaying life forms within a 3-mile radius. The northeast showed 2 blue marks trailed by 3 green ones. To the northwest, a single blue mark surrounded by a dozen greens, with clusters of white scattered nearby. To the south, southeast, and southwest, only a few green and white marks dotted the map, with no sign of second-tier creatures. Based on what the moonstriped deer mentioned, those 2 blue markers in the northeast should be the forest tigers and shadow owls. What's odd is how close these second-tier beasts are to each other. Closing the scanner, I swung myself onto Xiao Hei's back. Patting his head, I said, "Let's go northeast first." Xiao Hei let out a low growl, his silvery moon-like patterns glimmering under his fur before bolting into the trees. 20 minutes later, we stopped before an expanse of bare rock. From deep within a cave, a deafening tiger's roar echoed through the forest. 2 massive forest tigers, nearly 10 feet in length, emerged slowly. Their dark gray coats were streaked with jet black stripes. A faint gold light glinted at the king mark on their foreheads. Muscles rippled beneath their sturdy frames, and their razor-sharp claws gouged into the stone beneath them. 2 second-tier forest tigers, just as expected. 3 young tigers followed close behind, their auras already reaching the first tier. 2 forest tigers locked their gaze on Little Black, growling low in their throats yet not daring to recklessly pounce. They were keenly aware of the terrifying aura emanating from him. Little Black stepped forward, dark mist rolling off his back. I patted him gently, signaling him not to act. Jumping down from the wolf's back, I released an aura of nature and spoke in a calm tone. "We're not looking for trouble, and we won't harm your cubs. We're just here to retrieve something, this kind of chest, which should be in your den. Once we get it, We'll leave. As I finished, I took out a silver chest to show them. The lead male tiger swished its tail, its voice deep and wary. I know what you're talking about. It's near the entrance of the den. I've tried opening it myself. But why should I believe you won't ambush us the moment we go to get it? Even if you carry the aura of nature, especially with that wolf by your side. He's my partner. He won't harm you. I replied, gesturing to Little Black. I can step back, far enough for you to feel safe. Once you bring the chest out, I'll retrieve it from a distance. To show my goodwill, here's something in return. I'll give you a piece of information. 5 days from now, there will be a heat wave in this forest, and that nearby stream might dry up. The tigress let out an urgent growl and took half a step forward, but the male held her back. The male tiger stared at me for a good half-minute before his tense shoulders eased. Can you absolutely guarantee this information is true? I'm certain. Lying to you gains me nothing. The tiger was silent for a moment, then turned to lead his family back into the den. When they returned, each tiger was carrying a silver chest in its jaws. Gently, they placed them at my feet. Here are your things. We'll trust your words. A few days ago, there was an unusual cold snap, and before that, strange mists. I've already felt that this forest is changing. If what you say is true, my cubs won't survive the heat wave. I want your help, and in return, we'll repay you. I thought for a moment. All right, meet me by the stream in 3 days. One more thing. Why are you, second-tier tigers, living so close to another group? Our territory is vast, but this stream is the only nearby water source. For convenience, we're forced to stay close to them. Understood. Thank you. We'll be leaving now. I stored the chests and turned to leave with Little Black. Not long after heading northwest, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed through the forest. A 2-meter-tall first-tier savage bear burst through the undergrowth, snapping bushes apart. Its eyes were bloodshot, its body reeking of corrosive energy, and it charged at us like a mad beast intent on destroying any living being it saw. In an instant, Little Black darted into its shadow, transforming into a dark silhouette. With precision, his shadowy violet claws emerged and struck the bear's shadow core at its chest. The corrupted bear let out a howling shriek before collapsing heavily onto the ground, lifeless. I walked over, picked up the core, and casually tossed it into my system's storage space before continuing on my journey. After another half-hour of travel, I arrived in the ancient forest in the northwest. The ancient trees here require several people to encircle their trunks. Their overlapping branches cast a dense canopy, plunging the forest into dim light. Dozens of shadow forest owls perch on the horizontal branches, their pairs of glowing green eyes piercing the twilight. Wings folded tight, they look ready to dive at a moment's notice. Atop the tallest main branch stands a shadow forest owl with a wingspan of about 2 meters. Its brown feathers shimmer faintly, and its vertical pupils radiate a cold intensity. This is the Tier 2 leader. Standing beneath the tree, I slowly let my natural energy dissipate, then carefully retrieved a silver treasure chest from my pack. I'm only here for this, I said softly. I won't disturb your kind, nor harm any of you. Please, trust me. The leader flapped its wings once, sending a chill gust through the forest. Its voice was carried clearly to me on the wind, steady and cool. I sense that you carry nature's blessing. I wish to make a deal with you. Surprised, I replied. What kind of deal? The leader folded its wings gently, revealing a tiny owl, no larger than my palm, nestled within its feathers. This owlet's feathers were not the brown of the Shadow Forest Owl clan, but a rare silver white. Its pale golden eyes peeked out timidly as it clung to the leader for comfort. This is my child, the leader began, its tone tinged with uncharacteristic tenderness. Its bloodline is mutated, its essence at odds with our clan. Since birth, it has been rejected. To stay means exile or eventual death under the cruel law of the wild. It hesitated momentarily, and for the first time, I saw a softness in those sharp, vertical pupils. I will give you what you seek and reveal the locations of all rare resources in this ancient forest. In return, I ask you, protect this child. Let it live a good life. I looked up at the tiny owl cradled in its feathers and felt its faint, fearful yet yearning plea for life. Extending my hand, soft green light unfurled within my palm. The owlet tilted its head curiously. The leader, seeing this reaction, entrusted the little one to my outstretched hand. As I gazed down at the silver-feathered creature cradled in my palm, I raised my eyes to meet the leaders and solemnly vowed, I will form a symbiotic pact with it, share my life force, protect it as it grows, and never abandon it. Name: Moonshadow Owl. Grade: Tier 1. Description: a mutation of the shadow forest owl, retaining its natural abilities while awakening a rare moonlit affinity. With golden eyes and luminous silver feathers, it is destined to reign as a master of the night sky. When my words fell, the soft green light in my palm rippled outward, settling gently over the owlet's brow. The little one did not resist, allowing the soothing energy to flow into its tiny form. Simultaneously, a faint thread of a natural pattern flickered briefly on both my wrist and the owlet's paw. Symbiotic pact established. An imperceptible bond linked us, and I could feel its absolute trust and reliance flowing toward me. The tension in the leader's body visibly relaxed. Turning silently, it flew into the depths of its nest and emerged moments later carrying 2 silver treasure chests, which it dropped at my feet. It then shared with me the precise locations of 3 rare resource spots within the forest. In return, I informed it of an impending heat wave due in 5 days, inviting it to meet me by the creek in 3 days' time to discuss strategies. The leader agreed. Following its directions, I found the 3 resource sites it had mentioned: a patch of Tier 2 bloodthorn, a vein of Tier 2 red iron ore, and a Tier 1 honeyheart jujube tree. I carefully marked each spot's location in my mind as I traveled onward. I continued searching for other first-tier tribes. Each time I encountered one, I informed them that the intense heat was approaching and extended an invitation. 3 days from now, at noon, let's gather by the creek to discuss how to prepare for and survive the rising temperatures. Most tribe leaders agreed to the invitation, likely drawn by the natural aura I gave off and the location being by the creek. Unfortunately, these nomadic tribes had no treasure chests to claim. On the road, I ran into a few waves of mist beasts. Little Black dealt with them effortlessly, so I didn't even need to make a move. I casually collected the mist crystals they dropped into my system space. By the time I returned to the withered banyan treehouse, the sun was already leaning westward, leaving just over an hour until nightfall. I lined up the 4 silver treasure chests I had collected along the way neatly by the fire. Little Black lay at my feet, wagging his tail and nudging my hand, letting out a proud little woof, like he was looking for praise. Little White, meanwhile, quietly curled up in my arms. I gave it a gentle poke and said softly, "You need a name too. You're entirely silver white, which is the opposite of Little Black's dark gold coloring. How about we call you Little White from now on?" Little Black gave me a knowing look as if to say, "Called it." Little White, still young and not understanding any of this, just responded with a wave of happy feelings, thinking I was playing with it. "Well, since you agree, your name is officially Little White," I declared triumphantly. Of course, back at the natural treehouse, there's already another victim of my naming system, Little Green. After giving Little White its name, I spent a bit of time playing with it before moving on to the main task of the day, opening the treasure chests. The 4 silver treasure chests were lined up neatly by the fire. Without hesitation, I opened them one by one. The crisp sound of lids being lifted echoed through the treehouse. The contents of the first chest: a blueprint for Tier 2 beast nutritional supplements, a tiger-patterned arm guard, and 3 seeds for first-tier water-storing trees. The nutritional supplements were perfect for solving the feeding problem for Little Black and Little White. With ingredients like wild beast essence and nourishing spring water, I had all the materials ready to make them. No more scouring the trading system daily to find food for Little Black, and it would help Little White grow. The arm guard added another layer of defense to my gear, and the water-storing trees could be planted to prepare for the future heatwave season. The second chest only had 2 items, both familiar old friends: 3 portions of moondew and a Tier 2 flower bed. Simple, but practical. The third chest contained 3 items: 3 portions of Tier 2 fertilizer, a Tier 2 heartwood crystal, and a Tier 2 upgrade scroll. Heartwood crystal, Tier 2, a rare crystal nurtured by ancient trees, capable of accelerating plant growth, enhancing life energy, and even being used as a core for equipment to boost its attributes. Great stuff. The upgrade scroll was a versatile, high-value item. To others, the fertilizer might have seemed underwhelming, but to me, it was a treasure. The last chest held only one item. At first, I thought I'd come up empty, but upon reading its description, I couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. It was just that good. Crystalline sunflower seeds times 2, tier 2 once mature. These become the crowning queens of the plant family. They can produce 2 to 5 solar crystals daily, which accelerate plant growth and carry a small chance of producing mutations fueled by speed-feeding plants, birthing intelligence. The higher the grade, the greater the yield and a stronger likelihood of success. In my mind, the vision was already clear: growing a crystalline sunflower, commanding a sprawling army of plants, and summoning a pack of ferocious beasts with my innate abilities. Just imagining it had my blood pumping with excitement. I carefully stored the seeds and began to calculate my plan. Come tomorrow morning, I would plant it in my nature cabin. Wooden heart crystals, lunar dew, plant-enhancing potions, and 2 days' worth of accumulated natural energy would all be poured into nourishing it. And from there on, I give it a steady supply daily to ensure it matured as quickly as possible. As the old adage goes, it takes 10 years to grow a tree. But in this world, with the right approach, a single seed can change the entire game. The next day was the agreed date for clearing wild beasts at Chunming's shelter. After breakfast, I took Xiaohei with me and applied for teleportation. When the white light faded, I found myself standing at the entrance to Chunming's cave. The entire shelter had been chiseled into a solid cliffside. 2 thick ironwood gates sealed its entrance tightly, with sharp spikes embedded along the green stone walls, an impenetrable fortress. Inside, the stone floor was polished smooth, and a roaring fire emanated warmth mixed with the inviting smell of cooking. The layout was orderly, with separate spaces for sleeping, hygiene, and cooking. Even the weaponry was meticulously arranged. "Guochen, you're finally here." Chunming greeted me with his signature strides, followed by a kind-faced elderly woman with silver hair. "Hello, Aunt Chun." I greeted her with a smile. "So, you're Guochen. Come in, have a seat." Aunt Chun said warmly as she guided me to a stone bench, her expression overflowing with gratitude. "I've been wanting to thank you for some time now. If it weren't for your medicine back then, I wouldn't still be alive today. We don't have much around here, but we made a hearty meal. Please, have some." Before she could even finish her sentence, Goyin teleported in as well. The 4 of us gathered around the stone table, which was packed with dishes. Tender tier, 2 beast meat, sautéed wild greens, and savory braised rice dishes filled the table. Throughout the meal, Aunt Chun kept serving me food, expressing her thanks and singing my praises over and over, making for a cheerful and lively mealtime. Once the plates were clear, I wiped my hands and said, "I won't be joining the hunt. You all know my aptitude. I'm not much of a help in direct combat. I'll have Xiaohei go with you instead, and I'll go tend to other matters. Don't worry, he'll follow your commands, and his combat prowess won't disappoint." "All right then, you do what you need to do. We'll handle things here," Chunming assured me with a firm pat on the chest. Xiaohei emerged from the shadows at my feet, rubbing its head against my hand and letting out a low growl. I crouched down, gave it a few instructions, and then headed back alone to my withered banyan tree cabin. Upon arrival, I immediately opened the construction interface and selected living vine-woven walls. I marked out a square boundary of 32 by 32 meters around the cabin. Each section of the wall was to be 4 meters high and 4 meters wide, making for a perfect total of 32 segments. I reviewed the material requirements: 20 wood units per segment, totaling 640 units. That, along with 28 tier 1 vines and 4 tier 2 vines, all accounted for. The vines were items I'd acquired through the trading system, so a ton of spring water and healing potions were spent, but it was worth it. The first tier vines each have their unique traits. There's the silken vine, adept at binding, the corrupting vine, which secretes corrosive poison, and the thorn vine, covered in back-facing spikes ideal for piercing. The second-tier vines are all incredibly durable, like the diamond vine, specializing in defense. I didn't precisely coordinate their arrangement, instead randomly assigning different types to sections of the wall. This ensured the entire perimeter would be balanced, solid in both offense and defense, with no glaring weaknesses. Confirm. Click Build. In an instant, radiant white light engulfed the outer edge, and the required materials were deducted automatically. Wooden beams rapidly interlocked, stacking layer upon layer until they formed a 4-meter-tall wall. Various vines sprouted along the structure, growing rapidly, intertwining, and tightly coiling together. The deep brown vine tendrils merged seamlessly with the wall, draping down from its top and climbing back toward its base, filling every crevice until there wasn't a single gap left. Within just a few minutes, the construction was complete. 32 wall segments connected seamlessly in a ring, securely enclosing the withered banyan treehouse in the center. The vine-covered walls were alive with detail. Some tendrils hung down with venomous barbs, emitting a faint, chilling glow. Others were knotted and bulbous, ready to shoot out spikes in an instant. Still others appeared layered and pliable, but their tenacity was evident. They would constrict and crush anything trying to breach. At the core of the defense were 4 second-tier diamond vines, lending unparalleled strength to the structure. I walked around the walls once, lightly brushing my fingertips against the vine-covered surface. The vivid vitality of the wall was unmistakable, resonating faintly with the child of nature, talent buried deep within me. Lifting my hand, I infused a wisp of natural energy into the wall. The vines shimmered, taking on a healthier, lustrous sheen. I nodded in satisfaction. A true fortress is never just stone and wood. It's built with a heart attuned to the harmony of all living things. Later, through the blood bond with Shadow, the scenes of that hunt flooded vividly into my mind. At the mountain's base, Chunming stood with his second-tier battle axe in hand. Behind him was Go Yun, equipped with a longbow and a quiver of arrows, and Shadow stood tall, head raised, eyes fixed on what lay ahead. Chunming unfolded the region scanner. 6 second-tier beasts in the vicinity. Let's start with the one to the east. It's the closest. The 2 men and 1 wolf quickly arrived at their target. Standing guard at the cave entrance was a 3-meter-tall, second-tier blackrock bear, its rocky hide impenetrably thick. Behind it was a smaller, first-tier female bear and 3 cubs. Noticing the intruders, the blackrock bear reared up on its hind legs, letting out an earth-shaking roar that dislodged bits of stone from the surrounding cliffside. With a massive paw, it swung fiercely at Shadow, who was charging from the front. Shadow neither dodged nor hesitated, sinking into the shadows cast by the terrain just before the paw struck. The bear's attack hit nothing but the ground, sending fragments of rock flying. In a flash, Shadow emerged from the bear's shadow, claws wreathed in dark energy, slashing with stunning accuracy at the thinner, softer tissue at the bear's throat. A fountain of blood erupted. Chunming leapt into action, unleashing the full force of his weapon mastery talent. His battle axe gleamed with icy light as it cleaved downward. Using the momentum of his descent, he smashed the dying bear's shoulder bones to dust before sweeping his axe horizontally to cut off the female bear's advance. The female roared in fury and turned to counter, only to be greeted by a precisely aimed, poison-tipped arrow. Fired from 10 meters away, Go Yun's bowstring thrummed as the arrow found its mark, driving deep into her right eye. The venom worked instantly, assaulting her nervous system, and her massive form collapsed with a crash. From start to finish, it took mere seconds. The engagement was swift and efficient. Target eliminated. Xiaohei charged into the cave and dragged out a silver treasure chest. Chunming used taming scrolls to capture 3 cubs, just right to bring back for breeding. Go Yun had already disassembled 2 bear carcasses. Once everything was sorted, the group headed straight south. This area was damp, covered with jagged rocks. As they stepped into the zone, over a dozen tier 1 venomous pythons slithered out of the cracks, filling the air with their foul stench. From the deepest part of the area, a massive 15-meter-long tier 2 Venomfang python king suddenly sprang forth, its fangs glowing with a toxic glint, lunging straight at Go Yun at the rear. But before it could fully leap, Xiaohei shot forward and slammed it down with a single paw, pinning the snake firmly at its vulnerable 7-inch mark. The python king thrashed wildly, unable to even let out a hiss. In the blink of an eye, razor-sharp claws pierced through its skull, shredding its insides, killing it on the spot. At the same time, Chunming charged into the swarm of snakes. His battle axe spun and whirled, creating an impenetrable steel barrier. Every swing severed snake bodies, blood splattering across the ground. Go Yun perched on higher ground, shooting arrows in rapid succession with pinpoint accuracy, striking the 7-inch mark of each snake without a single miss. After clearing out the snake cluster, they uncovered a silver chest and an iron chest. Without wasting a second, they moved on to the next location. The southwest woods opened up to reveal a Tier 2 steel bristle boar king, surrounded by a dozen Tier 1 wild boars. The moment they spotted the group, the boar king lowered its head, its bristle-like metallic quills standing straight, hooves digging into the ground before it charged forward like an unstoppable force of destruction. The rest of the herd followed, shaking the earth beneath. Xiaohe didn't back away. Instead, he shot upward, wings spread wide as shadowy energy condensed at the dark horn on his forehead. A piercing beam of darkness struck out, penetrating the boar king's forehead with surgical precision. Its charge came to an abrupt halt, the massive body skidding forward for several meters before collapsing with a resounding crash. Chunming met the herd head-on, splitting open two boars with a diagonal swing of his axe, sidestepped a charging brute, and knocked out two piglets to take back for rearing. Go Yun targeted isolated members of the herd, striking them down one by one. Within moments, the boar tribe scattered. The team collected a silver chest and an iron chest. In a shaded cave to the west, their target was a Tier 2 shadow fox, known for its stealth and mastery of shadow abilities, much like Xiaohe. As they entered its territory, the ambient energy shifted with an undeniable surge of dark affinity. Using the terrain for cover, the shadow fox attempted an ambush. But before it could strike, Xiaohe let loose a deafening growl. The overwhelming bloodline pressure of the 9 Nether Eclipse wolf thundered throughout the area. The shadow fox's body froze in place, its cloaking blown as it crouched trembling on the ground, too terrified to resist. Chunming ended its life with a swift axe strike, discovering a silver chest in its den. The power of bloodline dominance often surpasses the strength of an entire army, something beasts understand far better than humans. Heading to the northwest rocky terrain, they faced a Tier 2 mountain-splitting rhinoceros, its head lowered as it ground its formidable horn against the stones. Its hide was tougher than iron, and its gigantic horn had earned its reputation for shattering boulders with ease. At the sight of intruders, the beast pawed the ground and charged, its horn glowing faintly with an earthy yellow light. Xiaohe blurred into a shadow, bypassing the frontal assault to slash at the softer belly with his razor-sharp claws. The mountain-splitting rhino bellowed in pain, swinging around clumsily to retaliate, but before it could aim its horn, Chunming had already leaped onto its back. In one powerful motion, he drove his axe into the connection between its neck and shoulders, twisted with all his might, severing the spine. The massive beast staggered and toppled to the ground with an earth-shaking thud. Go Yun. The arrow pierced through its eyes, snuffing out its life completely. The final target lay at the northern cliff. Around a dozen Tier 1 bald vultures circled the Tier 2 decayed bone vulture king. As soon as they saw movement nearby, they dove down in an aggressive frenzy, their rancid beaks and sharp claws filling the sky as they attacked. With a flap of its wings, Little Black launched into the air, swatting the vultures down one by one, while Go Yun provided precision shots from below. In mere moments, most of the attacking flock was torn apart. The Vulture King let out a piercing shriek, attempting to flee, but Little Black caught its neck with a powerful bite and smashed it against the cliffside, ending its life. The remaining vultures in the flock were handily picked off by Go Yun. Within minutes, the entire nest was cleared, and both a silver chest and an iron chest were collected as spoils. In less than half a day, all 6 Tier 2 wild beasts in the area had been wiped out, along with any Tier 1 beasts along the way. As a result, the party of 3 claimed 6 silver chests, 3 iron chests, and a haul of Tier 1 and Tier 2 beast meat, blood essence, and hides. Chunming even managed to capture several beast cubs. When they returned to the cave, Chunming's mother had hot food ready for them. As soon as Little Black stepped inside, it trotted up to Chunming, letting out low whines like it was asking for recognition, clearly eager for him to recount their feats of the day. Chunming chuckled, rubbing its head affectionately. Don't worry, I'll tell him soon. Rest up first. Little Black didn't understand his words and assumed it was just being told to eat and rest. As it settled in, Ming forwarded the list of the day's loot to me before heading over to the beast pen. With nightfall approaching, he quickly began securing the newly captured beasts in their enclosures. Once they matured, they would become a steady source of meat. When I received Ming's message, I was still busy. The walls of my shelter had just been finished. Holding 2 crystal sunflowers in my hands, I walked into the nature cabin, carefully planted them, and delicately added a drop of moon dew to the soil around each seed. There was still more to do. I brought out a plant enhancement serum and a heartwood crystal. Unfortunately, there was only 1 dose of each, enough to bolster just one of the seeds. I applied the serum and infused the crystal into the selected planting. Now, all that was left was to wait. After tending to the plants, I didn't leave right away. I went upstairs where Little White, my companion, stumbled over to greet me. I scooped it up and gently petted its head. It happily nuzzled against my palm. After playing with it for a while, I perched Little White on my shoulder and headed out to plant some trees. I had recently come across some fertilizer from a chest, combined with manure I traded for through the system. Now, I was finally able to plant fast-growing banyan trees without worrying about harming the ecosystem. The purpose was straightforward. High temperatures were around the corner. Banyan trees, with their thick canopies, would provide shade and block heat waves. My plan was to plant a ring of these natural shields around the perimeter of the shelter. 10 seeds in total. 2 were planted outside each of the 4 walls, and I planted 1 more on each side of the wall's midpoint. I scattered fertilizer evenly across the planting areas and prepared to wait for the results. A notification chimed, interrupting my work. I immediately applied for a transport to Ming's shelter. The moment I arrived, Little Black bolted straight toward me. Before I could react, I was on the ground, pinned by a massive black wolf. It pushed its snout into my face, clearly brimming with pride, as though it was showing off some amazing achievement. Merit from the hunt. Ming and Go Yun were laughing so hard they were nearly rolling on the ground. My already dark face got even darker as I patted Xiao Hei on the head. All right, I got it. You're the MVP. Now get off me first. You 2 can quit laughing and tell me what loot we've got today. Ming tried to suppress his laughter. Not bad. Besides beast meat and supplies, we've got 6 silver treasure chests and 3 iron ones just waiting for you to open them with us. That many? Then let's not wait. My luck's on fire today. Let's agree on the splits now. Stuff that's useless to you or works better with me will be mine, and the rest is yours. The 3 iron chests are also all yours. No problem. Without Xiao Hei and Go Yun's help, I couldn't have taken down that many second-tier beasts by myself. All right then, let's crack them open, 2 each. The one with the worst luck treats everyone. Deal. Ming and Go Yun said in unison. I'll go first, so you 2 can witness my luck. I opened 2 silver chests simultaneously, and 5 glowing orbs floated out. Second-tier upgrade scroll. An old friend. Second-tier weapon enchantment scroll. Adds a property to second-tier or lower weapons. Blueprint for a second-tier antidote made from snake venom. Using poison to counter poison. Crafted with snake venom, spring water, and herbs. Second-tier venom fong dagger. A blade coated with snake venom. Second-tier snake venom, 50 milliliters. A neurotoxin that devastates the nervous system. Not top tier, but hey, I'm not complaining. I gave Ming a pat on the shoulder and said sincerely, "Look at this, brother. Everything I pulled is perfect for you." Ming chuckled. "Well, thanks a lot then." He opened his 2 silver chests, and just like mine, revealed 5 glowing orbs. Second-tier shadow crystal. Boosts energy for shadow-aligned beings. Second-tier shadow cloak. Reduces presence and allows the wearer to merge with shadows when stationary. Second-tier earth vein stones, 3 pieces. Fertilizes land and can be integrated into items for enhanced durability. Second-tier beehive. Attracts spirit bees. Exact effects depend on the type of bee. Second-tier rhino hide heavy shield. Highly durable, impact-resistant, and comes with a knockback effect. Not much different from what I got. Finally, it was Go Yun's turn. The 2 of us stared at him intently. Go Yun opened his treasure chests, yielding 6 glowing orbs in total. Every single item was premium loot. Schrodinger's bow, second tier. Requires no arrows. Drawing the bow generates its own arrows, with power and effects completely random. At its worst, it can't even kill an ant. At its best, it can one-shot a third-tier foe. Second-tier Clarity Elixir. Enhances vision and grants night vision. Second-tier Wooden Stone Cottage Construction Scroll. Allows you to construct a cozy, livable cabin with only 90. To be continued. 9 times. With 500 units of wood and 500 units of stone, you can choose a site and build an 80 square meter, 2-story wooden stone cottage. Ling Fruit Tree Seeds. 1 pack of 10 seeds. Tier 2. Once matured, Ling Fruit provides an energy boost and recovery. Resource Detector. Tier 2 can detect all resource nodes below Tier 2 within a radius of 3 kilometers. Shifting Weapon Ring. Tier 2 can transform into various weapons at Tier 2 strength, though without any special abilities. After reading it all, Chun Ming and I simultaneously gave a thumbs up. Awesome, we chimed. Go Yin scratched his head, his face turning red from the praise. Without wasting any more words, we started discussing the allocation of resources. I spoke first. What I open goes entirely to Big Brother Chun. I'll take his Shadow Crystal and Beehive. Go Yun can keep his Schrodinger Bow and Pure Spirit Elixir. I'll bring the Ling Fruit tree back to plant, and once it bears fruit, we'll share equally. The resource detector will be shared, but kept with Big Brother Chin most of the time. Everything else still goes to him. Sound good? Go Yun quickly interjected. Honestly, I didn't help much. I can give Big Brother Chin something else in exchange for these 2 items. Chun Ming slapped Go Yun on the shoulder, pretending to be annoyed. What nonsense. You spent your time and energy helping me. How is that not contributing? Stop putting yourself down. Just take it. As long as you don't forget about me and Gue Chun when you get good stuff, we're good. I nodded in agreement. Big Brother Chin is right. You need to have more confidence in yourself. Stop thinking you're useless. Remember, it's the 3 of us now. We're allies, partners, brothers. Everyone contributes, each in their own way. None of us is dispensable. Go Yun's eyes turned red, and he nodded heavily, a large part of his self-doubt dissipating. Thank you, Big Brother Chin. Thank you, Uncle Ming. I'll listen to you both and stop being like this. Chen Ming gave him another pat, chuckling. That's more like it. But hey, if you could stop calling me Uncle Ming, that'd be even better. Both Go Yun and I burst out laughing, and even Chen Ming joined in. The earlier formality vanished without a trace, and the bond between the 3 of us grew stronger. Today's weather, clear. Temperature, 82 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Daylight, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's already around 86 degrees Fahrenheit. When the real heat wave hits, it might soar up to 122 degrees Fahrenheit or more. After checking the weather, I headed into the nature cabin to check on Xiao He, Little Black, and Xiao Bai, Little White. Yesterday, I fed the Shadow Crystal to Xiao He. I'm curious to see how much stronger it's grown since then. As for myself, despite breaking through Tier 1 some time ago and eating Tier 2 food daily, drinking Tier 2 spring water, I'm still some ways from reaching Tier 2. I just hope I can make the breakthrough before the intense heat arrives. Once inside, I played around with Xiao Lu, Little Green, for a bit before turning my attention to the 2 crystallized sunflowers. The one enhanced with the wood essence crystal has already grown significantly taller, nearing its flowering stage. If I infuse it with some nature energy again around midday, it should fully mature by tomorrow. The spiritual fruit tree we planted last night hasn't sprouted yet. It'll likely take a few more days. The other plants, however, are thriving. When I went upstairs, I saw Little White jumping around on Little Black's back. Every now and then, it flapped its wings and made a feeble attempt at flight. Little Black, having grown stronger after absorbing the crystal, was completely helpless against the little troublemaker. It had to suppress its aura while keeping a watchful eye on Little White, worried it might fall and hurt itself. As soon as the 2 creatures noticed me coming upstairs, Little Black threw me a pleading look. Little White, on the other hand, completely ignored it and flew straight toward me. After just 2 days of feeding, Little White could now manage short flights, and it had grown noticeably bigger. I played with it for a while before letting it rest in the house. Then I took Little Black with me, getting ready to head to Go Yun's sanctuary. As the appointed time arrived, Chen Ming and I initiated the teleportation to Go Yun. Two bright white flashes lit up nearly simultaneously, and the next moment, we were standing side by side at the entrance to his sanctuary. After a quick greeting, Chun Ming and I began taking in the place. The first floor was a mix of kitchen, workshop, and fireplace. At first glance, it seemed ordinary. But upon closer inspection, even the kitchen tools, furniture, and chairs were at least Tier 1, all enhancing comfort and efficiency. The entire first floor didn't seem to have a single item that wasn't at least Tier 1. We had no interest in staying indoors, so we asked Go Yun to show us around. We wanted to see what this floating island really looked like. The moment the door opened, the area around the sanctuary was paved with neatly arranged stone tiles, bordered by a wooden fence that was about waist-high. The floating island itself was far bigger than I had imagined. It spanned at least 10,000 square meters. Holy crap! Chen Ming was the first to blurt something out, his eyes wide as saucers. His battle axe almost slipped from his grip. "This is the floating island you told us about? Dude, you've been holding out on us." To the left was a vast area of meticulously maintained gardens and fields. Row after row, perfectly organized. Tier 2 cloud pattern radishes, silver whisker lettuce, and sweetheart mini cabbage were all glossy and plump, and about 10 tier 2 fruit trees were heavy with nearly ripe fruit. There was so much tier 1 produce, I couldn't even begin to count it. To the right was a well, a warehouse, and a pile of tier 2 ores. Above the entire island was a transparent protective barrier centered on the sanctuary. Although the warehouse's contents couldn't be fully seen, it was clearly full. There were even rows of storage boxes hastily placed outside. Besides this, several watchtowers dotted the edges of the island, along with a couple of scattered structures. I was stunned too. I'd known that Go Yun ranked first on the materials and construction leaderboards, but hearing about it and seeing it with my own eyes were two entirely different things. I turned to him. "So this is how rich you've become, huh? Even if Chun Ming and I combined what we have, we wouldn't come close to you." Go Yun scratched his head modestly. "Don't say that, big brother Chen. Feel free to take a look around, and if there's anything you need, just ask. I've got plenty. You're unbelievable, man. Filthy rich." Chen Ming gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder and burst out laughing. "Before, I only knew you were the top dog. Never thought you were sitting on such immense wealth. Compared to your setup, my cave feels like a dirt hole." After joking around, we didn't forget what we came for. The main goal was to help Go Yun clear out nearby Tier 2 beasts and eliminate potential threats. Chen Ming pulled out the area scanner. A soft blue light spread across the screen, showing the distribution of life forms within a 5-kilometer radius. He swiped through it back and forth 3 times, but the screen was completely clean. No Tier 2 blue dots, barely any Tier 1 green dots, and just a few faint white dots representing regular beasts scattered around. Not a single cluster. "That's odd." Chen Ming frowned, double-checking the scan twice. Within 5 kilometers, not a single Tier 2, and hardly any Tier 1. How can this place be so safe? I leaned in for a look and was surprised as well. While clearing areas near Chen Ming's and my own place, Tier 1 beasts would show up in droves, let alone Tier 2 ones. But who would have thought Go Yun's territory would be this spotless? Go Yun scratched his head. "So it's this clean, huh? No wonder when I went exploring before, I didn't run into anything dangerous except the mist beasts." Chen Ming clicked his tongue, pocketing the scanner. "All right, hunting is a bust for now. I was hoping to open a few more silver chests and help you clear out threats around here in one go." As he said that, he seemed to remember something and pulled out a Tier 2 resource detector. "Well, if no beasts, then surely this terrain is packed with resources, considering Go Yun's wealth, right?" The screen lit up, and unlike the sparse dots on the area scanner, this one was packed with resource points all over the place. "Holy crap," Chen Ming blurted out. "This area is loaded with resources. Within just 3 kilometers, there are 5 Tier 2 resource points. Go Chun, Go Yun, come take a look." I stepped closer and glanced at the cluster of glowing dots. It's definitely a lot. Looks like we'll be busy today. We can check them out one by one and see what goodies are there. Just as we started planning the route, Go Yun suddenly spoke, his tone a bit hesitant. "Brother Chun, Uncle Chen Ming, I haven't checked the resource spot marked by my talent ability today, but it's not showing up on this detector. so I think the spot my talent pointed to might be hiding something special. Ming paused for a moment and turned to him. You're sure? If that's the case, we'll head to the spot you mentioned first. What do you think, Chen? I think I'll stand and watch. I joked before adding seriously. I agree we should check out Yun's spot first. These resource points aren't going anywhere. We can come back to them later if needed. What about you, Yun? What do you think? Ming asked. Me? Yun was clearly caught off guard that Ming was asking for his opinion. I grinned and teased. Who else would it be? Everyone in the team gets a say when making decisions. You're one of us, aren't you? Hearing that, Yun was no longer so nervous, and his tone carried a newfound confidence. Some barely edible bread. The words in the ancient book struck a nerve deep within us all. With each line read, a mysterious and bleak story unfolded, a tale of someone seemingly plucked from their own world and thrown into this one, just like us. Yet, their experience resonated with bitterness and anguish, far from the resolve we had cultivated to survive here. But let's step back. Before discovering the book, things had gotten serious quickly. The moment Ming decisively powered down the resource scanner and burst out with his rallying cry. What are we still messing with resources for? Let's go to your spot already. Yun, lead the way. We were in full sync. Yun gave a firm nod, full of certainty as he said, On it. Big bro Chun, Uncle Ming, just follow me. And with that, our small crew, human and wolf, set off westward. After a steady 10-minute trek, Yun suddenly halted. He pointed confidently to a vine-entangled rock face covered in scattered boulders. Here it is. My talent kept tipping me off. Whatever we're looking for, it's behind this. Ming wasted no time. He stepped forward, his Tier 2 axe swinging efficiently. The vines that clung stubbornly to the rock wall stood no chance. Boulders exploded under his swings, revealing a gaping, shadowy cave entrance. It wasn't wide, just enough for someone to crouch and shimmy their way inside. From where we stood, a cloud of stale air hit our faces, a mix of dust and decay, heavy with the sense of time held still. After a brief exchange, Yun handed each of us a glowing stone, soothingly cool in the palm. Before stepping in, our trusty companion, Little Black, ducked in first. A low, deliberate growl came. Clear skies ahead, no immediate danger. From there, we followed him in, one cautious bend at a time. Inside, we descended stone steps that spiraled downward. Just as the uneven footing made us suspect we'd be squeezing through a claustrophobic hollow forever, the space unexpectedly opened. Before us revealed a broad chamber, close to 2,000 square feet. Even in the dim light cast by the glowing stones, its craftsmanship left us momentarily stunned. Flat stone tiles paved the floor where massive columns supported the high ceiling. Dust hovered like faint ghosts above our heads. Off in a far corner, a staircase, fragile yet surprisingly intact, led even deeper underground. But the surroundings didn't quite evoke the excitement that we expected. Time had been cruel to whatever treasures this place once held. Traces of life and purpose clung to the space, but degradation dominated. The walls hosted rotting wooden shelves that crumbled under the lightest touch, their contents shattered or vanished with age. Glass bottles had spilled their time-worn contents long ago, leaving behind stains of once potent solutions. Weapons, from swords to shields, lay beyond repair, rusted beyond any system salvage. Even the stone furnishings, beds and tables, were fractured beyond their original forms. Ming surveyed the ruins, holding his glowing stone high. His expression deepened into a scowl. This place must be ancient. Everything worth keeping has long rotted away. There's nothing left. I said nothing, merely nodding at Yun to see what his instincts might still uncover. Sure enough, Yun came through. After combing through the space carefully, his sharp eyes landed on one lone anomaly, a pedestal carved smoothly from a single, solid slab of black stone. It was perfectly preserved, unfazed by the hands of time. At its center rested a book. The volume looked aged, its cover a deep, weathered brown, its material unrecognizable. But unlike the decay surrounding it, the book bore no signs of wear. The pages within lay untouched and unspoiled, sitting atop the pedestal like an offering lost to time. Tentatively, I reached forward, brushing my fingers just barely against its cover. I half expected it to disintegrate into nothing but ash the moment I made contact. To my relief, it held strong. With care, I opened the book to its first page. The words inside were not written in any script I recognized, but as if on cue, my system translated the text effortlessly, aligning those unfamiliar markings into sentences we could make sense of. The three of us stood there, hunched over the unsettling artifact, our eyes locked on its opening line. Word by word, we read in silence until the first sentence hit with the force of a gust slithering down my spine, leaving my body cold. Why was I transported to this strange world? Why was I torn away from my friends and family? There's barely any food, just not enough to eat. Today was incredibly lucky. I found an iron treasure chest that had an iron axe, a Tier 1 refined steel saber, and 2 pieces of Tier 1 beast meat inside. I finally had my fill, and for the first time, I don't have to live every day worrying about food. 7 days have passed. That damned voice appeared again and informed us that the next disaster would be eternal night. The rest is a fragmented account of his survival journey on the continent of Sanluo. Just like us, awakening talents, struggling to survive, upgrading the shelter, braving natural disasters, and fighting off fog beasts. His mindset seemed to hold out quite well, at least for a while. Why did the system disappear? Why doesn't it help us anymore? How are we supposed to survive like this? If I'd known this was coming, I would have signed up to serve under someone else. At least then I wouldn't be suffering all alone. Ha ha, I've done it. I've broken through to Tier 3. So this is Tier 3 power. It feels amazing. If I can achieve this, then just how strong are the top 10 who earn special rewards for breaking through first? I can't take it anymore. Why is the fog seeping into my shelter now? I've worked so hard to finally improve my life. Why can't I just be allowed to live? Why does it have to push me to the edge? Ha ha, everyone's going to die. We're all going to die. No one is going to make it out of this alive. Ha ha, it's here. It's here. It came after all. Am I really not going to make it? No. The journal ends abruptly. After the system disappeared following the third natural disaster, isolation slowly ground down his optimism into despair. Breaking through to Tier 3 had offered a glimmer of hope, but the fog's relentless encroachment dragged him back into darkness. The handwriting became increasingly illegible toward the end, reflecting his growing despair and fractured state of mind. When we finally finished reading, the cave felt completely silent, punctuated only by the sound of our own breathing. Xiaohei had already retreated into the shadows of my figure. The suffocating weight of the atmosphere pressed down hard. After a long pause, Chunming cursed aggressively. Damn it. This difficulty is just ridiculous at this point. Go Yun's face was pale as he gripped the hem of his shirt tightly, trembling as he spoke. The system's gone. The fog's invading. And even someone at Tier 4 couldn't make it. Can we really survive on this continent? I closed the journal, glancing toward the faint light filtering in from outside the cave. Smiling, I replied, "What should we do? Keep moving forward, of course. Just because he couldn't make it doesn't mean we won't. The road's ahead of us, and if we don't try walking it, how will we ever know if it's impassable? Relax, I've got you both covered. Stick with me, and I'll carry us through this. Just follow along and enjoy the ride." Chunming slapped the back of my head without hesitation. Listen to you, huh? Talking all grand like that. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You don't need to teach me about survival. You haven't died of oversalting yet, I see. I shot back, rubbing my head with a mock-indignant tone. Watching the exchange, Goyin couldn't help but smile faintly. The fear in his eyes seemed to recede ever so slightly. Brother Chen, you're absolutely right. I'll do my best to gather more resources and tools as well. We have to survive. Seeing the two of them recover a bit, I tucked my notebook back into the system space. The information in this notebook is more valuable than any resource. Knowing what the future holds gives us time to prepare. The three of us turned around and headed toward the cave entrance. As we exited the underground shelter, sunlight poured down, dispelling the cold dampness within the cave. I glanced back at the dusty ruins of this Tier 4 shelter, then looked up toward the rolling fog in the distance. This survival game is far more brutal than we ever imagined. I might seem calm on the surface, but it's an act. Fear won't help. It hasn't since the day we stepped into this world. Every day here is a fight for life. But now I have friends like Chun and Xiaohei and Xiaobai. So why not give it everything we've got? After leaving the cave, we checked out the 5 Tier 2 resource locations we had detected before: Frost Iron Mine, Golden Veined Loquats, Oil Pines, Honey Pouch Flowers, and Lunar Orchids. Ming dug up some frost iron to forge weapons. I collected a bunch of honey pouch flowers, planning to use them to attract spirit bees to the hive so they could make honey. The three of us each took some golden veined loquats. The oil pines didn't serve an immediate purpose, so we left them alone for now. As for the lunar orchids, both Go Yun and I gathered some to plant back at the shelter. "We're heading back?" I said, patting Go Yun on the shoulder. "Let us know immediately if anything comes up with this heatwave disaster." "Got it, Brother Chun, Uncle Chen Ming." "Be careful on your way back," Go Yun replied, stuffing more loquats into our hands as he spoke. Chun Ming chuckled, giving him a solid slap on the back. "No need to be so formal, kid," he said before teleporting back. I followed suit. Back at the shelter, I headed straight for the nature cabin. Our weekly natural energy delivery had just been completed, and I wanted to check on the crystalline sunflower and Xiao Bai. As soon as I opened the door, Xiao Lu's vine reached out to greet me. I gave it a few calming pats, then walked over to the crystalline sunflower. One of the plants was nearing maturity, and by tomorrow, it should start producing crystals. The other one had just started blooming, so it would take a few more days. Just as I was about to head upstairs, I noticed that the seeds I had planted earlier had all matured. There was a flame sunflower, its petals shifting from gold to red like flowing tongues of fire, curling as if smoldering under heat. The flower head was adorned with flame-like patterns, and the entire plant emitted a faint, fiery glow. Nearby were 4 flame tree stumps, short and stout, their outer bark charred and cracked with deep fissures, revealing flickering fire embers embedded within the wood. Then there were 4 pea shooters, their fleshy green stalks standing upright, each topped with a cannon-like pod capable of rotating. Their leaves were thick, smooth, and vibrantly green. 9 boomfruit trees filled another section. Their deep brown branches were laden with shiny red fruits, their glossy skins streaked with natural explosive patterns. Lastly, there was a fragrant tea tree, its evergreen foliage clustered close together, adorned with delicate off-white flower buds. As I moved closer, I noticed faint traces of intelligence emerging in the flame sunflower, flame tree stumps, and pea shooters. "Hui." I let out a calming, natural aura and asked gently, "How are you all feeling now?" The first to answer was the flame sunflower. A flicker of warm, crimson light rippled off its petals, sending forth a bright and proud emotion. It felt great. The tiny flames within the grooves of the 4 flame stumps danced lightly, conveying that they wanted nothing more than to burn freely, incinerating their enemies. The 4 pea shooters shook their barrels, their leafy stems trembling with excitement. Agile and alert, they signaled their desire to fire their pea projectiles and revel in the fight. I couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to touch the nearest flame sunflower petal. "I know you're not used to this setup quite yet. The space here is nice, but it's too restricting for you to fully spread your potential. Bear with it for now. There'll be plenty of opportunities for you to truly shine in the future." After a brief pause, I shifted the conversation. "However, for now, you could go outside on guard duty. There might not be battles at the moment, but staying vigilant is important." The flame stumps and pea shooters were thrilled at the idea of heading out. The flame sunflower, however, seemed reluctant to leave its cozy spot. It enjoyed the comfort of this environment and wanted to stay close to its maturing peers, keeping watch over them as they grew. "All right then, you can stay," I agreed, respecting its wishes. What left me perplexed, though, was figuring out how to move them outside. It seemed like the pea shooters and flame stumps noticed my hesitation and, surprising me, pulled their root-like bases out of the soil. They steadied themselves upright and shuffled around me. I was both startled and amused at how reasonable this behavior seemed. Without overthinking it, I led them to their assigned positions. Once outside the little cabin, I walked a full circle around the protective wall of living vines surrounding the shelter. At the northeastern, southeastern, southwestern, and northwestern points, I set up a pea shooter and a flame stump. As soon as they were placed, they rooted themselves into the ground again. The pea shooters immediately turned their barrels outward, keeping a sharp watch over the surrounding forest. The flame stumps steady, Glowing flames harmonized subtly with the vibrant life force of the vine walls. Satisfied with how things turned out, I returned to the cabin. Inside, I gathered some exploding fruits and tea leaves, then planted the honey pouch flowers I had harvested earlier. I waited until their roots completely took hold and their structures unfurled, giving me peace of mind that they had settled well. Only after finishing all this did I head to the second floor. As I reached the top, a small silver-white figure flapped its wings and flew straight toward me. It landed firmly on my shoulder and nuzzled its downy head against my cheek. It was Xiao Bai. Despite only having been apart for half a day, it seemed to have grown significantly. Its wingspan was nearly a meter now, and its silver feathers had a soft, moonlit sheen. Its pale golden vertical pupils radiated affection, and its juvenile thoughts came through our bond as pure feelings of reliance and longing. "Little one, you've grown again," I said with a smile, scratching under its chin and infusing it with a thread of natural energy. Xiao Bai closed its eyes in contentment, its throat producing a soft, trilling sound. It spun around on my shoulder before taking off to fly a couple of laps around the room, proudly showing off its increasingly skilled flight. I indulged it, playing and laughing with it for quite some time. Stroking its smooth feathers made my heart melt to the point of being completely soft. Eventually, when it tired itself out, it curled back into my arms, snug as always. While it rested, I opened a direct chat and sent today's updates to the officials, just as Chun Ming and Go Yun had discussed with me earlier. Only in my name, not mentioning them, continuing to keep the relationship hidden. Me, Elder Qin, sorry to bother you. Today, I stumbled upon a Tier 4 shelter site left behind by previous survivors and found a notebook with some critical information. I thought it necessary to let you know. A few seconds later, Qin Jinghua replied. Qin Jinghua, really? That's fantastic news. Thank you, young man. We've been making some discoveries ourselves recently. This will be perfect for cross-referencing. I quickly sent over the key pieces of information from the notebook. A brief silence followed before he replied, the weight of seriousness and gratitude evident in his tone. Young man, thank you so much for sharing this with us. We've uncovered some of this as well, but nowhere near the amount or detail you've provided. Qin Jinghua, I need to organize a meeting immediately, so let's pause our discussion. Rest assured, I will make thorough preparations on my end. If there are any new discoveries, I will update you right away. As I stroked the head of the little white creature in my arms, I replied, it's the least I could do. After all, we're all human beings here. If we want to survive in this world, we have to support each other. Later that night, after finishing everything I needed to do, I didn't follow my usual routine of stocking spring water and working out before resting. Instead, I scrolled through the chat, waiting for the system announcement to appear. Based on the notebook's timeline, 3 days before the second catastrophe, the system would announce the vassal mechanism. I wanted to find out if our timeline matched the one from the previous generation. At that moment, several pinned messages from various countries' official channels popped up in the world chat, likely the effect of some special item. Attention, everyone. The system will initiate the vassal mechanism before the next catastrophe. The message then went on to detail the rules. The Dragon Nation's message was issued by Qin Jinghua, clearly broken down for better understanding. Survivors can voluntarily submit themselves as a vassal to someone else, giving up their independent survival status. Any existing shelter would be instantly dissolved. System functionalities like chat, trade, and insight would be entirely disabled, leaving only the abilities to retain a talent, use items, and receive notifications. Life or death, as well as the distribution of resources, would be fully controlled by the one they are vassalized to. At the end of the announcement, Qin Jinghua published the criteria for the Dragon Nation's official acceptance. Priority would be given to the elderly, women, children, and those with special talents or unique skills. He also promised that joining the official camp would guarantee basic food and shelter. Around the same time, other countries' officials and top-ranking powerhouses also released similar statements. The announcement caused a massive uproar. The world chat became impossible to follow because of how quickly messages flooded in, and the regional chats broke out into heated arguments. What vassal mechanism? Isn't this just blatantly asking us to become slaves? The system hasn't even officially announced this yet. How does the government know so much beforehand? Clearly, They've been waiting for this moment. Stop arguing about pointless things. I barely survived the extreme cold, and the heat wave will be worse. As an ordinary person, what other options do I have? Any big shots willing to take in a vassal? I can chop trees, dig rocks, and won't eat too much. Do less, get more. Can you guys upstairs have some backbone? It's just high temperatures. Is that worth putting your life in someone else's hands? Can backbone be eaten for dinner? Do you have the skill set of the top 10 fighters or the resources of the top 10 wealthiest? What's the alternative? Just get roasted alive. Well, I'm not pledging loyalty to anyone. If your life isn't in your own control, who's to say whether living as a subordinate is better than suffering a fate worse than death? I'm doing okay, but honestly, I'm still planning to rely on the officials. Being alone is way too tough and isolating. These days, there are only about 2 billion humans left, those who survived the extreme cold. No one left is truly weak. But in this world, only the truly strong can survive for the long haul. So many people are now considering aligning themselves with someone stronger. Before long, people in the channel started asking to pledge their loyalty to me. Boss Chin, are you accepting subordinates? I studied agriculture back on Earth. I can farm and grow crops. I'd be a great asset. Please take me in. I'm a chef, and my food is incredible. The boss sold spring water at dirt cheap prices earlier. Definitely a kind-hearted person. Does anyone know if he's taking people in? I didn't respond. Instead, I switched over to private messages and sent a note to both Chun Ming and Go Yun. The official team has announced the vassal system a day early. What's your plan? How many people should we take in at first? Chun Ming replied instantly. Yeah, I saw it. Elder Qin is probably trying to prepare people in advance. What's your take? If we're seriously doing this, I've got a large cave up here, plenty of room. But I don't want to accept too many people right at the start. As soon as I read that, Go Yun chimed in. Boss Chun, my floating island can house a ton of people. I've got plenty of resources, and it's super secure. I'm thinking of accepting quite a few. I responded, let's wait for the official announcement tomorrow, in case there are any updates. As for how many to accept, let's each decide depending on our individual circumstances. In the channel, arguments raged on, with people debating whether or not to pledge loyalty, whether it was better to align with the officials or with some stronger individual, and whether subordinates could be exploited under such a system. The whole discussion was a complete mess. Time ticked on to 10 p.m., and the familiar icy, mechanical voice echoed precisely in the minds of every survivor, right on the dot. Greetings, survivors. Congratulations on making it this far. Please take note of the following announcement. 1. The vassal system will officially go live tomorrow. 2. Survivors may voluntarily submit vassal applications to others. Upon acceptance, the relationship is finalized. Vassals will lose access to independent shelters, have their system interface locked, and all their resources and lives will be under the full control of their superior. Vassals will retain access to their innate abilities, tools, and system notifications only. 3. Once the vassal relationship is established, it can only be terminated by the superior. 4. A new batch of items will be added to the system shop. Strive to survive. This is a hell for the weak, but a heaven for the strong. The mechanical voice faded, leaving nothing but silence behind. In an instant, the global and regional channels surged in activity, their popularity skyrocketing to the top. Qin Jinghua was quick to pin a new message to the top of the channel, reiterating the rules and publishing the list of regional liaisons, officially opening up the application process. Shortly after, national officials and top-ranking elites also began posting their own recruitment announcements. Over in the regional channels, many had already started taking action. Some were scrambling toward official channels. Others were privately messaging the strong players, and a few familiar groups were banding together to negotiate terms with well-developed survivors. Even those who had previously sworn they'd never rely on others were now quietly checking the official application requirements. After reading through everything, I replied to Chun Ming and Go Yun. Stick to what we discussed before when recruiting people. Focus on individuals with specific skills or unique talents. Keep the numbers controlled for now, don't go overboard. Both replied in acknowledgement. Through the rest of the night, the channels were buzzing nonstop. New recruitment standards were being announced, and people were showing off the number of subordinates they'd already secured. I posted my own message to recruit, looking for people with specific skills or unique talents. If you meet the criteria, DM me directly. After that, I opened the system marketplace and took a look at the newly added items. Normal/Grade 1 Wooden Cabin Blueprint. Normal/Grade 1 Villa Blueprint. Common meat/vegetables. Most of the items seemed tailored to support the new subordinate mechanic. It made me roll my eyes. Of course, the system would seize the opportunity to profit from the trend. Aside from these, there were plenty of new normal and grade 1 items: flower beds, standardized weapons, standardized armor, animal traps, dimensional backpacks, salt, healing potions, all practical goods. The grade 2 section had expanded as well, now including weapons, armor, plant seeds, and potions. Oddly, though, there were no resources like ores, rare plants, or special fruits in either level. Before I had time to think further, private message notifications started flooding in continuously. I switched over to review them and began selecting recruits. Weather today, clear. Temperature, 35 to 38 degrees Celsius, 95 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Daylight hours, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. After spending the entire night carefully examining applicants, I finalized a list of 20 individuals. The next step was setting up accommodations. I took out a set of wooden small house construction blueprints that I had borrowed from Ming. Selecting 2 empty plots of land on either side within the walls, I activated the blueprints. A flash of white light later, 2 compact 2-story, 80-square-meter houses arose, complete with doors and windows. They stood solidly within the shelter's living zone, facing the old banyan treehouse from across the grounds. With the living spaces prepared, I went ahead and approved all 20 pending applications. System notification. All subordinate applications have been approved. Subordinate relationships established. As the cold system voice faded, 20 beams of white light lit up one after another in the open area. Men and women staggered as they landed on the ground. Before they even had time to steady themselves, they froze, awestruck by the scene before them. Standing tall at 4 meters, the living vine walls encircled the entire sanctuary. Their gnarled tendrils bristled with sharp thorns that gleamed dangerously. Flames flickered atop tree stump torches, casting a warm yet imposing glow across the shelter. The pea shooter spun its barrel, the glowing green pods locked tightly on the perimeter. 10 fast-growing banyan trees spread their thick branches and lush leaves, weaving a canopy of greenery that completely blocked out the scorching noon sun. The breeze sifted through the branches, filling the whole yard with a cool, refreshing calm. Beneath the shade of the trees, the tricolored source spring pool glimmered with rippling light. The crops in the garden thrived with vitality, while the natural wooden hut nestled in the distance was draped with dangling vines, full of life and energy. At the very center stood a 3-story withered banyan treehouse, quietly imposing. Lying at its entrance was a massive jet-black wolf, its midnight silver moon patterns faintly glowing beneath its fur. Its dark purple eyes swept over the 20 newcomers, and just one glance froze them all in place. Oh my God, this is the legendary Chun Guachen's sanctuary? A young man with a farming specialization couldn't help but gasp. He had been cramped in a broken cave before, without even a decent spot for nurturing seeds. What lay before him now was every survivor's dream, an absolute paradise. The appraiser among them scanned the walls, the crops, and everything in sight, growing increasingly astonished. Anything here could easily spark a bidding frenzy in the region's trading channels. Yet to this powerhouse, it was merely considered standard. The 5 survivors with combat talents initially carried a shred of pride, but that evaporated the moment the black wolf slightly raised its eyes. Any semblance of arrogance was obliterated. Forget about the unfathomable wolf. Every single plant near the walls looked like they could effortlessly finish them off. Eventually, all 20 pairs of eyes landed on me. Leaning against the treehouse doorframe, I spoke clearly, my voice carrying across the entire yard without a single wasted word. First, without my permission, no one is allowed to step inside the withered banyan treehouse, touch the source spring, or enter the natural hut. Disobey, and you die. Second, no fighting, slacking, or damaging any buildings or crops within this yard. Best case, you're kicked out. Worst case, you're dealt with on the spot. Third, all harvests go directly to the inventory. All actions follow designated orders, and daily tasks are mandatory. Fail to comply, and you face the consequences. As the words settled, silence enveloped the yard. No one dared to argue. I began issuing assignments. Lin Mu, take 3 farming specialists to the vegetable garden and flower beds. Seeds, tools, and fertilizer are on the western side of the warehouse. Take care of the existing crops and open a new plot of farmland. Zhou Qiang, you're in charge of beekeeping. Head to the west side of the natural hut, where you'll find a beehive. Attract the spirit bees and notify me once they're settled. Zhang Jing, you handle medical supplies. Treat wounds as needed, and if it's beyond your ability, report it immediately. Mr. Chun, you and the other 2 biology professors assist the farming team. Document crop data and work on optimization strategies. Zhao Qian, sort and categorize the supplies you brought along. He Shun, as you're the chef, I'll take you to the kitchen shortly. The rest of you, clear out the stray trees outside the walls and create a more open area. Report immediately if anything happens. The group responded in unison, no one daring to waste a moment. I glanced over the supplies they carried, mostly basic wood and stone, nothing particularly valuable, and casually handed them over to Zhao Qian to sort. Then I took out bedding, pots, tools, a sufficient amount of regular beast meat, and rice grains, dividing them according to head count. My tone was cold as I said, take your share and settle in. Men stay in the east house, women in the west house. In 30 minutes, everyone gets to work. Leaving He Shun behind, I led him into the treehouse kitchen. I separated a portion of regular beast meat, tier, 1 vegetables, and rice grains, then assigned 1 special section for tier, 2 ingredients. In an even tone, I instructed, lunch will be done in 2 shifts. You'll use the regular and tier, 1 ingredients for the 19 people outside, including yourself. Use the tier, 2 ingredients in this section for mine. Keep them separate. And don't feel it's unfair. If you all create value later, you'll eat better too. Remember, your only job is to cook. Don't mess with anything inside the treehouse. The cook nodded quickly, hands trembling with excitement as he stared at the array of ingredients. In his previous shelter, he had only had regular supplies to eat. Now, being able to handle something as rare as tier, 2 ingredients, even if only as a helper, was enough to make his heart race. After making the arrangements, I stepped out the door and called forth Little Green and Little White from the nature cottage. Little Green rubbed affectionately against my hand, radiating excitement. It wasn't until I encountered the flaming sunflower that I learned it could also move on its own. Little White flapped its silver wings before landing steadily on my shoulder. Its golden eyes swept over the crowd in the courtyard before letting out a sharp, clear cry. I instructed them to keep an eye on the group, giving the order that if anyone acted out of line, they were to subdue them immediately. Within this group, there was only 1 tier, 1 individual, which the plants could easily handle. All around, the pea shooters on the 4 walls rotated their barrels, aiming squarely at the gathered crowd. Flames leapt suddenly from the fire stump, and a clear, watchful intent came from the flaming sunflowers nestled inside the nature cottage. They were on strict guard. Satisfied, I nodded before mounting Little Black. I gave it a pat on the head as Little White stayed balanced on my shoulder. Let's go. To the northern creek. With a flash, Little Black turned into a blur of shadow, dashing out through the living vine gate towards the creek ahead. In the courtyard behind us, the 20 people alternated between watching my disappearing figure and nervously eyeing the firepower aimed at them. Without a word, they grabbed their tools and hastily got to work, throwing themselves into their tasks with fervor. By the creek, the clans of forest tigers, shadow owls, crescent-spotted deer, and woodland wolves were already waiting. They seemed to have guessed that I was the one who summoned them, and given that this was neutral creek territory, tensions were kept in check. Other herbivorous creatures, calmed by the crescent-spotted deer's leaders, stood quietly at a slight distance. As I arrived astride Little Black, the various clan leaders stepped forward in unison. The clearing by the creek was packed with creatures of all kinds. The forest tigers perched on eastern rocks, shadow owls rested on ancient tree branches, The crescent-spotted deer stood in the shallows, and the woodland wolves lounged to the west. Under the shade of side trees, a dozen groups, including wild boars and red foxes, gathered closely together. Though their numbers were dense, their orderliness was impressive. Not a trace of conflict stirred among them. I landed lightly on my feet, my voice carrying across the expanse to every ear present. I've called you here today for one reason. In 2 days, a heatwave disaster will strike. This forest will experience extreme, prolonged heat, and even the rivers might dry up. Your young may not survive. I paused, letting the weight of my words sink in, my gaze sweeping across the eyes of every leader present. My shelter has a constant supply of water, ways to withstand high temperatures, enough food, and a safe place to live. I am willing to accept all of your groups into my domain, especially your young, giving them a chance to survive the disaster. The clearing erupted in soft murmurs as every pair of animal eyes brightened with hope, though hesitation lingered. I raised my hand to quiet the noise. But I have 3 conditions. First, no fighting is allowed once you're inside my territory. Second, in exchange, if you discover any special plants, rare resources, or unusual occurrences in the forest, you must notify me immediately. If the information proves valuable, I'll compensate you, be it food, medicine, or anything I have. Third, if I find myself in danger and in need of assistance, I hope you will aid me. Likewise, should you face a crisis threatening the survival of your species, you may seek me out for help as well. When my words settled into the humid air, the forest fell silent. The first to respond was the forest wolf king. It stepped forward, its deep howl carrying on the wind. I speak for the forest wolves. We agree. You've avenged our bloodshed before, and with the scent you carry, we trust you. Next to voice agreement was the speckled moon deer leader, its tone gentle. The speckled moon deer will abide by your terms. One by one, the herbivorous factions gave their consent with no trace of doubt. The Tsangling tiger descended from its rocky perch in a single graceful leap. Its massive form landed with barely a sound. Locking its intense gaze onto me, it said in a low voice, "The Tsangling tigers agree. All we ask is that you protect our cubs through the disaster. As for the rest, we'll work it out." Last was the shadow owl leader, perched upon a high branch, its wings spread as it coolly pronounced, "The shadow owls agree as well." Every group accepted the terms without dispute or resistance. I nodded. You may bring your groups in before the disaster strikes. Unless there's anything else, you're dismissed. Ah, right. Songling Tiger and Shadow Owl leaders, please stay for a moment. The various groups began to leave, the clearing quickly thinning out. Yet, the Songling Tiger pair and the Shadow Owl leader lingered as requested. To my surprise, the Speckled Moon Deer leader also remained, nodding slightly toward me as if to signal it had something to say. Acknowledging this, I gestured for it to wait as I turned to the Shadow Owl leader, high on its perch. Just then, the small white creature that had been perched quietly on my shoulder fluttered its wings and took off. It flew steadily to the Shadow Owl leader and landed beside it, its fluffy head. The pouch brushed against its neck, softly cooing with affection. The cold, slit pupils of the Shadow Forest Owl leader instantly softened. It folded its wings and used its hooked beak to gently groom Little White's silver feathers, so tenderly, as though afraid of breaking them. A warm wave of intent rode the wind, filled with relief, though tinged with a subtle trace of worry. Little White tilted its head and flapped a wing in my direction, chirping away gleefully, its eyes gleaming with pride, almost as if it was boasting about the progress it made during this time and how well I had taken care of it. The Shadow Forest Owl leader glanced up at me, transmitting a solemn sense of gratitude. I smiled and gave a light wave. Enough playing around. Let's get down to business. Little White immediately flew back, settling comfortably on my shoulder again. Turning to the forest tiger, I got straight to the point. The reason I had you stay is to ask about what's going on deeper in the forest. What's the situation further in? Are there any dangers we should prepare for? The forest tiger stepped half a pace forward, its expression grave. We usually stick to the outer edges of the forest, and even then, we don't stray too far in. Recently, though, something big happened. It paused for a moment. The Dark Veil Wolves invaded the territory of the Dusk Night Wolves in force. The Dusk Night Wolves were routed, beaten back over and over. No one knows if there are even any survivors left at this point. The moment those words dropped, Little Black by my side suddenly raised its head, its dark violet eyes narrowing sharply. A deep growl rumbled from its throat as black mist churned violently around its body, an oppressive aura spreading uncontrollably. The forest tiger pair stiffened instantly, instinctively moving back half a step. I reached out and rested a hand on Little Black's neck, gently soothing its agitation. From the first time we encountered the Dark Veil wolves, I had a hunch that Little Black's past was tied to them somehow. It was just hard to imagine the enmity ran this deep. At that moment, the Shadow Forest Owl leader spoke up, voice weighted with gravity. That's not all. After occupying the Dusk Night Wolves' territory, the Dark Veil Wolves pushed even further into the forest. They've started clashing with the tree spirits. Both sides have top-tier combatants ranked at Tier 3. The stalemate continues to escalate, with the battlefield steadily encroaching outward. It won't be long before their conflict spills over into this part of the outer forest. Neither side dares to press any deeper in. Tree spirits. I frowned. The native tree spirits that guard the life force of this forest, the owl leader explained. The Dark Veil wolves carry an aura of corruption that taints the land and erodes the vegetation. The tree spirits won't rest until this threat is eradicated. This is all we know. I nodded, piecing together the larger picture. Before any natural disaster breaks, the fires of war already burned deep within the forest. This place had never been a true haven. From my system's inventory, I retrieved 4 bottles of Tier 2 spring water, handing them over to the 2 leaders. Thank you both. Take these as a token of my gratitude. And as for Little White, rest assured, it's safe with me. My heart, I won't let it suffer even the slightest grievance. This is spring water I specially brought today. Even the bottle was exchanged just to hold it. The pair of Tsonglin tigers carried away the items, gave me a low growl, and leapt silently into the woods, disappearing from view. The Shadow Owl leader accepted the spring water, gave a long, meaningful look at Little White, then nodded deeply at me once more before spreading its wings and vanishing into the dense forest with its clan in tow. Little White called out twice toward the direction its mother had left, then quickly returned to perch on my shoulder. It nuzzled against my cheek, radiating pure reliance and trust. The stream side grew utterly quiet. Only me, Little Black, Little White, and the leader of the moon-striped deer, still standing elegantly on the shoal. Once the tiger pair and the Shadow Owl clan had gone, I turned and looked at the moon-striped leader. All right, speak. What do you want from me? The leader of the moon-striped deer stepped forward slowly, its antlers glowing faintly with a soft white light. It bowed slightly, speaking in a calm, gentle tone. On behalf of the will of the forest, I've come to deliver a message and 2 items. The will of the forest? It says, once you break through to Tier 4, go deeper into the forest, and you will naturally find it. As its words fell, the leader lowered its head and carefully dropped 2 items from its antlers, placing them gently upon a stone in front of me. One was a crystal core, about the size of a pigeon's egg, glowing green all over, its surface flowing with concentrated natural energy. The moment it appeared, the grass and trees nearby grew visibly taller. The other was a tiny seed, no bigger than a grain of rice, completely gilded in gold. Holding it in my hand, I could feel the breath of the entire forest coursing through it. The crystal core, you can use now. The seed, wait until you've reached Tier 3. I picked up the 2 items and activated Insight. Information immediately poured into my mind. Fragment of the Heart of Nature Tier 3, a shard formed from the essence of the forest's origin. Greatly enhances natural affinity, accelerates plant growth and evolution, and can even transform trees into dryads. A trace of true natural essence special, holds a sliver of nature's fundamental laws. I lifted my eyes to meet those of the moon-striped leader. This so-called will of the forest, who or what is it? Why is it giving me these things? It shook its head lightly. I don't know. All I know is that it's the strongest being in this forest, the true ruler. It has existed since the forest's very birth. I stayed silent for a moment, tucking both items into my system inventory. I then retrieved 2 bottles of Tier 2 spring water and handed them over. Thanks for making the trip. The moon-striped leader accepted the bottles, giving a slight bow before turning around and leading its herd further into the woods until they blended with the shadows. The stream continued to flow quietly. The breeze slipped between the trees, rustling the leaves in a soft, rhythmic hush. I gazed into the depths of the forest. There, under the dense, sun-blocking canopy and amidst swirling mist, lay concealed both unknown dangers and the answers I sought. Little Black nudged closer, nuzzling its head against my palm with a gentle growl humming from its throat, an unspoken promise. Wherever I go, it will follow. White rested on my shoulder, its golden eyes steadfast, releasing a clear cry into the depths of the forest. I chuckled, flipping onto Little Black's back. Let's go home. In an instant, Little Black morphed into a shadow, dashing toward the sanctuary. Upon returning, the newcomers from today had already expanded the boundary a little further, and the fields were being cultivated. I dismantled the trees they'd chopped down, storing the materials in the warehouse, and planted fast-growing banyan seeds in the newly cleared land. After finishing, I turned to Little Green, gauging the newcomer's behavior. Seeing nothing out of line, I offered a few words of encouragement before heading to the natural hut to collect the crystals. Mutated Sunflower Crystal Tier 2. Modified by Woodcore Crystal and Enhancement Potions, its crystal yield and efficacy are significantly improved, with reduced sunlight requirements. The Woodcore Crystal didn't go to waste. It bore 4 crystals today. Holding the crystals, I walked to a still-maturing plant and crushed a crystal, mixing it into the roots. A pale golden energy seeped into the soil, visibly swelling the flower bud and expanding its leaves, now shimmering softly. The remaining 3 crystals were buried beneath the roots of 3 water storage trees. The half-human-tall trunks shot upwards, roots burrowing deeper into the earth. By the time I was done, it was already midday. I patted the soil off my hands and made my way to the withered banyan treehouse. As I pushed open the door, the warm aroma of food greeted me. He-shun approached with a tray in hand, bowing slightly. "Boss, the food's ready. It's warming in the kitchen." I nodded as I made my way in. On the stone table sat 2 side dishes and a soup, stir-fried bamboo shoots, crisp and sweet, stewed Tier 2 beast meat, tender and savory, and a bowl of white rice porridge, exuding a richly aromatic fragrance. With just a few mouthfuls, the freshness and warmth spread to my stomach, far better than anything I could make. There's nothing like a proper chef. In the wooden stone cabins to the east and west, 20 or so people stared blankly at the meals laid before them. Rice, pristine and plentiful, paired with braised meat that fell off the bone, and freshly stir-fried vegetables. Am I hallucinating? That's white rice. The agricultural specialist held his bowl, hands trembling. The last time he'd had proper rice was before the rift that brought them here. And meat. So much meat. The person next to him scarfed a huge spoonful, tears welling up. After struggling in this godforsaken place for so long, they'd barely had any proper meat to eat. No one spoke. Everyone's heads were down, focusing on their bowls, which were scraped clean of every last morsel. With meals like this, no one doubted their choice to follow me anymore. After lunch, I had just thrown a few pieces of charcoal onto the fire pit when the system popped up with a transmission request, Chun Ming and Go Yun. I agreed. 2 flashes of white light appeared, and Chun Ming's broad figure landed first, followed by Go Yun with a longbow strapped to his back. I brewed 2 cups of tea using Tier 2 spring water, gesturing for them to sit. Then, I got straight to the point. How many people did you each bring in? Chun Ming downed his tea in one gulp. I've got 20 on my end. Skilled hands. Good at forging, constructing, ready to jump straight into work. Go Yun scratched his head. My floating island is pretty big. I've recruited 40 people, most of whom have skills in farming, construction, or combat. I've recruited 20 myself, I said, glancing at them. By the way, how close are you guys to breaking through Tier 2? The rankings have shifted quite a bit recently, especially the combat rankings. Villain Grayshell climbed to 2nd, and both Brooke Davis and Yi Tianyu are moving up. Chun Ming's smile faltered slightly. I'm almost there. I should reach Tier 2 before the heat wave hits, and then I'll upgrade my shelter. I'm just 1 Tier 2 building short. Go Yun ran a hand through his hair. I'll break through in the next couple of days. Uncle Chun Ming, if you need a Tier 2 building, I can give you one. I just unlocked a Tier 2 blacksmith shop blueprint. If Elder Chin here needs it, I've got extras as well. Chen Ming gave him a pat on the shoulder. I'll figure it out myself. You should hold on to your stuff. I'm sure you don't have a lot of it. I'm not short on resources, Uncle Chen Ming. I've already built a Tier 2 water reservoir, a well, and a few Tier 2 watchtowers to prepare for the heat wave. Chen Ming's expression shifted immediately. In that case, I wouldn't mind taking that offer. Grinning, I pointed to myself cheekily. Throw in a watchtower for me too. Shower me with upgrades. I swear I can take it. Chen Ming gave me a disgusted look. I quickly straightened up, serious now. All right, jokes aside. With Goyan's help, upgrading your shelter before the heat wave shouldn't be a problem. I'll also make sure I get my breakthrough before it hits. How's your preparation coming along? Chen Ming straightened his posture. My cave stays cool in the summer and warm in the winter, so the heat wave won't be too bad. I've dug a water reservoir and stocked up plenty of food as well. My floating island has a protective shield that blocks out some of the heat. Combined with those buildings I mentioned, there shouldn't be any problems, Goyan added. If we're all good, let's focus on making breakthroughs and upgrades before time runs out. Once the leaderboard updates on the 7th night, we'll see what special rewards await us. The two of them nodded in agreement and teleported back. I got back to work as well. Night took over the forest, and the chirping of bugs outside the walls gradually faded. The small cabins on the east and west sides had already gone dark. Only the dim, warm light of the kitchen in the withered banyan treehouse remained. He-shun quietly cleaned up the dishes and left a pot of tea brewed with Tier 2 spring water on the stove before slipping out silently. I leaned back in the wooden chair, holding a fragment of the heart of nature in my hand. Little Black lay curled up at my feet, its dark purple eyes fixed on the fragment, emitting a low growl, a mix of wariness and attachment. Little White was coiled on my shoulder, its golden eyes blinking curiously. I patted Little White's head and stroked Little Black's neck softly. It's all right. Just stay with me. With a firm press of my fingers, the fragment shattered. A surge of natural energy exploded out, yet it wasn't violent in the slightest. Instead, like a gentle spring stream, it flowed through every part of my body effortlessly. First came a fine, tingling sensation from my bones, followed by my meridians and muscles. Every inch of me, bathed and reshaped by this gentle yet commanding energy, I felt every bit of that power sink deep into my body without spilling outward. I could clearly sense my connection with the forest deepening, while my symbiotic bond with Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Lu grew increasingly stronger in that very moment. It felt natural, effortless, like flowing water. I had successfully broken through. Xiao He wagged his tail excitedly, nudging his big head against my knee. Xiao Bai flapped his wings, circling the cabin twice, before perching steadily back on my shoulder and rubbing his tiny head against my cheek. I pulled the two creatures into a hug, smiling as I felt the ceaseless flow of energy coursing through me, a calming sense of peace settling in my chest. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the branches of the fast-growing banyan trees, casting a golden glow on the courtyard wall. Today's sunny 97 to 102 degrees Fahrenheit daylight, 7:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Just as I finished checking the weather, a tentative yet eager knock sounded at the door, accompanied by Zhou Chang's barely contained excitement. "Boss, are you awake? The beehive, there are bees now." I opened the door to Zhou Chang's beaming face. "I checked first thing this morning. They're all over the hive. And they're huge, way bigger than normal bees." I couldn't help but feel intrigued. "Let's go take a look." Grabbing Xiao He, with Xiao Bai perched securely on my shoulder, we followed Zhou Qiang towards the west side of the nature cabin. As we neared, the buzzing of countless wings intensified, filling the air with a rhythmic hum. The spirit bees drawn to the hive were about 5 centimeters long, their emerald green bodies adorned with 3 faint jade-colored ring patterns on their abdomens. Their 2 pairs of translucent wings shimmered with iridescent hues, and retractable stingers at their tails gleamed sharply under the sunlight. I activated Insight. Guardian Emerald Bee Tier 2. A rare species of forest spirit bee with 2 castes, worker bees and soldier bees. They feed on nectar from spiritual flowers, and their honey can nourish the body, heal wounds, and enhance energy. Their stingers contain a paralyzing toxin, making them formidable against intruders. I stepped forward. The guardian emerald bees surrounding the hive froze in place before scattering to either side, creating a path for me to approach. Zhou Qiang stared in awe from behind. Boss is seriously something else. Even bees part to make way for him. I understood, though, that this wasn't simply about power. The queen bee must have sensed my presence and ordered them to stand down. I stopped in front of the hive, my tone calm and reassuring. Queen bee, since you can sense me, would you be willing to come out and talk? Barely 2 seconds after I finished speaking, a queen bee several times larger than the others crawled out slowly from the hive. A gentle, familiar voice resonated directly in my mind. Greetings, one blessed by nature. My colony and I were drawn to this place by its allure, and upon arrival, we sensed your powerful aura. May I humbly ask for your permission to build our home here? You may, I replied warmly. I can even provide you with spirit flowers like nectar pouches to support your gathering efforts. I paused, but there are 2 conditions. First, you must never attack the sanctuary or anyone under its protection, the creatures within the hive. Secondly, at regular intervals, give me a specific amount of honey. In return, I will provide you with a safe haven and an endless supply of spirit flowers. The queen bee responded without hesitation. We agree to your terms and swear allegiance on behalf of our entire colony. To avoid any unexpected issues, let's seal this agreement. Don't worry, it's an equal contract. A green light rippled from the palm of my hand as I pressed it against the queen bee's forehead. All right, I accept, the queen bee said without the slightest resistance. An almost imperceptible natural pattern flashed between my wrist and the queen bee's body. I withdrew my hand as the queen bee flew back into the hive. Turning to the dazed Zhou Qiang, I said, from now on, these bees are under your care. Record their activity every day and let me know immediately if there's anything unusual. Zhou Qiang snapped out of it, straightened his posture with determination, and nodded fervently. Got it. You can count on me, boss. I'll take good care of them. Now that everything was arranged, I left with Xiao He and Xiao Bai as we headed back. I opened my system interface to find my message panel already bombarded by Chun Ming and Go Yun. The first message, sent half an hour ago, was from Chun Ming. His excitement practically jumped off the screen. Chun Ming, Goei Chun, I've just advanced to Tier 2. Chun Ming, I broke through in the training room just now. I feel amazing, full of energy. I even jumped up from 10th place to 8th on the combat power rankings. Huh. Chun Ming, the sanctuary successfully upgraded to Tier 4 as well. The cavern size doubled. How about you? Don't tell me you're still stuck? Don't worry, take your time. Then there were Go Yun's messages from last night, restrained but clearly brimming with joy. Go Yun, Big Brother Chun, I've broken through to Tier 2 as well. Go Yun, the Sky Island Sanctuary upgraded to Tier 4 too, but after upgrading, there doesn't seem to be any new expandable structures. The existing ones can't be upgraded further either. I replied to Chun Ming first. Well, sorry to disappoint, but I also accidentally broke through last night. Looks like Goyin did too. Seems like you're fast, Big Brother Chun, just a tad slower than us by a tiny bit. Next, I messaged Go Yun. Congrats on breaking through. I also advanced last night. Apologies for not noticing your earlier message. Also, I might need a favor. I could use a Tier 2 sentry tower so that I can upgrade my sanctuary. Almost immediately, Go Yun sent a response. Go Yun, Big Brother Chun, congrats. The sentry tower has been sent over. Just claim it. I claimed the scroll and walked to the left side of the sanctuary. I selected an empty spot near the perimeter wall and clicked Build. A flash of white light later, a 10-meter-high wooden sentry tower rose from the ground. Its body was constructed from solid black wood, and its top featured an open platform equipped with a rotating Tier 2 crossbow capable of a full 360-degree turn. Hidden Breaker Sentry Tower Tier 2 automatically scans for creatures within a 500-meter radius and attacks them. Creatures below Tier 2 attempting to hide or use stealth techniques cannot evade its detection. Provides early warnings and defends against ambushes. I circled the tower to inspect it. Nodding with satisfaction, I took in the sight before me. The watchtower, combined with the living vine wall, flame stumps, and pea shooters, formed a solid and complete defensive system. With the addition of Little Black and its group, even a beast tide wouldn't stand a chance. After finishing up, I opened the upgrade panel of the sanctuary. Withered Banyan Treehouse, Tier 3. Requirements to upgrade to Tier 4. 10,000 forest coins, met. Strength at Tier 2, met. 3 Tier 2 buildings, met. Would you like to upgrade? Without hesitation, I clicked confirm. A dazzling white light erupted from the tree's main trunk, engulfing the entire sanctuary. After a few minutes, the light faded away. The renewed Withered Banyan Treehouse stood quietly in the forest, now grander and brimming with life. Withered Banyan Treehouse, Tier 4. Size, 300 SQM, 3 floors. Existing facilities, fire pit, workshop, storage, bathroom, kitchen, garden, nature cabin, primal spring, living vine wall, stealth-breaking watchtowers ×3. Expandable facility, beast pen. Upgrade requirements. As the white light completely dissipated, the Withered Banyan Treehouse quietly stood in the forest. Opening the sanctuary panel right away, my eyes quickly scanned to the bottom, where the upgrade requirements were listed, and all I found was a single question mark. Last time, at least it included a timer of when the requirements would be revealed, but now it didn't even bother pretending. I didn't dwell on it. Instead, I stepped outside and circled the treehouse. From the outside, it still looked like the same old withered banyan, a black, gnarled trunk with twisted, interlocked branches. Old yet unyielding. Without stepping inside, no one would suspect that it had been upgraded. Pushing the door open, I was immediately greeted by an even more potent aura of nature. The interior space had doubled, expanding from a 2-story 150 SQM structure to a 3-story 300 SQM layout. The kitchen, workshop, and storage areas had all been noticeably enlarged. A spiral wooden staircase now connected directly to the new top floor. The wooden walls glowed faintly with a soft green hue, resonating with the flow of natural energy inside me. The new third floor was completely empty. 300 square meters of opportunity sat there, and for the moment, I genuinely had no idea what to do with it. Meanwhile, over at the cave, Chen Ming was in the training room, familiarizing himself with the abilities of his newly advanced Tier 2 body. He opened our private chat, fully expecting to see me in some sort of frantic or flustered state. Instead, what greeted him was a message I sent over half an hour earlier. Well, sorry about that. I accidentally hit Tier 2 last night. Oh, and Goyin too, it seems. What a coincidence, huh? Guess you're pretty quick, big brother Chen. Just a smidge slower than us, though. Chen Ming's face darkened. Damn it, that cheeky bastard, he cursed. But then he broke into a grin. Fine, laugh it up while you can. So what if you got there half a day earlier? You better believe I'll be the first to hit Tier 3 next time. I had just finished reviewing the updates to the treehouse when I opened our private chat, ready to borrow his resource detector. Chen Guichen. Well, good luck with that. Now hand over your detector. It's my turn. Now that the fog-free zone has expanded, it's easier to explore. I don't need the anti-fog beast anymore, so I'm about to sweep through all the resource points nearby. Chen Ming, hang tight, sending it your way. After receiving the detector, I didn't activate it right away. I turned and stepped into the nature cabin first. The moment I opened the door, the room's greenery greeted me with an almost tangible cheerfulness. The flame's sunflower swayed slightly, the fiery glow of its petals flickering. I headed straight to the mutated, mature crystal sunflower, gathering for crystal shards from its flower head. First stop, Little Green. Its vines immediately stretched over, curling around my wrist affectionately. I crushed 2 of the crystals and gently worked them into the soil at its roots. A faint golden energy burst forth, coursing through its roots and expanding into every vine. Its once stout tendrils now grew even thicker, their glossy green sheen intensifying. The sharp, claw-like edges at the tips glittered coldly, and an excited emotion echoed back through our connection. The third crystal went into the roots of the flame sunflower. Its warm red flames suddenly surged, the petals curling like fiery tongues. The flower head visibly grew larger, and the surrounding temperature rose notably. A proud and fiery emotion emanated, half showing off, half expressing gratitude. The final crystal went to the yet immature crystal sunflower. If all goes well, it should be fully mature by tomorrow, yielding even more crystals. With my tasks done, I left the cabin and activated the detector. A pale blue holographic screen unfolded, mapping a 3-kilometer radius. To the east, one second-tier resource point. To the west, two more, likely a bloodthorn cluster and some red iron Oregon northward, another second-tier point. The rest were first-tier resource nodes, worth checking only if they were on the way. There's a day and change left before the high-temperature calamity hits. Perfect timing to clear all the resource points and stockpile enough materials. Even if the heat exceeds 50 degrees Celsius, 122 degrees Fahrenheit, I'll be ready to tough it out. If I finish early, I could venture deeper into the forest for exploration. I stowed the detector and called out, "Xiaohei." A dark shadow burst forth from my own, instantly forming into a massive figure. Its dark purple eyes glimmered with excitement, its tail swishing audibly through the air. A low growl rumbled in its chest as it waited, ready for my command. It leaping directly out of my shadow caught me off guard for a second. I'd hoped that after its breakthrough to second tier, I'd be closer in strength to it. Clearly, I was kidding myself. If it were to hit me now, it'd probably upgrade from light slap to slightly stronger slap. Not to be left out, Xiaobai fluttered down to perch on my shoulder, its golden eyes shining as it let loose a clear, bright cry. I hopped onto Xiaohei's back, patting its neck. "Let's head east." With a deep roar, Xiaohei shot forward like a streak of black lightning, charging through the living vine gate and dashing into the dense forest. Behind us stood the fourth-tier withered banyan treehouse, motionless and towering amidst the woods. The living vine walls emitted a faint metallic gleam, while the 4 flaming tree stumps burned steadily, bolstering the area's defenses. The pea shooters remained ever alert, guarding the perimeters of this maze-like haven. In the misty forest, the most impregnable stronghold, my subordinates, seeing no new instructions from me, continued their tasks from yesterday without a single hint of slacking. After all, compared to the grueling, hyper-competitive life back on Blue Star, being here with free meals and lodging felt like a dream come true. "Let's go, Blackie. Let's see what treasures the first resource point hides." I gave the wolf's neck a light pat, and Blackie swiftly accelerated, weaving through layers of shrubbery before halting in front of a shaded slope. Growing there were a few radiant white flowers, their petals etched with patterns resembling moonlight. They swayed gently in the breeze. Name: Silver Moonflower. Tier: Tier 2. Description: a rare moonlight element spirit plant that only blooms under moonlit nights. Greatly nourishes moonlight-aligned beings, enhancing bloodline purity and innate talents. Can also be used to concoct night vision or stealth-related potions. I picked all the silver moon flowers, planning to experiment if they could produce seeds by planting a few. The rest would be set aside for Waitai to absorb. The trio, our owl companion included, kept heading north. But as we reached the next location, a sea of climbing roses draped over ancient trees blocked our way. These roses were nothing like ordinary ones. Their thornless vines shimmered a pure white, interwoven with intricate golden patterns. The petals, layered and creamy white, glowed faintly with a gentle green hue at their core. Each bloom exuded a pure, soothing energy that purified the surrounding air, eliminating even the faint musty scent of forest decay. I activated Insight. Name: Sanctified Rose. Tier: Tier 2. Description: a protective spirit plant with potent purification and defensive capabilities. It possesses a moderate level of sentience, capable of autonomously cleansing its surroundings and fending off intrusions. "Jackpot!" I exclaimed. Suppressing my excitement, I softened my voice. "Would you be willing to come with me? I can take you to a place far better than here, where you can absorb nature's energy every day." The sanctified roses sent back a response, a mix of heartfelt warmth and reluctant hesitation. This was their home for many years, despite the soil no longer being fertile enough for their growth. More importantly, they found my presence fragrant, possessing an aura they instinctively wanted to be near. The vines swayed gently as they deliberated. After a brief silence, I felt their approval. They agreed, but a problem loomed. I couldn't store living beings in my system inventory, let alone sentient ones like them. Sanctified roses could extend and expand their vines, but couldn't uproot themselves to walk like the animated plants in the shelter. Left with no other option, I kindly asked them to reveal where their roots were located. Carefully, I dug them out bit by bit, wrapping them around sturdy pieces of wood I carried, and set plans to replant them back at the shelter on the ancient Vinestrider treehouse. Admittedly, I wasn't as cautious as I should have been. In the process, I accidentally damaged a few of their roots. To make up for it, I infused the entire patch of roses with a burst of nature energy, ensuring their vitality before departing with two of them. With the pair now following me, I directed our course westward. Sure enough, as confirmed by the previous intel from the Shadow Owl leader, the western area housed two key finds. First, a thicket of Tier 2 bloodthorns and Tier 2 hematite. I managed to dig up some Tier 1 and Tier 2 hematite, along with gathering bloodthorn spines and bloodthorn fruit. Name: Bloodthorn spine. Tier 2. Description: poisonous. Used as a secondary material for crafting traps, poisons, or special equipment. Name: Bloodthorn fruit. Tier 2. Description: can be consumed directly to enhance physical constitution or used in alchemy to create potions or neutralize the toxins of the bloodthorn spine. On my way, I also picked up some Tier 1 resources, like my old buddy, the Jade Spirit Fruit. On the return trip, Blackie suddenly stopped in its tracks, sniffing and growling low near a rock crevice. I crouched down to take a closer look, and immediately lit up with excitement. A dusty, iron-wrought treasure chest was wedged in the crevice. I pried it out, brushed off the dirt, and grinned. All right, let's see how lucky I am today. Rubbing my hands together, I opened the lid as my two little companions eagerly watched. Inside was a quietly glowing orb. I picked it up and activated Insight. When I read the details, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Name: Mysterious Fishing Rod. Tier: Special. Description: a peculiar fishing rod infused with the power of special rules. Cast it into any body of water, and you'll reel in anything but fish. The quality of the catch depends on the angler's strength, luck, and the environmental factors of the water body. Limited to 5 uses per day. Then, as if it couldn't help itself, the description trailed off into its usual cryptic way. Took a glance at you, and voila, you had to get this thing. Isn't it just typical? Lately, these descriptions always cut off halfway and leave me hanging. One more thing to get on my nerves. I ignored it for now and weighed the rod in my hand. The more I looked, the more I was smitten with it. Flawless milky white design, intricate water patterns carved lightly down the shaft, and a fishing line spun from nearly invisible spiritual threads. It was elegant yet extraordinary. Blackie sniffed the rod suspiciously before lifting its head to look at me, the wolf's disdainful eyes practically saying, "Really? What is there to be so happy about? You can't hunt or eat with this thing." I snorted, immediately catching onto its thoughts. Ruffling its head with a teasing chuckle, I said, "You don't get it. This is treasure. Let's go. We still have daylight. We're heading for the creek up north." Despite its reluctance, Blackie obediently let me climb on its back, darting towards the creek. Meanwhile, Whitey flapped its wings excitedly as it followed along, brimming with curiosity over the shiny new rod. About half an hour later, our crew of 1 human, 1 wolf, and 1 owl reached the familiar creek. The water was pristine, flowing over pebbles so clear you could count each one. The tranquility was broken only by the soft bubbling of the water. I found a flat rock to sit on, readied the fishing rod, and cast the line. No bait needed. The fishing line traced a perfect arc in the air before landing precisely in the deep pool near the center of the stream. Not 10 seconds had passed before the rod suddenly dipped hard, almost pulling my hand forward. Something strong was on the other end. "Whoa, that was fast!" I exclaimed, adjusting my grip and pulling upward with a firm jerk. The hook broke the surface, and dangling from it was a frost-covered stone no bigger than a pigeon egg. A Tier 2 frost iron ore. Holy crap, first cast, and straight gold. I blurted in excitement. Catching the ore mid-air, I held it up to examine closely. Even Blackie looked stunned, sniffing at the mineral with suspicion before turning its gaze back to the rod. Its wide, questioning eyes seemed to say, "Wait, is this thing seriously that powerful?" The disdain turned into shock in an instant. The little white bird landed on the tip of the rod, tilting its head and letting out an astonished chirp. Again, my excitement soared, and I cast the rod once more. This time, it took just 5 seconds. The rod bent sharply downward. I yanked it hard, and a broken wooden plank was caught on the hook. My smile froze on the spot. Disgustedly, I tossed the wooden board aside and cast the rod again. This time, the fishing line sank into the water without any movement for half a minute. Just as I began relaxing, a force much stronger than before suddenly pulled, almost ripping the rod from my grip. The little black wolf immediately got up and crouched low, ready to assist at any moment. Gritting my teeth, I tightly gripped the rod with both hands, slowly reeling it in. With a loud splash, a wooden box was fished out and hit the rocks on shore with a thud. __name. Ordinary wooden box __. Grade. Common __. Description. A regular box for storing goods. Its contents could be just about anything. __. Praying to the heavens, I opened it. It was full of rocks. Furious, I kicked the box over and cast the rod again. Little Black, now completely resigned, nudged my arm with his big head, letting out a soft and encouraging whimper as if to say, "Don't lose hope. Try a few more times." The next 2 attempts didn't retrieve anything second tier, but at least they were better than a broken plank, a bottle of first-tier beast nutritional supplement, and a unit of iron. It was only after 5 total attempts that I finally, somewhat reluctantly, packed up the rod. I patted my trusty fishing rod, feeling quite pleased. This trip had yielded 4 rare second-tier resources, plus a free artifact. Luck often favors those willing to cast their line time and time again. Let's go, little black, little white. Time to head home. Today's weather. Sunny temperature. 100 to 106 degrees Fahrenheit daylight. 7:00 a.m. to 7:00 p.m. I pushed open the door to the dried-out banyan treehouse, and a wave of heat wrapped in the scent of plants rushed toward me. Only one day remained until the extreme heat catastrophe struck. 106 degrees Fahrenheit. The air itself seemed warped with heat. In the yard, 20 dependent survivors were already loaded up with tools. The moment they saw me, they halted in unison and bowed, waiting for me to assign today's reclamation tasks. I raised a hand to signal for silence. No tree cutting, no land clearing, no work today. Everyone, take the day off to rest. The entire courtyard fell silent. Everyone stood frozen, looking at each other in disbelief, as if they'd misheard. In this world of constant survival struggles, having a stable meal was already a luxury. A day off? That was unthinkable. Boss, we're not tired. We can keep clearing land. Lin Mu was the first to react. Zhou Qiang quickly nodded in agreement. I can keep an eye on the beehives. It's nothing. I said rest, and I mean rest. I replied with a flat tone, yet it left no room for debate. We've already caught up on all the urgent tasks. Rest up and stock up on energy, or you won't make it through the upcoming catastrophes. Pairs of wide eyes looked at me, brimming with gratitude that was almost tangible. They had long prepared themselves to be worked to the bone. Yet, prepared as I was, I never imagined they'd tag along, ensuring they'd have no worries about food or shelter and getting solid rest too. Thanks, boss. The 20 of them responded in unison, their voices carrying genuine respect. I didn't say much more, turning instead to call Little Black and Little White. A shadow darted out from my own at my feet. Little Black's massive frame landed firmly, his dark violet eyes glowing with excitement as he let out a low growl, flicking his tail. Little White fluttered down with shimmering silver wings, perching on my shoulder. Its golden eyes sparkled, and it let out a clear tweet toward the forest. Let's go fishing. I leapt onto Little Black's back in one smooth motion, giving his neck a couple of pats. With a deep growl, he bolted forward like a streak of black lightning, breaking through the living vine barriers and heading straight for the northern stream. Moments later, the 3 of us, human, wolf, and owl, found ourselves at that familiar stream. The water was as clear as ever, but the level had dropped noticeably from a few days ago. High temperatures were starting to make their mark. I settled onto one of the stones, pulling out that odd, shimmering white fishing rod. 5 casts max per day, that's the limit. Today's ranking reset day, so it's the perfect time to test my luck. Little Black sprawled out at my feet, his head resting on his paws, intently staring at the water. Last time, he saw with his own eyes the bizarre things this rod could pull up, and he'd since stopped underestimating it. With a flick of my wrist, The fishing line arched through the air in a graceful curve, landing dead center in the stream. Less than 5 seconds passed before the rod dipped. Got one. I yanked it back, and the hook broke the water's surface. Attached was a wooden chair. My excitement immediately vanished. I cast the line again. This time, it took about 30 seconds. The pull was faint, barely there. I reeled it in to find nothing but a chunk of rotting tree bark. Bad luck. I casually tossed the piece aside as Little Black let out a whiny groan, sounding almost like he was mocking me. Determined, I readied for a third attempt. Taking a deep breath, I cast the line once more. The fishing line had barely sunk for 10 seconds when a tremendous force yanked at it, nearly dragging me into the stream. Little Black was on his feet in an instant, crouched low, ready to spring into action. Gritting my teeth, I gripped the rod tightly with both hands and slowly began reeling in the line. With a loud splash, a thick, leather-bound book glowing faintly with golden light burst from the water and landed squarely on the rock beside me. Name: Encyclopedia of Items, Volume 1. Tier 1. Details: records detailed information on various objects, plants, animals, ores, and other resources ranked at Tier 1 or below within the realm of the Senro continent. I froze, book in hand. System functionalities disappearing. That's the thing Chen Meng, Go Yun, and I dreaded most. Especially the disappearance of the insight ability. Losing that meant not being able to identify items or gauge threats anymore. But this book, though it's limited to Tier 1, was invaluable. No need to rely on a precarious system if its details were more comprehensive than insight. This was a game changer. And then there's the Tier 2 upgrade scroll I already have. With that, I could upgrade to identifying Tier 2 items. If there's a Tier 2 scroll, there's bound to be Tier 3. No doubt I could keep advancing. This is incredible. I flipped through a couple of pages. From wood and stone to Tier 1 spirit plants and beasts, the entries detailed everything, even cultivation methods and crafting recipes. Little Black and Little White moved closer, curious to see what the fuss was about. A blank, puzzled look. The fourth cast, a crumpled sheet of paper. But I still smiled. I'd already fished out the encyclopedia. The rest being worthless junk didn't really matter anymore. The fifth cast, tossed out casually. This time, I waited a full 10 minutes. The tension on the line was heavier. Planting my feet firmly on the rock, I pulled back with all my strength. With the sound of water breaking, a smooth white stone landed in my palm. Name: Spatial Crystal Stone. Tier 2. A unique crystal imbued with spatial attributes. Space-related items are rare, no matter what. But its description was too brief, its use unclear. I decided to stash it for now. I gave Blackie's head a good rub and stored all my finds into the system space. Let's go home, job's done. It let out a low, excited growl, carrying me as it darted off like a shadow. Little White flapped its wings to keep up, chirping happily along the way. By the time we returned to the shelter, the afternoon sun was already high in the sky. The yard was bustling with energy, but everything was in order. Even on their day off, no one slacked off. Lin Mu was leading a group, tidying up the vegetable garden until it was pristine. Each plant had been thoroughly watered. Zhou Qiang hovered over the beehives, recording observations of the emerald bees. He Shun was busy in the kitchen, stirring up meals whose tempting aroma filled the entire courtyard. When they noticed my return, everyone paused to greet me, eyes filled with respect that had deepened even further. I nodded and headed indoors. Pulling out a Tier 2 upgrade scroll, I directed it at the encyclopedia. Name: Comprehensive Encyclopedia of Items, Volume 1. Tier 2. Catalogs detailed info on certain Tier 2 and below items, flora, fauna, and minerals from Senluo continent. As expected, with the encyclopedia and the regional marketplace in hand, another risk of the system disappearing was mitigated. Some trump cards aren't born out of sheer luck, but out of a refusal to ever stop reeling the line. Night fell, casting a serene glow. I sat by the bonfire, as though waiting for something. Not long after, two bright lights flashed at the gates of the shelter. "We're here, Guichun." Chun Ming's booming voice erupted before his figure even appeared. Not long before the midnight tally, Go Yun and I figured we'd join in on the fun and watch the rewards unfold together. Go Yun quickly followed, offering a shy smile. "Brother Chun, Sorry to intrude. Welcome, I greeted with a smile, serving tea to the two of them. Perfect timing. I snagged something good today. You'll get to witness it firsthand a bit later. Let's talk rankings first, Ming said, taking a big gulp before diving in. The rankings today were absolutely insane, flipping up and down like crazy. On the combat power leaderboard, Viren Gracefield is biting down on second place like his life depends on it, and Yi Tianyu surged to fourth. A bunch of foreigners have been climbing like they're juiced up on steroids. I nearly got pushed to ninth. I brought up the leaderboard interface for a look. At the top of the chart was still my name. Second was Viren. Ming held steady at eighth, and Yi Tianyu was sitting at fourth. As for the resources and shelter leaderboards, Go Yun's name was firmly pinned in first place. Just hold your ground. I scanned it briefly. Even if they manage to catch up, it can't be helped. They've got numbers on their side and probably possess some special trump cards. What we can do is wait. I raised my hand, preparing to. The upgraded illustrated handbook was handed over. Got it today? It was originally first tier, but I used a scroll to upgrade it to second tier. The two of them leaned over, and the moment they saw the introduction, they froze. Ming suddenly raised his head and slapped me on the shoulder. Holy crap, where did you get this thing? If insight ever disappears, all you'd need to do is memorize the content in this book, and the impact would be insignificant. Exactly, I nodded. Identifying things will completely rely on it. Go Yun was thrilled. Big brother Chun, this is game-changing. What we're most afraid of is not being able to identify items. With this, the biggest problem is solved. Ming flipped through the book, laughing heartily. Kid, what kind of crazy luck do you have to come across something like this? I took out the strange fishing rod. All thanks to this rod. The two took it and examined it closely. Ming gave me another slap. No way. This is even crazier than the handbook. This is a purely conceptual item. Absolutely wild, Go Yun chimed in. I rubbed my shoulder and looked at Go Yun. I've been meaning to prepare a gift for you since last time, but never followed through. Take this fishing rod, don't turn it down. No, it's too valuable. I can't accept it. Take it. Next time I get the itch to fish, just lend it back to me. Refuse again, and I'll get mad. Then, thank you, Big Brother Chun. 8 p.m. sharp. That cold mechanical voice rang in the minds of every survivor right on time. Congratulations on surviving another 7 days. The next disaster, extreme heat, follows the same rules as extreme cold and will officially begin at midnight. Here are the final rankings and announcements. Combat Power Rankings. 1. Chin Guichin. 2. Villain Gracehill. 3. Marco Rossi. 4. Yi Tianyu. 5. Brooke Davis. 6. Pavel Novikov. 7. Amir Singh. 8. Chen Ming. 9. Tanaka Heya. 10. Evelyn Page. Resource Rankings. 1. Go Yun. 2. Yi Tianyu. 3. Brooke Davis. 4. Pavel Novikov. 5. Selena Brown. 6. Amir Singh. 7. Tanaka Heya. 8. Villain Gracehill. 9. Muhammad Faris. 10. Marco Rossi. Shelter Rankings. 1. Go Yun. 2. Alexander Varnon. 3. Brooke Davis. Rewards have been distributed. The special reward is a third-tier advancement method fully tailored to the individual. Note: only the top 10 can utilize the third-tier breakthrough method. It is useless to others. Remember, Tier 3 is the starting point of the extraordinary. Only by reaching Tier 3 can one become a true powerhouse. Golden treasure chests will be scattered across different locations, but they will be guarded by Tier 3 protectors. Additional new items have been added to the chests. Keep striving for survival, human survivors. The mechanical voice faded. In my system space, 2 dazzling golden treasure chests lay quietly, alongside a book titled Third Tier Special Breakthrough Guide, Nature. Over at Chun Ming's place, he had 2 silver treasure chests and a book named Third Tier Special Breakthrough Guide, Weaponry. As for Go Yun, he was sitting on 4 golden treasure chests and a third-tier special breakthrough guide, Good Fortune. The corners of all 3 of our mouths were stretched into wide grins, practically laughing to the skies. But despite the excitement, no one jumped straight into celebrating. Instead, we first decided to dive into researching breakthrough methods. Don't open the chests just yet, I said first. Let's check our respective breakthrough paths first. After all, The effects only kick in for the first 10 people to successfully break through. The two nodded in agreement and began carefully flipping through their guides. My method? It could be summed up with one line. Achieve perfect accumulation at the second tier and gain the recognition of nature. Ming's method? Forge a connection where weapons feel like an extension of your own body, treating them as part of yourself. And Yun's? Honestly, his was the most outrageous. Either it didn't say anything at all, or it said everything. To summarize, just go with the flow and let the fortune guide you. After reading through our guides, all three of us looked utterly baffled, as if lost in a dense fog. With no other options, we decided to open the chests. As the 6 golden treasure chests and 2 relatively dull silver ones were laid out, Ming's smile instantly vanished. Mine's the weakest. I'll go first, he slapped his thigh. Otherwise, if you two open yours first, I'll feel even worse looking at my pile later. The 2 silver chests opened, revealing 5 items. A detailed guide to second-tier forging techniques. A second-tier forging hammer. Second-tier or selection pack times 10. A second-tier forge. A second-tier upgrade scroll. Ming frowned. This stuff seems like a pre-packaged set, doesn't it? How else would it all match up so perfectly? Probably, I nodded. And it's likely tied to your breakthrough direction. Everything here seems related to forging. Plus, with that second-tier blacksmith shop Yun gave you last time, it's the perfect setup. You can use the high heat to experiment and maybe find that extension feeling. You've got a point. His eyes lit up with excitement before he quickly urged us. Enough about me. You two open yours. I've never seen golden treasure chests or third-tier items before. Give me something to marvel at. I chuckled, placing my hand on the first golden chest. A true master isn't defined by the rewards they're handed, but by how they grind every chance and fortune into a blade of their own making.